Hello! Hello everyone, hello everyone. I just realized that there was a part of the setup for stream that I forgot to do that I meant to do over the weekend. Oh well, it is too late. It is too late. I'm just gonna write it down and put it on my stack of to-dos. I just finished this. Finish that. Hello everyone, hello everyone. I notified people very late about this stream. I hope that people aren't getting sick of my obsession with Kerbal Space Program, but I am kind of in love with it. So far it's been doing, I don't know, so far it seems like people are responding positively to it. I think I may have gotten a little bit short-tempered, the other day while doing it, but not the most recent stream. The most recent stream I was pretty good. I did kind of play it until I got pretty annoyed, which wasn't me getting annoyed with chat, right? Like, I do feel a bit bad that I feel like I got a little bit sharp with a backseater, but you know, I am trying to play it relatively blind, but I hope people are doing well tonight. I hope people are doing well tonight. It is, for us Americanos, this is the end of the weekend. It is time for the average American to get back to their day jobs. I can say that from my perspective on my work, I was expecting this week to be a very challenging week, right? I was expecting to have a very challenging week at work, and then it did not materialize. And so now I have a much more subdued week than I was expecting. I have a much more subdued week, and so it kind of threw me off. It depends a lot. Toxic red flag. It depends a lot. I have a weird schedule where my busiest work day outside of VTubing is Saturday. This is why I pretty much never stream Saturdays, is that Saturday tends to be a real nightmare of a day for me. And it's enough of a nightmare of a day that I frequently do not even stream Fridays. Friday and Saturday tend to be my least good stream days because of my Saturday work schedule. My very Saturday-centric work schedule. It depends a lot on the person. I've typically worked 2 jobs. I have typically worked 2 jobs. Sorry, I just noticed somebody was live who I wasn't expecting to be live. I have typically worked 2 jobs, and so that means that it's pretty common for me to work, 6 or 7 days a week for a lot of my life. And it depends a lot, obviously, on the type of field you're in. It's kind of interesting to me actually that this is not something that people are used to accounting for when you talk to people in certain career fields, that the normal job cycle, hypothetically, right? The normal job cycle, hypothetically, for an American is referred to as the 9 to 5. And we'll use that as a shorthand for referring to types of jobs, where a person starts work at 9 a.m. every day and they clock out at 5 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. That is a stereotypical work schedule. I've worked 9 to 5s before. It was not enough, and I needed to work other jobs, but I have worked 9 to 5s. That's not like a thing that is completely unfamiliar to me. I have done it, but I did work weekends anyway, right? I did work weekends anyway, on top of that. And, because, that's how my life has gone. And some people who work only 9 to 5s get surprised that there are people who can't go out to lunch on the weekend, forgetting that the reason why they are able to go out to lunch on the weekend is because somebody else was working that weekend, right? Like, if you go out to lunch on the weekend, that means that all of the cooks and chefs and waiters are all working on the weekend, right? Like, I feel like that's a fairly straightforward implication by that labor cycle. That is a fairly straightforward type of labor cycle to have. And so it was always kind of goofy to me that people would kind of struggle to remember that. When it seems to me... Sorry, I just noticed a mess on my floor that I'm about to trip over. Like a fairly straightforward introduction, a fairly straightforward implication, right? And in particular, it's the grocery stores and ERs, hospitals are busier on the weekend than they are during the week, right? Because if, like, let's say 60% of your population, right? Let's say 60% of your population, just to use a really arbitrary number here. 60% of your population works weekdays, works 9 to 5 on weekdays, right? So 60% of your population works this 9 to 5 schedule. When are they getting their routine checkups? When are they going to the bank? When are they going to the post office? When are they going to have meals out with their friends and family? It's going to be on the weekends and on the evenings. And that means that there needs to be people who are working that opposite schedule. That means that people are going to be working those other schedules. And of course, it's never been that simple, right? It's only been a small percentage, not a small percentage, but it's always been only a percentage of the population, right? Has worked this 9 to 5 schedule. It's never been just like people who work 9 to 5 schedules and then people who work other schedules. Well, yes, Gwen T, I was going to get to that one. Norabus83, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. Yeah, imagine having a bank that's open when you're off. I know, right? I know. Yeah, that is a thing that, at least in these United States, and I think a couple of other countries, have this as a recurring gag / problem, that banks tend to only operate when it's extremely hard for consumers to use them. And, when I was younger, what this meant was that when a civilian needed to use the bank, they would go like on their lunch break or have to take time off from work to get to the bank. And I remember that being a kind of comical thing about a job that I worked at, where workers would, during the middle of their shift, sometimes have to deliver cash or other assets to the bank, right? You would get like an envelope of store assets that need to be deposited at the bank. And sometimes people would volunteer for this, not just because they wanted to get some fresh air, but because they also had to run an errand at the bank, and they would just like do the stuff for the store and then also do their personal banking while they were out and about. And I do kind of wonder if part of the reason, I don't think it's the main reason, but I do wonder if part of the reason why people have really, really aggressively adopted alternatives to standard banking, alternatives to traditional banking, because of the sheer just inconvenience of using a consumer bank. And I do know some people who've worked banks, and this is one of those things I've never quite figured out, is like, to what extent people who work in retail banking, I should say, to what extent the retail banks themselves resent being retail banks. I have wondered about this because like retail banks and investment banks are actually totally different beasts. They're very different creatures, and retail banks kind of end up acting a bit like investment banks from time to time, but it doesn't seem like it is. So they don't seem to have the freedom to do it all that often. Like Bank of America just like does not have the freedom. Bank of America and TD Bank just like do not have the freedom to do nonsense that like Barclays does. Barclays has the freedom to do some absolute hot nonsense that would just, that if you tried to pull it off with like Bank of America, you would just die. They would just kill you. People prefer to sell to business rather than to do customer service. Customer service is fucking annoying. Quincy, yes, customer service is fucking annoying, and this is a thing that matters for yeah, investments can start pretty much every hour thanks to multiple markets. Well, and Quincy is hitting on something I think is very interesting, right? A very interesting economic thing, and this matters to us VTubers, right? This matters to us VTubers, which is that a business only actually wants to have so many client relationships. Like the company only wants to keep track of so many different relationships, and doing more than that, they actually start to want like consolidating and outsourcing. And it is something that is outstanding and strange about the businesses that us VTubers end up doing the most trade with. Twitch, right? Twitch is functionally contractors, is functionally hiring all of us as contractors. Gamer Sups, G Fuel, a lot of these like really commonplace sponsorships companies for VTubers are very strange companies. They are genuinely strange and unusual companies. And because they require so many goddamn relationships. Well, people, I think it's, they only love it so much, Quincy, is what I would say. I think that they only love it so much, and there is a point at which it becomes astronomically more annoying to continue to scale it up, is what I think is going on a lot of the time. I think it just becomes astronomically annoying to scale up to like, and it's I am kind of curious about how this plays for people doing a lot of other, for how this plays out for a company like Gamer Subs, right? Like what is it actually like to work for Gamer Subs? And you know, it's a thing that I've talked about here a little bit, not a lot, is that you know, I don't have any sponsorships, right? I don't have any sponsorships. I have been offered some gaming sponsorships, but I haven't taken any of them so far. Mostly because honestly, mostly just because I look at the offers end up looking very spammy, and I am sorry for the people who are doing like small indie games that are looking for people like me to play their game and like do it on stream and like hoping that I will like be somebody who like pulls some eyes to their game, and I might start taking them up on it a little bit more frequently because it's maybe they're good, maybe this will help support the indie gaming community in some abstract way. I kind of want to encourage people to shoot their shots, but when I get the actual messages, they tend to make me very suspicious that I'm being spammed. That's kind of my thing. Is like, and hello, Youthless. The major component is the myth of infinite growth. Yeah. Well, it's well, what I would say, Gwaine, is like, so the infinite growth is a small. is an idea that's like a wide overarching idea in the world, in capitalism, under capitalism, and I am more referring to a question of marginal return. So the question of marginal return, right, is a very important concept in higher level thinking in business and capitalism, but it's a little bit more complicated than the question around independent growth. And the question on marginal returns that I'm referring to, which is not like the only one, because marginalism is like a whole philosophy that's, I don't know if I could articulate it well, because this is not like really my specialty. Happy Pup Adventures, thank you for the follow. Is that in each additional, so the first customer you get has, let's actually say you are trying to buy gold coins. You're trying to buy gold, right? You're trying to buy gold. And the first, yes, diminishing returns, yes, diminishing returns. And diminishing returns is broader than what I'm particularly talking about. The thing about marginal return here is like, you are calculating the marginal return of each additional achievement, and those diminish as you get away from the easier stuff to the harder to get to stuff. So if you're doing like mining, right? The easiest gold mines tend to be, the easiest gold and whatever ore mines tend to be the first ones you find. Right, the ones that are the most valuable as deposits, the most valuable ore deposits on the planet, are going to be the ones that are closest to the surface and easiest to find. And so that means that acquiring more of them is going to become increasingly challenging. And each additional one is going to be less valuable. And in the case of client relationships, right? Yes, there's a difference between if you found a $10 bill on the ground compared to if Musk found a $10 bill on the ground, yes. And if you are trying to get VTuber sponsors, if you are a sponsoring company and you're looking for VTubers to sponsor you, or I should say that you want to sponsor, that will give you a good return. Oh, Hakuya, thank you for the raid, Hakuya. Hold on, I give Hakuya a shout out. Hello, Yatano Hakuya. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. What was Hockey up to? Reverse 1999. What? I don't know Reverse 1999. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. My name is Almantas VT. I am an old man. I love old things. I do a lot of handcam content. I like calligraphy. That is my art form that I am any good at. I also do a lot of miniatures painting, which I am firmly not good at. And I have been completely nerd-stiped by Kerbal Space Program for the last, like, 2 weeks. So I'm going to be playing Kerbal Space Program today. And when you rated in while I was explaining, some economics behind some very basic economics, some very, like, fundamental, crude stuff about sponsorships and how they apply to VTubers. And what I was saying was that, right when you came in, is that if you are the type of company that is willing to do a sponsorship with a VTuber, that is thinking about what is the best VTuber to have a sponsorship with, there's actually an answer, right? It's Iron Mouse. If you can get Iron Mouse to do a sponsored stream for your stuff, that's amazing. Right? That's incredible. You would love to do that. You would love to get your stuff in front of Iron Mouse's audience, pretty much no matter what it is. And then, yes, actually, Happy Pup Adventures, my stream tomorrow will probably be calligraphy. Not 100% guaranteed. I do calligraphy most weeks on Monday at 10 p.m., but this last week I was feeling a little bit burnt out from it. Not even from doing calligraphy, but from doing calligraphy on stream specifically. I kind of like wanted to like do all of my calligraphy really like locked in, right? And I can't lock in while I'm streaming, right? I can't be like super focused and locked in while doing calligraphy on stream. Like I'm paying attention to chat. I'm trying to be entertaining. So I did take a week off on doing calligraphy streams, but most I've done like 70 calligraphy streams. I think somewhere in that, or definitely over 60, maybe not quite 70 yet. I think we haven't had the 69th calligraphy stream yet. And so and hello, guy who eats burgers too. Yes. So what I was yeah. Some of the streams were left-handed. It's true, Gwaine. It's true. I did have a wrist injury. I did have a wrist injury this summer, and so I was learning calligraphy left-handed, which was pretty fun. I actually got more markers because the dip nibs don't work well at all with left-handed, and the dip nibs don't work at all well with left-handed, and the pilot parallels didn't play super well with left-handed, but the marker did. But also I kind of killed the marker that was like the good size. So that one's the 3.5 millimeter marker is like pretty dead. So I bought a couple more because calligraphy markers are really cheap. They're like really cheap. They're like $2. But yeah. So if you were, so my point with this more is like getting Iron Mouse to do a sponsor stream for you is highly valuable, but then any other VTuber is going to be less valuable. And then once you get down to like me, right, it's like kind of dubious. It's kind of a question. And Norvis said something very important here, right, which is that when I get a lot of those requests to sponsor, they look like spam. That's the thing. Like, and I mean, people will say like look like they're written by AI, but like let's be realistic here. Like, I don't know how much it matters if it was written by AI or is written by human hands. They have the same attributes, right? And the thing that I say about AI writing is that if somebody didn't care enough to write it, I don't care enough to read it. Luna_Shadowstrike, thank you for the follow. If somebody didn't care enough to write it, why would I care to read it? There's enough written words on the planet that if all I wanted to read was classical Egyptian philosophy, I would probably never run out of stuff to read as is. I don't really need more completely careless. I don't need more careless garbage. I need more careful. It can be garbage, but it needs to be careful. And the thing is though that like I don't know how a person would write a request for sponsoring that would actually like stand out to me. Hello Mix. The best I can come up with is like, well, I mean, there's like an obvious answer, right? And hello, Snooze and Mute. You've written sponsorship requests? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Mix, like, and hello, Arya. We love Arya in this household. Shout out Arya Devil, making her regrets, regret showing up. But love Arya here. She is a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. She's one of my favorite streamers. She's actually been incredibly helpful. She's been incredibly kind and helpful to me. I have a lot of affection and adoration for Arya. And she has a very cute little snake. She has a cute little snake that wears a top hat. The little guy is Boris. Not you. You're the big guy. But anyway, yeah. So like Mix, like specifically like relevant to Mix, right? Is like if Voidwave, right, reached out to me, DM'd me and said, "Hey, I want you to do a sponsored stream," I would probably respond pretty positively to that. Because I know Voidwave, right? Like I've talked to the guy. Like I know what his deal is. And given the amount of damage people can do to you with just like you clicking on the wrong link, and it's something that like hijacks all of your logins, which is like a very, which like people get got by that all the time. Lore Master of Sotek just got by that like last week, maybe the week before. People get got by that all the time. That's like not unusual. And so like yeah. Oh, Sotek clicked a malicious link while he was logged into Discord, and it's hijacked most of his channels, but most notably his YouTube. His YouTube channel got hijacked, and he got to like from what I could tell, he recovered everything other than the YouTube within like 20 minutes. Like it did not manage to do very much damage to his like his Twitch channel was fine, his Twitter he got back pretty quick, his Discord he got back pretty quick, but his YouTube was more of a pain in the neck, and I think he eventually got it back, but like, and it wasn't even like good, good scamming. It was just like they put up like advertisements to like buy bitcoins or some crap like that. It was useless, absolutely useless. And Mix, like, to your point about trust but verify, I don't know how to verify. I don't know if maybe I should say that out loud, but maybe somebody who's smarter than me, like Mix, can help me out here. But like, I can mouse over something and I can tell like this is a link to like this domain, but like, I don't, that's not like that much. That's not that much, right? Yeah, that's, I mean, Mix, that's like the big one, right? That's like the big trick for people to know if they don't know about this one, is that like, if you get a phone call that's like, there's a phone warning you that, that your machine, that like your insurance has lapsed, this is a phone call to tell you that your insurance has lapsed. You go to you reach out to you say thank you, and you hang up, and you reach out to your insurance company calling their number. Like, never follow through from the ingoing call. Always make sure that you go through an outgoing call, which isn't foolproof. This is not foolproof. But it is something, right? It does add a lot. VMs are great, Gwaine. I am a big believer in the VMs. You have reminded me that my streaming PC is an absolutely, like, rickety mess of bicycles taped together. It is not remotely set up to the standards I normally hold my machines to. I really should do something about that. Really should do something about that. All right, we are about to... Oh, wait, what? The ads timer is lying. Hold on. The ads timer was lying, by the way. The ads timer was lying. Yeah, no, the spoofers, the spoof phone numbers, this is why you never use the incoming. This is why you never rely on the incoming phone call. Always use an outgoing one. Got a spam call from your number. True. The number of scam calls that I get that are like from my high school's area code. Like, it's kind of interesting to me that over time for a while, and this is exactly why they do this, right? Is that for a while, if I got a call from a random number, I pretty much always ignored it. But if it came from my own area code, I tended to at least pick it up. I tended to at least pick up if it was from my own area code, because the chance that it was like somebody I went to school with or one of their family members was pretty decent, right? Like, that was like kind of reasonable. Also, hello, Jason _Voorhees _999. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Nagis is funny. Nagis is legitimately funny. Yep. Yeah, Nagi's official email is a completely insane name that only like vaguely resembles her business name. So if Nagi gets an email that says, hello XX Viper 69XX, she knows that it's not for her. She knows that somebody doesn't know what the hell's happening. Whereas if somebody says, hello Nagi, that tells her a lot more. Stressed Owl, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Stressed Owl, hello.
Stressed Owl gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
Thank you, Stressed Owl. That's so generous of you. Stressed Owl has made some really amazing fan art of me. Stressed Owl has made some really amazing fan art of me, including a really amazing and excellent feminine Almantas. One of these names that is in here is giving me a headache to look at. I'm sorry. I don't know. It's written in Japanese, but in a way that doesn't make sense to me. So it's, Hello Vovern, hello Vormit. Got a fake credential I like to use, Diet Mothman. That's really good. That's really good. You think that Shima is a Dragon Quest show? I could believe that. The amount that I don't know about Dragon Quest could fill books. Has filled books. I think that nobody knows them. I think that everybody on the planet, I think even the world's foremost Dragon Quest expert, has gaps in their knowledge about Dragon Quest that could fill books. That's kind of my understanding about it. Literally just got a scam call. It's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. It's endless. We will never be free. It is only getting worse. Sometimes I wonder about throwing out my phone. And mine get like, there's some stuff that I was doing back in the early 2000s that have led to me being on a lot of mailing lists. And I just like literally don't even have my phone on half of the time at this point. And people in my family, like there's like one person in my life who relies primarily on texting for communications. And he's like, why don't you ever check your phone? And it's like, I get like 15 scam calls per day. You text me once every 6 months and I get several thousand texts for absolute garbage in the meantime. It is an endless avalanche. It is an endless avalanche. Something off the grid of my backpacks. Honestly, tempting, right? Like I get kind of annoyed about this, as like, I am a New Yorker, right? I am a New Yorker. I am city as hell. I am not a country boy. There's an enormous amount of country living stuff that I just don't understand and don't have any connection to. And I don't think I could authentically live off the grid, right? I do not think I've got relatively decent survival skills. Like I said, I'm a city boy, but I've done backpacking. I've done through trekking, right? I've been in the woods and know how to, construct emergency shelters and stuff like that. Like I'm not like completely helpless. I don't really have the fantasy that like I would just suddenly become a super successful frontiersman if only I had the guts to go out into the woods with an axe and a dream. I don't think I would do that. I think I would starve to death, probably. I would either starve to death or poison myself, pretty likely. But I do still understand the appeal of that romantic fantasy, and I think it's still worth thinking about a little bit, mostly as kind of an exercise in thinking about what could you actually do to improve your life beyond just like having more money, right? Like what can you do to actually improve your life? And there's actually a really lovely some lovely writing that I saw. I think it was actually a series of skeets, which is never an auspicious start. I think it was actually a series of skeets that was about Jazzy Boo. Jazza. Hello, Jazza Hall. Hello, Mick Schwartz, too. Hello, Beast Exta. Hello, Oxidian of Numidia. Hello, Glue L. Hello to the Restorators. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology. Oh, okay, double raid. Wow, I didn't even get through we didn't even get through the first part of that. Hold on. I'm going to let Mecha Moses here come in for a second here. Yes. Hello Raiders. Hello Mecha Mosey and Jazza Hall. Hello Inari. We love Inari around here. Hello Mecha Mosey. Hello Jazza Hall. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and I paint miniatures, and I have been completely nerd sniped by Kerbal Space Program, so we're going to be doing Kerbal Space Program. Hello Gator Guts. Jazza Hall is a cool lady, and they were playing Phantasmagoria, and I got to catch a little bit of it. I got to catch a little bit of Phantasmagoria, which I actually really liked the voice acting in that. I thought it kind of rocked. I thought Phantasmagoria kind of ruled. And Mecha Mosey, what were you chatting about? If I recall correctly, this was a general entity collab. I think that's what Inari told me yesterday, that you guys are doing a general entity collab. Mecha Mosey is a member of Entity, which is a VTuber group of known friends of the show, Gingivitis and Morp Flagella Bonfire, that is to say, is his full name, and Bug VT, frequent guest Bug VT, and of course, hold on, I'm forgetting, did I say Gingivitis? Gingivitis, Morp, Bug VT, Mecha Mosey, and Inari Reiju. Did I forget anybody else? Hello, Archibald. Hello, Archibald. I say hello to Gazer Guts. Is there anybody I missed? Impulse DM. I missed Impulse DM. Hello, Impulse DM. Hello, Impulse DM. And only features. Yes. Ah, there's Bug. We love Bug here. I hope that you're doing well, Bugathy. I hope you're doing well, Bugs well. I know you've been very busy. So I haven't been hustling you as much as I normally would. But yes, for the Raiders, yes. What were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about scams. And oh yes, the fantasy, the romantic fantasy of retreating to the wilderness, right? The romantic fantasy of retreating to the wilderness. And there was a pretty interesting article that I read about specifically the autistic fantasy of rural romanticism, because rural romanticism, the rural romantic fantasy, is really old. It's very, very old. Was Emerson a fraud? Thoreau was a fraud, or at least like a exaggerator. Thoreau is the one who Thoreau was fucking around. I don't know about Emerson. I don't remember about Emerson. Emerson lived in Camden, New Jersey, which is Camden, New Jersey is absolutely one of the scariest places I've ever been in my life. Camden, New Jersey is a very scary place that has a very lovely aquarium. Camden is tough. Oh, those two names? Yes, sure. Thoreau and Emerson are 19th century American writers. I believe the connection between them is the Transcendentalist movement. Thoreau lived in the American Northeast in Massachusetts, and he wrote what we would probably recognize as being kind of blogging, to be honest. He wrote kind of in a Substacky, like a proto-Substack style, about the virtues of living in wilderness and solitude and going for long walks and taking your time to look at the lakeshore and appreciate nature and slow down. we are making fun of him. Me and Gwen are making fun of him because, like, he really played up like he was, like, a totally, like, living in isolation hermit. And he was, like, a 5-minute walk out of town and, like, had his mom doing his own laundry. Like, it was, he wasn't, like, living it. He wasn't, like, really roughing it. He was just kind of, like, he was just kind of noise separated. He was just kind of noise separated. A little bit. I think he was. Do think he was kind of exaggerating. I think it was decent writing. I'm not gonna lie. It's looking like his writing. Emerson is much more associated with poetry, and he lived in Camden, New Jersey, which, as me and Gwen have highlighted, Camden in the 21st century is rough. Camden is rough. Camden is a very rough city. Camden is the New Jersey side of the river from of the Delaware from Philadelphia, and people in Philly are scared of Camden, is the way I would put it. Philly is a tough city, and people in Philadelphia are like, oh yeah, I don't do that. I don't do that. It's a scary place. It does have a lovely aquarium. Yeah, Philly is the good side of the river. Yes, Philly is the good side of the river. All my adoration for Philly. Philly rocks. Sorry about the birds. Sorry about having a totally catastrophic sports week to the Philadelphians. Yes. So Emerson also is a bit of a transcendentalist. He wrote, these very, like, transcendental poems about, like, the all men are brothers, kind of stuff. Emerson also is pretty funny for being very gay. This is something that Mix would know. I definitely can't remember who it was. We absolutely have letters from Emerson. Who was he trying to have sex with? I want to say it was Vern. Mix knows every 19th. Yes, Mix knows every gay man. Period. No, George Washington was much earlier. George Washington was quite dead. No, he was trying to. But we've got these really funny letters from Emerson. The other person who I would think would know this Jazzle Hall would be Vexing Cat, because this is like the period of history that's well known. Yeah, Gaydar is retroactive, which is perfect for the situation. I'm trying to remember who it was that Ralph Waldo Emerson was really trying to have sex with. I want to say it was Jules Verne. I know it wasn't Oscar Wilde. I'm trying to remember who it was. Might have been Dumas. Also, why did I pronounce it like that? Why did I pronounce it like that? Hello, Archibald. Oh, I said hello to Archibald already. Yes. Yeah. It's. Oh yeah. I might be mixing up Whitman and Emerson. I might be walking. Actually, Snooze Mute. I had a really awesome I managed to have an actual banger. Which was me and my friend Saf were discussing famous military commanders, because of course we fucking were. We were talking about, we talked a little bit about Caesar. And here's the thing about Caesar, Julius Caesar, is that Gaius Julius Caesar was not really that exceptional of a military commander, and even, like, very few people really talk about Gaius Julius Caesar as, like, a true military genius. Even, like, people who are, like, really, really into the idea that, like, Alexander the Great was the greatest military commander to ever live. Even those people are like, yeah, Caesar was pretty good. Yeah, he was pretty good, not amazing. Everybody seems to have kind of converged on like Caesar being a substantially better than average general, but not like a genius. However, there was something that Caesar was a genius at, which was having sex with people. Gaius Julius Caesar's center of power, more than anything else, was the phrase that Romans used was he was every woman's man and every man's woman. I've always loved that line. I have always loved that line. Every man's woman and every woman's man. What an incredible line. And so this means that Julius Caesar, he was everything. He was anything to anyone, Suzumu. He was anything to everyone. Hello, bad luck, Luke. He was anything to anyone and everyone. He was DTF. He was DTF and apparently very good at it. And imagine being so good at sucking dick that your name becomes the name. Your name itself becomes a shorthand for the concept of supreme ruler. That is what happened with Gaius Julius Caesar. Hello, Bud VT. Yeah, no, this is yeah, Kaiser and Tsar. Yes. The indication I've gotten about Caesar is that anybody who was down tapped that. Hello, Lord Master of the Forlorn. Lord Keeper of the Forlorn. Sorry. Apologies. Yeah, no. I just think this is extremely funny that that Caesar gets to be the origin point for the names Kaiser and Tsar, and we still use czars in the United States. You know, we've got a terrorism czar and stuff like that in the US, an intelligence czar. Yeah, and it all comes from one guy just being that good at sex. That's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. I think that's remarkable. Yes, not because he was. This is a thing that I feel like I always need to point out, is that people will talk about like, oh, like X society was more like open to queerness than the 21st century. It's like it's actually kind of an incoherent statement. What makes something queer is kind of like almost definitionally socially unacceptable sexuality. Rome was more comfortable with men having sex with men, but not in a way that I think we should be comfortable with as 21st century people, because their comfort was based on inequality and power. Romans were, as a society, extremely comfortable with social inequality in a way that even the Greeks found kind of gross and weird. And so it was okay to have sex with men as long as you were the top. This wasn't okay with gayness, right? This is just okay with topping. That's more of a Greek thing. Hakia. With the Romans, the question is like, it is not queer sex to be the top in a male-male relationship, but it is queer sex to be the bottom in a male-male relationship. Which is like, if that sounds strange and incoherent and probably not even very healthy to you, I'd agree. Yeah, it's weird logic. Because again, it's not about love. It's about power. It's about power and inequality. And it's, you know, the Romans are a much less distressing society to read about than the ancient Greeks. Like, I can talk about the ancient Greeks when we get back, but the ancient Greeks are like really rough to understand. But the ancient Romans have a concept of freedom that is built around the idea that you should be... A free man is not a person who gets to do anything. A free man is a person who gets to do unto others without them doing back unto him. It is being free from the reciprocal bonds of the social world. the free relationship is not between freedom between equals. It is master and slave is the free relationship. Like that's yeah, not great. Yeah, so applied to the gods. Had a gay lover and had that happens. Yeah, just hanging out 06. We are getting ads, folks. So I'm going to put those on the BRB screen and you get some water. So I will be back in a few minutes, but yes, we'll be back. And I'm back. And I am back. Snooze Mew, thank you for the follow. And yeah, one was literally freer than others. There's not really a like an alternative to that. That's like the core of Roman freedom, is that a person is freer than another person. It's again, this is like, I love studying the ancient world and studying other societies. I don't tend to find them to be improvements on my own society, right? I tend to treat them as like interesting lessons about how creative people can be. And it's a lot of why I keep on trying to recommend that people take their history reading and take their sources and take the past more seriously, is because it tells you a lot about what people are willing to accept and what people can learn, and what people remember, and like what people can adapt to. And I say that this is very important because people tend to assume that the way things are today is the only way things ever could be. And they tend to limit their imagination to like the 1960s. Hello, thank you for the follow, Vero Valkyrie. I think that this really shortchanges people a lot. And it's not that I think that we should like go back to the way the ancient Romans did things, because they didn't have plumbing or dentists, and the things that allow us to have plumbing and dentists are things that are incompatible with the social order that they had. Like you just like can't have an economy of the style that the Romans had and have those benefits, and you also can't have the kind of social order they have without the kind of economy they have. Like the kind of social world that the Romans lived under. That said, I still think there's lessons to be learned from studying the ancient Romans, both in terms of expanding your imagination, but also in terms of like kind of seeing a lot of the weird things we have in common. I think that these are all, I think it's actually quite complicated, and I think it's very interesting. How long must it be before a world becomes ancient? I don't think there's any answer. I don't think that there's any answer. There's a lot of concepts that you get used to using as shorthand in both daily language and in academic language that just kind of, you just kind of have to roll with them. The one that I think about far more often and that comes up far more often than ancient is modern. What is modern? What is modernity? When did modernity begin? And there's two parts to this answer. And the first part of the answer is which modernity? Because depending on what problem you are, what field you are in, not just what problem, but what field you are in, modernity means different things. Like very different things. Like very, very different things. So like modernity in architecture, modern architecture is quite recent, right? Like modern architecture is like, other people would know this better than me. But there's modernist movements that refer to like the 1950s and 1960s. And then there's what ethologists mean when they say modernity. So if people are talking about human evolution, if people are talking about human evolution and they bring up modernity as a concept, modernity for human evolution is 50,000 years ago. That is called behavioral modernity. Hello, Inari. Hello, Inari. Good to see you again. The electric light is the start of modern theater. That is interesting. That's interesting that you've got such a specific one. I know relatively little about theater. I should know more about theater because I think that theater and acting has a lot to teach us VTubers. A lot more to teach VTubers than I think a lot of other art forms do. Certainly more than, say, video games. I think that has a lot more to teach us, and I don't really know that much. I really should take an Upright Citizens Brigade class. That would really be smart of me. Hello, Ion Omnitia. So I was just saying that theater is... I was not saying theater. I was just saying that modern... Because Snooze Mew asked, like, what is ancient? And I said, like, it depends a lot. And... because, like, modern is one that I know better, right? Like, what is modern? And if you are doing like, not literature, if you're doing like architecture, modernity is like the 1950s, I think would be when we get into modern architecture. And then modern behavioral modernity is the phrase that people use in human evolution. Modern humans are 50,000 years ago. 50 KYA is behavioral modernity. And then there's actually a really important one. A really, really important one, which is if historians are talking about modernity, do people know the answer to this one? I'm sure the veterans of the channel can give me a straightforward and clear answer to when a historian says the start of the modern era. What do they mean? What is a historian talking about? Snooze Mew, I did not know this stuff. Like I said, I know relatively little about theater. So I didn't really know that. I do know that a lot of Toxic Red Flag is closer, but still actually too late. I did not know that, Snooze Mew, and it's kind of interesting because, like, if you see, like, Hair was talked about as like a groundbreaking, like plays like Hair are talked about as like being like really transgressive, because of their Rifter, would you be willing to put a year on that? Out of curiosity. Would you be willing to put a year on that one? The Hair is an audience interactive play, and there's quite a few modern plays that are audience interactive, and they're still treated as like transgressive hippie shit, right? They're treated as anti-classical. You know, the classical assumption is that like the audience and the audience membrane is very firm. So that, like, that's not true. Correct, Rifter. That is what I would use. The actual answer that I use, if somebody were to ask me in the types of writing that I do and the subjects that I care about, when does modernity start? It's 1492. It's 1492. It's clear. It's 1492. There are reasons why people would use other years, though, which is the second question. That's the second part of this question. When historians talk about modernity, they mean 1500s. That's what they mean. They mean 1500s. That's useless. You are hitting on the second part of this question, which is fine-tuning it. And it depends on what type of history you are trying to write. I'm going to actually go over to Ask Historians because I got a featured answer over this one that's been cited a couple of times. /r/s. Actually, hold on. Just Reddit. I'm going to plug my own goddamn Reddit, which I mostly just use for talking about history and occasionally get into arguments with people about video games. I don't really promote my own VTubing over there because it's pointless. It's Reddit. It's pointless. Utterly pointless. Top. Oh god, that one, that's just all right. Oh, huh, that one did better than I thought it would. Wow, I'm actually surprised that this one's so far down. Yes, there we go, there we go. Oh, the person deleted the thing I was responding to. Interesting. Sorry. Was actually connected. Yeah, it's a Columbus. It's a Columbus thing. Hello. Also, it's Columbus Day tomorrow. It's Columbus Day tomorrow. I kind of lost track of where we were going, Ion. But yes, so this is the thing, right? Is like 1492 is the preferred one for people who are interested in the subjects I care about, which is mostly colonialism, right? Colonialism and internationalism. 1492 is the day. It's there are arguments why you might want to use slightly different dates. I've highlighted 1441 for the start of the Atlantic slave trade, is a not bad one. 1521 for the siege of Tenochtitlan. Northern India, 1526 is the start of the Mughal Empire. Those are all like reasonable, but like it's almost always going to be 1492. 1492 and 1453 are the two that almost everyone prefers. 1453 being the fall of Constantinople, and that being the point at which the Roman Empire ceases to be a Christian power, right? There's an argument about whether or not the Roman Empire still exists after that point. I personally am a fan of the Roman Empire is continuous up until 1922, but you know, 1453 is the most common answer for the fall of the Roman Empire, and that's a fairly reasonable way to divide up the modern and pre-modern world. And I don't know, I was talking about periodization, Ion. I was talking about periodization. It's important. Periodization is important. Somebody asked me about what is ancient, and this is where we were going. This is where we were going. This is where we got. Oh yeah, because the person who asked the question was suggesting 1453. We were talking about periodization, Ion. I am sorry. We're talking about periodization. Look back in anger was really soon after the Second World War, showing the anger and frustration of the young men of Britain when the rest of British theatre were only writing and staging escapism to not think about the effects of the war. Okay. So Snooze and Mew, I don't know very much about theatre, and I will defer to you and Ion Omnitia for it, because the two of you do know things about theatre, and I really know very little. Not nothing, but quite little. I think that's actually quite interesting, because there has been an interesting piece of mythologizing. Excuse me. An interesting piece of mythologizing in British media, not in British, in British history, right? Where British history often has played up the British willingness and toughness in the face of the Blitz as a fundamental character trait of Britishness and a fundamental and basic strength of their society. And I call this myth-making because I've read too many first-hand accounts of people who lived during the Blitz, and a lot of them were not tough. A lot of British people who survived the Blitz did not handle it well, right? A lot of the British did not handle the Blitz well. They did not simply keep on trucking on and put on a stiff upper lip and toughed it out. That is not accurate. A lot of British people lost their minds. A lot of British people lost their minds and were deeply traumatized by it and didn't handle it well. My favorite writer, actually, one of my absolute favorite writers in all of human history is Anna Cavan, right? Anna Cavan is a genuinely really exciting and interesting author that people should read. I really, really recommend Anna Kavan. Hello, Tilted Over. Anna Kavan wrote a bunch of books. She is most famous for writing a global warming end of the world book, a global warming apocalypse book called Ice, which does the very trivial, yeah, Ice is excellent. The book I really love from her, though, is not... Ice is my second favorite of her books. My favorite of her books is I Am Lazarus. And I Am Lazarus is a fictionalization of her experiences during World War II. And what Anna Kavan did during World War II is that she worked at a psychiatric hospital. She worked in a psych ward as a nurse during World War II. So it's not a direct memoir, it is a fictionalization of what she experienced and what she saw there, but it's a wonderful book. It's an amazing book. I am also a sucker for short story anthologies. I do tend to kind of prefer that as a format over regular novels, because I'm a weird asshole with horrible ADHD. Yes, it is worth saying that Anna Kavan... Hello, Tybalt. It is worth saying that Anna Kavan, I really adore her writing. Actually insane. Like, not in, like, a cool, sexy way. Was in and out of mental hospitals for a lot of her life and did a lot of heroin. The fact that she survived as long as she did is, like, crazy, and even she was, like, baffled by it. Even she was like, this is not just. This is not reasonable that I am still alive. I really should be dead, based on the way that I lived my life. But, like, yeah, Yeah. But Anna Kavan produced some truly amazing work. Really, like I said, one of my absolute favorite novelists of all time. Ice is incredible. Sleep Has His House is the other book she's really famous for, which is about heroin addiction. Sleep Has His House is... I actually kind of don't love that one the most. I really did like The Parson quite a bit, and Guilty was... I might need to reread Guilty, because, like, Guilty is strange. Guilty is a strange one. Hello, Karatsun. I'm gonna give a quick little shout out to my friend Kara. Kara, I have something to show you, but I'll have to show you, but ask me about it and I'll show you after stream. I'll have to show you after stream. How was Blue Protocol? I saw a couple people streaming that. Is that like that must be new then? Blue Protocol must be new. Blue Protocol must be new. Is it Balatro? Is it Balatro but about star exploration? I didn't think so. I did not think so. That's the kind of game I would play. Not the kind of game you would play. Blue Protocol is only new in English. So Gwaine, my only indication that Blue Protocol is new is that I hadn't heard of it before, and I saw several people streaming it. Sure, your document will return between 9 and 40,000 business days. Yeah, that's about where we're at. I don't know if people were here for last stream, but the way that we ended last stream was me failing at docking maneuvers repeatedly, and then I ended stream because I was too tired to really like keep learning. I really love Kerbal Space Program. You were messaged to check this interesting title. Oh yeah, I've been. Yeah, the Orbital Rendezvous. I've been having a lot of trouble with. I will say that I will probably change my vehicle that I've been using for docking, because a problem that I was having while attempting docking maneuvers the most recent time was I was running out of electric charge and also getting very close to running out of monopropellant. And so thing is that my vehicle, the launch vehicle I've been using, has been really defined by my my cheapness, right? Like, I am playing Kerbal Space Program, and I'm really enjoying the mathematical challenge of figuring out how to do launches with the absolute minimum amount of equipment and power and cost. I've really been trying to optimize cost on my launch vehicles. And so that means that my launch vehicle for practicing docking maneuvers and attempting a rescue has, like, only one tank of monopropellant and no additional electrical charge, because I've never run out of electrical charge before like this. Hello, Ryan the Space God, and hello, Mega Mighty. Ryan the Space God, thank you for the gift, thank you for the sub, thank you for the sub. As God, I never get over how funny the Dutch TTS is. Yes, this is a subathon. This is a subathon, folks. We are, this is supporting, this is paying back my, go over here. This is paying back my my model, right? This is paying back this new model, this sexy new model that I got with sexy new rigging. That's you didn't hear them pronounce the E in subscribe. Subscribed. It's the Dutch TTS. It does not. It is saying it. It is reading out English words with a Dutch accent, with a Dutch TTS accent. It's brutal. It's ruthless. Yes, and so we are through the primary goals, but we have not hit the big goal. We are quite a ways away from the big goal, which is getting me to play Dark Souls again, baby. And I kind of wish I had made it less high of a goal, but I remain committed to what I wrote down. Because I kind of want to go back to Dark Souls now. We haven't chosen yet. We haven't chosen Ryan the Space God. So my actual affiliate anniversary is October 20th, right? It is next week. And my plan is that we also haven't named the little guy. Mwah. Cute little guy. Mwah. Love this little guy. But I haven't named him because I'm really bad at coming up with names. So the plan is really probably on October 20th. Those will be things that we choose on October 20th. We also haven't chosen which tier lists to do. I might put a couple of other things. You like little guy? I mean, I don't hate it. I mean, the thing is, like, I use little guy so much because that's what I use when, like, I'm painting, right? I refer to my painting as my little guys, and I refer to the Kerbals as my little guys. I say little guy a lot. So I worry that it would be confusing. Well, I don't actually worry all that much. I'm just non-committal. And there's a part that feels like the Moth friend. Hello, Stellar B. Mothra Stewart. Okay, guys, if you have ideas, write them down on your own end. I am not going to write them down today. We are going to discuss this later. You can talk about it now, but just, like, letting you know that, like, if you say it now, there's absolutely no guarantee that I will remember it at any later point. There's no reason to believe that I will remember that at any point. You don't like Mothra Stewart? You have an idea for a name? Of course you do, Kara. Of course you do. You'll write it down. Perfect. He's so cute. I haven't even decided on gender for the little guy. It does need to have, I do kind of want it to have some kind of name because people really want to, some people really want a plushie. And I really have to say, like, this is real evidence that I am not a good businessman. Like, real strong evidence that, like, I have some skills in business, but really strong evidence that I am not good at, like, the opportunism side of business. I'm pretty good at, like, the cost control stuff. I'm fairly good at cost control, but I am not good at, oh, we got Ava Has Fallen. I'm not good at the marketing side. Yeah, I'm not good at the marketing. Hold on. We got Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Ava Has Fallen _VT. How are you doing today? Oh, and Jomar. Welcome in, Jomar. And okay, I'm guessing this was a group raid. I'm guessing this was a big group raid. Hello, Jomar JV. Hello, Ava Has Fallen. Hello, Gargrath. Hello. We got three. All doing Mario Kart World. How was the Mario Kart World, my folks? My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly stream traditional art, mostly calligraphy. I am good at calligraphy. I also stream mini painting. I am not good at mini painting, which is a lot of the fun, is that you get to watch somebody go from toddler levels to slightly larger toddler levels of miniatures painting over very slowly over time. And today I have been completely nerd-stiped by Kerbal Space Program. And I was just talking a little bit about what my goals for Kerbal Space Program today are. We have mostly been talking about history and modernity and colonialism, which are my favorite subjects to talk about because I am an incredible nerd and I literally read books about Roman agriculture use and Ming recruitment strategy for fun. So heads up, you are talking to a turbo nerd. I am glad that you had fun with Mario Kart World. I have played 3 Mario Karts. I have played Mario Kart 64, and I have played Double Dash. And the impression that I have gotten from Mario Kart fans is this means that I have specifically played mostly the 2 worst Mario Karts. But I haven't owned a console since the GameCube. I haven't played console games since the GameCube, so I'm not even sure I've touched a Switch in my life. Yeah, colonialism. I know quite a bit about colonialism. I know quite a bit about the effects of colonialism, particularly in China. One of my favorite books, one of my easiest books to recommend is The Great Divergence by Kenneth Pomerantz. I easily recommend that book all the time. If you go down to my book recs in my About page, you can find it there. Pomerantz's The Great Divergence is truly a remarkable book. Colony Gremlin, I'm an American, right? That's, as you might be able to tell from the accent, I am a Yankee, a gringo, as people from the South call us, and Puerto Rico. Okay, yep. That's a pretty traditional one right there. That's a classic one right there. That is a classic traditional American colony, and it's the United States has not traditionally done a lot of traditional colonialism. It has tended to prefer indirect forms of colonialism. Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines being our main ones that we held traditionally. We also have, obviously, Samoa, Guam, Virgin Islands, Marshall Islands, I think we still hold. And I think I'm forgetting at least one other one. We've got 6, I believe. Puerto Rico being by far the largest. Puerto Rico being by far the largest. I'm not sure what the oldest like dictionary definition held colony is. I would suspect it would be something like St. Kitts. It would be my suspicion. Yeah, Goa is not held. Yeah, the Portuguese lost Goa a while ago. Trying to remember the other ones that would have been. But yeah, the U.S. has tended to prefer relatively indirect forms of colonialism and imperialism over the traditional formats. But there's still Puerto Rico. There is still Puerto Rico, and it is my condolences on being so far from God and so close to the United States, as they say. I have to say, this error emote rocks. So Gargath, this is actually fun. This is actually a fun piece of etymology, which is that Yankee takes on different meanings depending on where you are contextually. If you are outside of the United States, it's often used just to refer to anybody who lives inside of the United States, right? It is often just a metonym for the United States. And within the United States, it is sometimes used to mean people from the northern half of the United States, but I think most Americans would think it more specifically means New Yorkers. Because of its association with the New York Yankees. I did not know that about Goa. That's kind of crazy. Goa, if people don't know, Goa is a city inside India. It used to be a Portuguese colony for a very long time. It was one of the few actually violent parts of Indian unification. Indian partition was often violent, but Indian unification was mostly peaceful. Goa was an exception. The Portuguese decided to try to fight it out with the Union of India, which was really stupid. The Union of India actually has a pretty good military record, and Portugal does not. But that was, they were the fascist dictatorship being stupid moment right there. It was one of the last colonial overseas holdings of the Portuguese Empire. But yeah, sorry about Yankees. Yankees in America, I think most Americans would associate it with the New York Yankees, the baseball team. And as they say, the Yankees lose. And however, there is even more narrow use of the word Yankee, and the most to mean specifically people from Vermont. And supposedly, this is apocryphal. This is not well confirmed. So please don't treat this as gospel truth. If somebody has good contradictory evidence, believe them first over what I'm about to tell you. Supposedly, within Vermont, Yankee traditionally refers to a person who eats pie with their hands. So there are concentric circles of how specific of a term Yankee is, right? It gets it eventually generalizes to the entire United States. I don't know if anybody generalizes it to outside of the United States, but I don't know if anybody would include Canadians as Yankees, right? I don't know if anybody would do that, but within the United States, it does get more and more specific. 10 years ago, a Zionist opened a cafe in Goa and wrote on the wall, "No Indians allowed." Goa is it is a former Portuguese colony that is a city, and like the other city that is a former Portuguese colony that I can name that's independent as a city, not independent, there was a city under Portugal and not like a whole country like Angola was. I'm sorry, Mozambique was. Goa is like Macau. It is a party city. It is a party city for rich tourists, is the kind of thing that Goa is famous for. Goa is a place that you go to for white people. Goa is a place that you go to do a lot of drugs and listen to really loud music. It is very associated with electronic music. It is very associated with electronic music. It is very associated with designer drugs. So the idea that somebody would open up a business in Goa that explicitly does not serve Indians is tasteless. I would say it's tasteless and grotesque and pretty insulting and stupid, but also not unbelievable. Also, hell yeah, I love Clonk. Shoutouts to Clonk. Referred to the Union. Yeah. So it's actually kind of an interesting thing that in Victoria too, Yankees were a discrete ethnicity from Dixies. Yankees and Dixies are discrete ethnic groups inside Victoria too, and that was a kludge to try to facilitate the U.S. Civil War firing along a north-south cleavage. But that's not like, I don't know. It's like a weird kludge. There is definitely a way that people use Yankee to refer specifically to people in the northern parts of the United States, particularly the Northeast. And like I say, I self-refer to as a Yankee, right? I am self-referring to myself as a Yankee because I am from there, right? I am from there. I may not like the Yankees, the baseball team, but I am from there. Right? You're a weeb, so Yankee. Well, that's usually spelled different, right? That's usually spelled different. And I was kind of making a little bit of a fuzz earlier, because usually when people refer to the entirety of the United States as Yankees, they spell it that way. That is how people from South America tend, when I've encountered it. That's how they tend to spell Yankee, to refer to the entirety of any person from the United States. Is a Yankee. And have a good night, Jomar. Thank you for the raid. It was a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for trusting your community with me. Have a good rest of your day. Well, yeah, Toxic Red Flag, they got the Spanish language down there, right? They got the Spanish language down there. And it's Nyanomancer. Hello, Nyanomancer. Hello, my dear friend Nyanomancer. Shoutouts to Nyanomancer. Go produce a lot of cashews and cashew liquor. You're typing from your poor laptop. Good news. Good news. I'm not. Good news for me. I am not. I will be gaming from my laptop shortly, but oh, you'll be typing from the main PC. I genuinely don't know which PC qualifies as my main PC at this point. Like, the laptop is actually the more powerful PC by like a lot. It's not even close. Like, I know that might offend some people that I bothered to buy a desktop that was weaker than my laptop, but deal with it. My laptop, my desktop is actually a pretty minimal PC that can barely handle running OBS and VTube Studio at the same time. Because I'm a laptops guy. I am a laptops guy. I got a laptop that actually matters and a desktop that doesn't. Was my structure. That was how I did things. Yeah. Goa, famous party city. One of the dumber moments in world history was, was, Goa deciding to resist Indian integration. You like your desktop because it's a space heater. Yeah, that's something I don't need in my life, Nanomancer. That's like not actually very appealing to me in general. I think that I am getting more than enough heat in my life in general. I say as I put on a sweater. I am easily overheated. Nanomancer, do you wanna come up to my temperatures? Do you wanna come down here? Do you wanna come down to negative 20 degrees city? And say that? You wanna feel negative, you wanna feel the negative 20, negative 30, negative 40, and then say that? It's negative 20 here in the winter too. Yeah. For folks who aren't familiar with this, one of my favorite little things about really cold weather, the kind of cold weather that I consider cold, is that when you get into like the negative 20, negative 30 range, that's the kind of range where you start where like icicles form on your mustache. Right? It's you get icicles coming out from your mustache over your mouth. It's crazy stuff. Snow squeaking from the cold. Yeah. There's a certain like science to really cold temperatures, that like snow and ice kind of make different temperatures depending on how cold it was when they formed, because it causes different packing structures. I always think that's kind of neat. They have different textures. He performed in Goa for one of their art festivals. Talked to some of the locals, and they all told me locals don't come here for this. It's all for foreigners. I mean, so I understand. I understand why that makes you sad. I don't feel like I'm in a space to judge that, because I'm a New Yorker, right? I am a New Yorker, and there's quite a bit of stuff in New York that's really just for the tourists. And like, I don't feel bad about that. I just feel like the tourists are getting ripped off. It's like, it's like, if you want to come to New York and go to the M&M store, cool. Cool. Enjoy. Enjoy it. I cannot stop you from making that kind of mistake. Right? Was easily 80 to 90% free at the locals thing. Is not for that. I mean, well, there's a matter of taste, right? There's a matter of like taste and desire, right? Like, Broadway shows are for a specific type of person, and some of those people live in New York, but a pretty large percentage of those people are people visiting from out of town who want the Broadway musical experience. They want the Broadway musical experience. Most New Yorkers, I actually think I literally have not been to a Broadway show since I moved to New York, right? Like, it just like, it's just like, this is like, you're talking about like hundreds of dollars for like a worse experience than I can get going to the jazz club, where there's like not even a cover charge. They just kind of overcharge for beer. Gross. Like, it's like, ugh. I can just go like under the train yard or something like that. Like, ugh. We had a friend come up from South Carolina to good old Minnesota. Negative 30 is the coldest day of the year in Minnesota is negative 30. That's pretty nice. Like, they got pretty lucky there. I have been in Minnesota when it's been negative 50. Right? Like, it's I haven't been in Minnesota in a while. Maybe global warming is like really coming hard for you guys up there, but like, I actually really like Minnesota. I don't think it should surprise people too much that I like Minnesota. I really like Minnesota. Also, I just thought about my little guy a little bit more. I wonder if I should get like a little toggle for the guy where he blushes. Chicago, I have a lot of affection for Chicago. Snooze me. Chicago is Chicago is the city after New York that I know the most about. I like Chicago. I have a lot of affection for Chicago. New York is where I wound up. New York is where I wound up, and it's where a lot of my friends and family wound up. Actually, arguably, Chicago is my first city. I'm from, like the average New Yorker, I am from Chicago. I am not from New York. I am very much a transplant to New York. I haven't been to Chicago in many years because everybody I know left. I don't have any unfinished business in Chicago. Oh, background music is off. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder, Rifter. I need to resolve what's happening with my background music. I have a resolution that's actually really easy. I just haven't done it. I just forgot to do it. It's actually like not complicated at all. It's actually very easy. I just haven't done it. I'm just being a silly Billy. Chicago, New York City travels. It's at this point it's traditional. Yeah. It's I don't think it's that interesting, right? Like it's I was born in one city and then I did a lot of stuff and now I live in another city, right? I don't think it's that interesting. And at some point in the future, I'll probably live in another city, right? I came to New York for business and I've mostly finished that business. So, if I find business in another city, I'll probably just go there, right? If I have like a good reason to move somewhere, I'll probably just go. Because that's how I've lived my life, right? I am what certain horrible people would call a rootless cosmopolitan. And it's just kind of how I've lived my life. You know what? I'm going to do it this time. I'm going to remember to do it this time. Pinning. I'll leave that pin for a moment. We are a few minutes out from ads. I'm going to run the ads early because I really need to use the bathroom. So, please, wait patiently. And I think when we get back, I might actually fire up Kerbal Space Program. I am itching. I have an illness, and the only cure is more solid rocket boosters. The only cure is more solid rocket boosters. Okay. We will be right back because I kind of hit a lull in the actual conversation that I was on. We'll be right back. Oh, I should have waited for that. There we go. Well, I'll wait for this Kerbal space for her to launch. Yeah, she's solid on my rocket till I boost, right? Like that's what that means, right? That's how that meme works. But welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, Kerbal Space Program is basically launched. Okay, I am trying out some new mouse nonsense. And I've been trying out a new vertical mouse. I actually tried out 2 vertical mice, and one vertical mouse was like not really that comfortable, and so I got a different one, and it actually kind of rocks. But I think it's a little bit weird feeling to use at my desk. Like if I'm using it in a non-desk location, it feels phenomenal. But at my desk, I'm a little bit less sure about it. All right, I didn't actually see how many flights I've got going right now. If Jeb is in the air right now, I'm going to load. Yeah, Jeb is in the orbit. Jeb is in the orbit. I'm going to quick load. I'm going to use the load back to pre-launch. Okay, so let me go back to pre-launch. Flights 2. No. Flights 3. What's going on here? Hold on. Oh, thank you, Mr. Manser. Thank you, Nyanathan. Thank you, Nyanathan. Nyanswell. Nyannington. Hold on a second. Gotta move some things around here. My desk situation is pretty chaotic right now. Kerbal. That's a HoloLive nickname. Sure, I guess. If you say so, buddy. It's a HoloLive nickname. If you say so, man.
Involuntarily flex to pick up trucks, making love.
Okay, this one.
Built for tough, too beautiful. Machines, American angels in the sky.
Okay, this is a perfectly reasonable place to like warm up from, I guess. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, the two trucks having sex came through the... Why did it come through? That shouldn't have come through. Hold on, I know how to close that. Yeah, well, hopefully I don't get nailed for that one. That was way too loud anyway for me. I like to have a little bit of... I like to have double music going when I'm playing things because I have really horrible ADHD. And I don't like to subject you guys to that. You guys do not need to listen to the music that I am listening to. Nanomancer, you thought your ADHD was bad? You thought your ADHD was bad? I'm usually listening to 2 or 3 songs at a time. Yeah. I am completely capable of tuning out... I can tune out an entire death metal concert. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna start sending some people home. Maneuver mode. This is Jeb. Add a maneuver in 6 minutes. Let's put it out to like 250. Experience has taught me that it's 250. No, stop that. trying to modify this one. Let's just put it to 250. 250 delta Vs. Why are you like this game? Yeah, I'll escape and not go anywhere. So 250 meters per second. Periapsis of 39. Let's get that periapsis a little bit lower. Nope. 15, that's good. Node in 49 minutes. Okay. Let's just maneuver to that. I think it's Pure Pro at 49 minutes. Pure Pro. Okay. Turn on SAS. Pro. 1 minute. But yeah, no, I've got terrifying ADHD. But yeah, that audio source should have been piped in. My bad. My bad. Oh, and goodbye, Stressed Owl. Goodbye, Stressed Owl. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for being Stressed Owl. Thank you for your art and your love and your time. I'm very appreciative of you having been here. And actually, it's kind of funny because I can name somebody who has actually worse ADHD than me. I've talked about it on stream before. And cut. Yeah, that's fine. Let's kill the maneuver. And Moon Escape is in 1 hour. Let's switch to Valentina. And give her a maneuver to add maneuver. 250 prograde burn. She has so much fuel left. Oh my god. Valentina's the goat. And we'll just... And... let's change the DPI down a little bit. That's a little bit sharp. All right. 6 minutes. But yeah, Kari actually has way worse ADHD than me. Kari. Yeah, Kari is like I find it to be like really overwhelming. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. Kari is almost always playing simultaneous games of Balatro and Slay the Spire while she's working. It's so much. It's so much. All right. Yeah. I remember hanging out with her in person. She was playing Slay the Spire and Balatro, and she was watching 4 streams, and she was talking to me, and she was talking to another person. It was a lot. And burning, a little bit late. Yeah, the Shrimp of Wonders indeed. Okay, so once we get there, and God damn it, I hate how that interface works sometimes. I'm just gonna do a little retro burn. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take that. 5 hours, and let's go to Lanvin. Those escape trajectories stress me out, man. Those escape trajectories stress me out. Add maneuver. Put in 250. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's pretty bad. Okay, periapsis. And that's a collision. I'm fine with a collision in general, but let's try to make it a shallow approach. Let's go. Okay. Let's go, Lanvin. Okay, so Lanvin's going to get there a lot later than the other two, which is good. I've literally fallen asleep at death metal concerts. Like, yeah, I the idea that ADHD is primarily a matter of not having enough stimulation really makes sense to me, right? Okay, so 20 seconds to burn. I said 20 seconds to burn when it was actually like 25 seconds to burn. 10 seconds to burn. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maneuver initiated. Let's curb in periapsis and down throttling and done. Let's reverse maneuver a little bit. Okay, cool. And let's get over to Jeb. Jeb has completed his escape. And let's do a little bit of retro burn. He does not have a lot of fuel left. It looks like Valentina's going to beat him in there. That's not what I want to do at all. I want to do pro burn. Hello, Sheik. Hello, Sheik. Hello, Sheik. I just did a bad burn. Okay, periapsis of 65 in 5 hours. And hers is 24 in 3 hours. That's fine. And let's go back over to Jay. Let's take a look. That was pro. So let's do a little bit of retro. Dreading Monday. Isn't Monday a holiday for a lot of people? It's like the shitty holiday, right? Okay, so let's I genuinely cannot keep track of holidays. Like, I don't know if people knew this, but I actually really struggle with keeping track of holidays. Let's clear that. Stage it. Periapsis is in like 2 hours. Let's warp ahead. Isn't Canadian Thanksgiving? Huh. Nice. Good for Canadians. Retro, we're still 520,000 up in the air. Indigenous Peoples Days, absolutely. Absolutely. Hell yeah. I can't keep track of holidays for crap. I'm really bad at it. It's no ability to do it. Okay, time warp is at 50x. Okay, we're back down to 1x. Target retro. Features food you can't have right now. What's the issue? What's the food issue? We're just gonna turn this up to 4x. We should be fine. We should be fine with the SAS. They are not nearby. Oh lol. We're having some cooked curbs here right now. What was that? What was that? Still 20 kilometers up. Unless I destroyed the parachutes, which it doesn't look like I did, we're safe. Okay, parachutes are deployed. And then just remember to turn it down to 1. Well, turn off sea level, turn it on to land level. Oh, are we landing? Is this an ocean landing? Huh. Yeah, no, it's a land landing. Relatively low altitude land landing. So once we are... What's the term for land? For like land level? It's not sea level, obviously. There's a term for this, for like what your actual landing altitude is going to be. And so yeah, we have 28 electric charge left after doing that entire thing. So like I have not been used to running it. Isn't food the joy of holidays? Yeah, I mean, the real joy of most holidays is that you don't have to go to work. And not just that you don't have to go to work, but that most of the people you know don't have to go to work. Right? That's like the real key to it, is that like very, very few people are going to work. And so that means that you and your family get to hang out. Right? Like that's like the real key to it. Is like you and your family get to hang out. Okay, we are landed. Okay. Okay. Jeb is going to make it. And what's my parry? 37. We'll be fine. It's Jeb, yeah. I love Jeb. Okay, staging is done. Put them in retro. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we just kind of are waiting. Retro and SAS. We can see the debris deorbiting. Only 150 meters away. That's now like fascinating to me now that I've spent like a million years trying to do orbitals. Let's get it in there. Come on. Yes, so being able to spend time with your family. Yeah. So, even holidays that I really don't like, the big one being Christmas, I tend to contextualize as being primarily about getting to spend time with people who I don't get to see very often. Or at least not get to see as much as I might like, right? And this is basically done. This is basically all done. We're 38. We're in Atmo. Losing speed at a pretty good rate. Well, that was just the camera. That was just the camera. Let's roll. Come on. Come on, Jeb. Oh, am I gonna wind up with less science than I did last time? Interesting. I might have fucked up. I might have less science than I did last time I did this. All right, you're still above. You're still below Apo. That's annoying. Okay. Please, Jeb, you're so high. Okay, okay. And then once we get below... We're below... Yep, we're below speed. Shoots are deployed. Oh, and... Water landing? And just a nice easy splashdown here, a nice easy splashdown as we get in here. And then we will have our... Then we'll have Landvin. I think I did kind of screw up here because I think last time I did this I had over 100. I had 190 science. I think I forgot to do the Mooner Ava, which was getting me like 16 science. I think I forgot to do it this time. So a little bit tempting to go back and re-roll it, but like I don't care. Actually, I kind of care, but I don't care as much as I care about trying to do the next part well. And we've been here like a million years. I've been safe scumming so much. It's very obnoxious behavior on my part. So I'm gonna try to slow down a little bit on the save scummery. And let's see, I'll just try to pay attention to when we hit 100 meters. That's 300 meters, 200, hundo, and let's go back down to normal speed. Oh, like 5 seconds. I can tolerate 5 seconds. Hello Jarpy. Hello Jarpy. Welcome in. Good to see you again. I have done Mooner flybys, but I have not done a Mooner landing or the thing that I'm doing some recoveries from a bunch of tourist milking. The actual thing that my actual next thing is doing a docking maneuver. Oh, okay, so I did get the Ava report. So I've got 183 science. And let's get that last one in. Let's walk that last tourist in. Yeah, I haven't... docking has been really rough. Hardest part of the game? People have been saying. But that's the next actual mission. That's the next what I would say story mission. But I'm just pulling in some tourists because I was doing a bunch of tourist contracts of Mooner orbits. And let's stage it. And first playthrough, yes, first time playing. I've been playing for like 30 hours, and they've almost all been on stream. I only started playing a couple weeks ago. I've owned the game for like 10 years, and I just like didn't touch it until recently. Yeah, I am learning everything as we go. So do try to keep the backseating to something of a minimal. Like, I've been getting quite a bit of backseating, so like, clearly I'm not going to be doing like a true blind playthrough at this point. And I'm trying to torment people like I am with Dark Souls, but do try to keep it like dull roar, right? Of backseating. Okay. I always feel like there's like a warp. There's always like a bit of a problem with the what do we call that? Sorry, just watching YouTube tutorials is my way of life for this, lol. Imprecision application for physics warp. Yeah, I get worried about my ships burning up on re-entry when I do fast warp. I also get really worried about landing. Landing in particular really worries me. That really makes me anxious. The only death I've had so far was due to warping. I did a warp, and it caused a Mooner flyby to just crash straight into the moon. It just completely overshot. It just completely overshot where it thought it was going to go. Its projected orbit. So I'm pretty nervous about that. Okay, and let's keep this going. That's a moon landing. It's not good. That is my only moon landing so far. Okay. Okay, we're at a kilometer, and the main chute's deployed. I particularly worry about like the chute not deploying when I'm doing high warp speeds. I really worry about the chute just not deploying and just never deploying. I don't know if I've ever had that happen, but I feel like I remember that happening. So now I'm nervous about it, even though it's just like a half memory. Right, like not very smart of me. And oh, I'm actually quite a bit higher than I thought. These friggin' tourists. Okay. And successful safe touchdown. Okay. No science. We did get up to 193. This was the mission that I was trying to do. I may as well take this because it's actually really easy. I will take that. That's a fair chunk of change. I'll take that. I'm going to ignore that for now, because I'm tired of doing tourist milk runs. Hello, beautiful angel. Hello, Blue. Okay, so we have 1.1 million. That's not what I want. I don't want that. I want tracking station. Okay. So John Fell is here. And he has an apoapsis of 92 and a periapsis of 81. Okay. Apoapsis of... So, I did make a launch vehicle before. Actually, I'm going to talk through my logic here. And I am willing to take some commentary here. So, in order to dock at all... No, this is normal difficulty. So we've been able to, I actually have felt like it's really easy because, I can revert flights really trivially. So some people have proposed that I could just, what's the word I'm looking for here? I could just Ava the rescue, but I do kind of want to do the docking. So we do have to buy docking. We have to buy miniaturization. We have to buy miniaturization, and then we've got enough science for one other tech. I am inclined towards advanced flight control. That's what I was thinking, Rifter. That's what I was thinking. Was that people were saying take electrics, but I think it might be better for me to do miniaturization, advanced flight control, because I need the RCS. I don't have RCS. I won't, without miniaturization and advanced flight control, I won't have RCS and docking clamps. So that's kind of a huge problem, right? Like, I'm not crazy? No, I didn't. I have not. I have not been successful, Nano. I have not been successful. You were about to praise me, lol. I'm just saying, I think I need, flat out need miniaturization and advanced flight control, and that means I cannot take electrics. And I think it's like my problem when I was doing this last time was that I ran out of battery, and I ran out of I was running really low on monopropellant. And the issue, I think, is that I didn't think about I didn't really realize how much battery I would be running through. So I think and things like I've been trying to cheap out like crazy. I think I can just make a bigger launch vehicle. That's the biggest thing. I think the launch vehicle I've been making is too cute. Right? I think that's what's happening. So let's start here. Let's just get on the main mission critical stuff from the jump. Crew cabin. And then we need a drogue and a main chute. And then let's put in a service bay. And we might need 2 service bays. We might need 2 service bays. Let's hold on. Let's grab And bilateral. And 5-horn. Okay. Orthogonal 5-horn. Okay. So we've got a service bay in here and fuel. No, fuel. Well, I do want 2 monopropellants in here, but that is goofy. And then I want like 4 batteries. Let's see if that will work. Genuinely no idea if this actually works. Okay, and then... Oh, that might not work at all. Okay, test. And then we want a coupler. TD that coupler. And then I think 2 of these is extreme overkill, but I think I want to engage in overkill, right? I think overkill is in fact the right move. And then couplers, and we're actually going to do quad coupling here. Oh wait, no, hold on. I forgot about something here. Yeah. Whoops, almost forgot about staging as a conceit. And then bumpers. And let's zoom out a little bit. Okay. Annoying. I'm just trying to shift you guys up a little bit so it's a little bit less uneven. Not even that much less uneven, just a little bit less uneven. Just use the heat of the engine to burn away the bottom stage. I feel like that kills you. Am I insane? That sounds like that kills you. That sounds like a disaster. I mean, you can definitely get diminishing returns on solid fuel. Okay. That all looks more or less good to me. Oh, Cathrod's back. I'm going to save that. It's an advanced strat for minimal parts build. I can't tell if you're messing with me or not. I feel like you are messing with me. I feel like you are messing with me. It's only 14,000, so it's still pretty cheap. Here's a question. Does putting an aerodynamic cone over the coupling on top matter or no? That feels like it doesn't matter. I feel like it's not worth doing. I'd have to put like a coupling on it, but this does not feel like it's going to help. This feels silly. I am going to have to test something. I'm going to have to take a look at something here, which is, so take you guys off. And then put center of mass overlay. And then you guys further... Oh, wait, no, not quad. Duo. A little bit up, because you'll probably be somewhat low on fuel. Okay, let's... And then let's reattach. And save it. And... That's true. That's true. They're attached on the couples. I hate this part of the game. I haven't unlocked fairings. Is like a very substantial problem here. I have not unlocked fairings. But yes, I absolutely was thinking about that rifter. That's a little bit high. Okay. Save that. Crew should still be Valentina. Valentina has been good luck so far. Okay. Okay. This should be really easy. Because I've got a lot more power. Right. Is grab the coupler after attaching the SRB, then you symmetrical the... Oh, that is nice. That is actually nice. That is actually nice. Okay. So I'm just going to yaw, max yaw, maneuver... Actually, no, I'm going to let us get a little bit of velocity first. Oh, hold on. Whoops. Whoopsie doodle. Whoopsie doodle. Let's look at our engineering stats here. Whoopsie doodle. So, thrust to weight ratio of 2.29. I forgot about thrust limiter. It was very obvious as soon as I hit it. As soon as I hit start, that I'd forgotten to futz with the thrust limiters. Let's go with 60. Okay. Yeah. I was like, whoops, that is way too much thrust. It was immediately obvious to me that I had put in way too much thrust. Okay. Okay. Let's wait a little bit and initiate the next stage, and now start yawing and start increasing. Yeah, cranking it orbit style. Okay. This is probably, if anything, a little bit too much yaw. Oh, I'm twisting. I don't like that at all. I forgot to turn on SAS. I forgot to turn on SAS. Okay. Turning on SAS. Initiating. Turning on liquid. Sassless. Okay. And then... And hello, a camel emoji. That is a perfect first-time chat message. Okay. Going to start cranking. Going to start doing a little bit of gravity assist. Yeah, an accurate username. Truth in advertising. And I'm gonna turn on prograde. The camels must flow. Good luck. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we can turn a little bit more now that we're out of the lower Atmo. Okay, I'm actually going to cut until we're at parry. You know, people told me, actual question here, if I put parachutes on those, would those be recoverable? People have told me that you can do that, and like, that sounds very silly to me. That sounds very, very silly to me. I'm gonna let us do a little bit more prograde. This has not been a very smooth one. It's not been a very smooth use of the gravity turn. I have functionally just kind of gone up and then taken a right turn. Not very smooth, but I guess this is why you've got more power. Right, I should set this as target. Okay. Let's wait until I'm 30 seconds out from app. There was a mod. Yeah, and I've not been doing modding. I am trying to play vanilla, baby. Yeah, this is an old enough game that like this is like absolutely a thing about it as like at this level of like oldness is that like enough things got changed about the base game that a lot of things that people remember about the game are like not true anymore. That like they're things that like got changed or removed about the game. I'm just watching my parry apps like a goddamn hawk right now. It's still over negative 500, still under negative 500. Despite the fact that I've taught people this, I'm oh, liquid feels dead. Beginning next stage. Beginning terrier stage. So yeah, that was not actually super efficient. Like I've pulled off this maneuver with only 2 SRBs. It's just really annoying. It's just really annoying. So this was not a super efficient launch, all things considered. Okay, hold up. Let's turn on stabilization and stop pointing at the earth. I know that's prograde, but stop pointing downwards, Valentina. Okay, periapsis is increasing quite rapidly. And ideally my app will be below 90K. That's the idea, right? Is for my app to be below 90K. If I can keep my app below 80, that's actually even nicer, but that's literally not happening. Oh, Terrier. What a ridiculous engine. Okay, periapsis is closing in on acceptable. Gonna decrease throttle a bit. Oh, current altitude is super low. So let's actually just yank that up. in atmosphere again. Yeah, I am after. You know what? I'm gonna revert. I feel really dumb. I'm gonna revert. I feel silly that I have done a better job on. That was too late. I think it was my gravity turn. My initial gravity turn was, I think, not good enough. So I'm gonna start the gravity turn a little bit earlier. I think I didn't gravity turn. I think I didn't do enough gravitation. I think I didn't turn enough early enough. This might do it. And we're breaching lower. We're breaching into the mesosphere. Okay, I'm gonna crank the liquid. Now in the mesosphere. And let's take a look at maneuver mode. Okay. And solid. I always find this really beautiful. The way that those fall off. Hello, Deathheart. Oh, need to cut. It's going okay. It's going okay. I think I have kind of messed up a little bit again. I got kind of used to doing up with only 2 SRB, and now I'm not used to doing it with 4 SRB, even though I've done 4 SRB like way more often. So now my app is way higher than I want it to be, which is embarrassing for everybody. The King Boo trapped me in this painting overlay. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Thank you, Archibald. Thank you, Archibald. I was inspired by like by Schemy, by Schemy B Dorney and Mecha, that they do this very they're mech pilots, right? So they've got this like cockpit style, this sci-fi cockpit overlay for when they want to do like gaming, like serious gaming. And so I was like, yeah, let's let's do this with let's try to come up with like a fantasy kind of version of it, right? Yeets. Okay. We're definitely higher than I want to be. Oh, it also feel compelled to do an Oscar Wilde stream bit. So true. So true. So true. Okay, hold on. Hello, Echo. Hello, Echo. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. May you always have fish. I hope that the fish are safe and happy. Let me give the shout out. What were you up to, Echo? Echo. What was the what were you just chatting about? What were you just chatting about? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. Hold on, actually, hold on. Just give me a second here. I'm gonna snooze. Gonna burn a snooze. There we go. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy and paint miniatures and talk about history, but I have been completely nerd-stiped by Kerbal Space Program, and it has become my complete obsession recently. And so I have been playing a lot of KSP on stream, like a lot. Let's actually let that chill out for a moment. I love these optimization problems. And let me say hello to the people who came in. A random guy, Ulithicus, Deagle CCTV, Wolfram C, Spawn of Thanatos, Mad Monkey McKnights, obviously Echo, and history and sociology. Excellent. We got to have one of my favorite discussions to have in the fields of history and sociology, which you're probably familiar with, Echo, which is what is modernity? What is it to be modern? And it was actually really fun because we had a couple of folks in chat who are from theater backgrounds, and theater has apparently a pretty clear theoretical breakpoint between when something is modern and when something is pre-modern, and it comes down to electric lighting. That electric lighting allowed the establishment of a fourth wall in theater, and that before then, like pre-modern theatrical productions almost always have fourth wall breaks. And that felt really interesting to me because to me, from the history side of things, that's really late, right? That's really, really late. From the history side of things, I am used to 1492, right? Like 1492 is the modern era, right? 1492 is when I am used to counting the modern era, because that's the start of colonialism, right? The Columbian Exchange ushers in a completely new way for humans to relate to one another, and for humans to relate to the ocean and the relationships between countries. And so that always stood out to me as the most intuitive. I'm going to put in a little bit of juice here to get the parry up a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, let's go up. But yes. Yeah, recently you're talking about history and sociology. And also I've had a recent little research obsession with a topic that is perhaps the funniest one for a VTuber to care about, which is what's wrong with the straights? I've become like way more invested in gender and sexuality studies than I was when I was a younger researcher. As a result of being in VTubing, right? Like as VTubers, we perform gender so strongly and deliberately that it's really hard not to think about very strongly. And I didn't really think about the problem very hard until I read a book called Motherhood on Ice, which is about women and a couple of non-binary people. It's an ethnography of people who freeze their eggs. And hello Vex. It's about people who freeze their eggs, and it didn't occur to me until I'd usually gotten used to this idea of like people are like the fertility crisis, as people talking about it as being like a right-wing political crank thing. And there's actually something much more interesting, right? There's actually a much more interesting issue here, which is that a lot of people who want to have children, who want to get married and have kids, are being stopped by the fact that straight men just are that bad at dating. And there's something that's really interesting about this as a problem, right? That like for all of the other things you can say about Western civilization, you cannot say, I do not think you can reasonably say about Western civilization that it has failed to get men and women to have sex with each other, right? Like that has not historically been a problem. And it is interesting to contextualize it as that problem. Okay, there we go. Now we have the trouble. Now we are, we have now reached a point in Kerbal Space Program where I am in trouble. I am now suffering, as an aside. Okay. Megameters distance. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it like that. I hadn't really thought about it like that. And so I've been putting in some research off and on into what is this like? Exactly, Quincy. And there is an interesting part about this that some other anthropologists have highlighted, which is that, and like the very big example of this is the one-child policy in the People's Republic of China. the one-child policy in the People's Republic of China is an unusual policy that convinced people for a couple of generations to, basically have fewer children. And there's been a lot of programs like that in a lot of different cultures to encourage people to have fewer kids, right? That's been a fairly common thing. And the thought for a very long time was that the amount of kids people want to have is a pretty quick on-off switch, that like people naturally want to have a lot of kids, and then you have to discourage them actively from having a lot of kids. And then as soon as you remove that pressure, as soon as you take the pressure off on them having children, on them having fewer children, they will regress back to a mean of large families. And this appears to not be the case. It appears that family sizes are not just like purely like economical, but are also heavily like traditional, right? They're heavily traditional. And so if your parents have 10 kids and your grandparents have 10 kids, that tells you one thing. But if your parents have one kid and your grandparents have one kid, that's your entire cultural memory. That's the actual length of a tradition. That is this is the contest that I constantly have. This is like my biggest nuclear hot take, is that cultural traditions are relatively small, right? They're relatively short. People talk about cultural traditions as being like, thousands of years old, but they're actually only like 2 generations. They're only like 2 or 3 generations. And the joke that happens and that historians make all the time is if something is a kids these days problem, it's been going on since the Bronze Age. But if something is like a grand cultural tradition, it was invented in the 1800s to sell cigarettes. And thank you, Vex, for the biology. I'm not much of a biology nerd. Inhibiting. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna have to, once we get closer to Perry, which is not gonna happen for a minute, we're going to do some retro burning to circularize our orbit. So may as well get started on that. I should take a look at what my resources look like. Oh, I've got so much electric charge compared to last time. That feels so good. Mentality change even 5 years. Absolutely. There are changes to American society in the last decade that I find genuinely shocking. I find it genuinely shocking, some of the changes that I have seen just since 2016. There have been some very shocking changes in American cultural norms around like what do we owe our neighbors and what do we owe each other and what is a safe society. We are going into ads. Okay, I'll only tell the raiders in case they are worried about this. I use the bathroom during the ad breaks. All right, hold on. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put it on the BRB screen. Let's go. Also, hello, lesbian cat. All right, I'm back. I am back. Society grows great when old men plant trees they know will never enjoy the shade. This is chic. This is like there's a broader insight there, right? Like I know that's like a good old phrase and it's very useful. The I don't want the moth to be named Smoothie. Yeah, my little guy. Mwah. He's so cute. There's a bigger thing, right, about humanity where everything that is good in this world, everything good made by human hands required a human to make it. If there is a park that you like, somebody had to go there and make it. If there is a game that you like, somebody had to make it. If there is a park bench, somebody put in the effort to build a park bench. And so, you know, so somebody has to actually put in the effort, and that requires social buy-in is kind of the biggest thing, right? That's kind of ultimately where I was going with this, is that this all requires a lot of social buy-in. And I'm gonna, let's see, can I do non-fizz warp? Okay, I'm in fizz warp. I don't want to, I want to do like 2x. I don't want to do like 4x. That always stresses me out. And Eulithicus, thank you for the follow. I didn't catch that. Whoops, I forgot. I've been talking about the importance of connection and what we owe each other, and I forgot one of the most important things for me to do. Eiko and raiders, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I do not want you to feel obliged to stay here just because you came in on a raid. I am sure that you are all smart enough to have figured that out, but still, it is an important piece of social ritual to tell people that I appreciate them being here. They don't need to stick around. I think it's just important to tell people that. Okay, and... Okay, so I am teal. I need to remember this. I am teal, and John Fell is green. My periapsis is over here. I should guess I'm going to do a little zoom ahead. You've been working for a while? Oh, that's very sweet. I appreciate that people lurk my stream. You know, lurkers are absolutely essential to the ecosystem of Twitch, and I don't know, I appreciate that. I appreciate it that I appreciate when people come in and chat and talk about their thoughts and respond to me and push back when they think that my ideas are stupid. I appreciate all of that, but also I really do appreciate when you know, that folks come here and decide to watch. Oh my goodness, Music Drummer 01, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. As I mentioned, I'm going to start a burn here, by the way, to try to crunch my periapsis down. This is a subathon. I am running a subathon largely to pay for the new model, right? This is a new model that I just had made and just debuted at the start of the month, and you know, we are functionally retroactively paying for it. Let's get Apo down to 85. Okay. Oh, and my periapsis is quite low now. That's scary. Okay, hold on. We gotta do a little bit of prograde to boost up peri. Oh, dang it. Bad circularization on my part. Bad circularization. Okay, so once I get back to Perry, I will recircularize a little bit more. But I started a little bit too early. But yes. I appreciate it. I really do. It's. I don't know. I don't know if there are people who feel like they're doing something wrong by not participating in the conversation enough. I appreciate the people who do. I appreciate the people who don't. VTubing is kept alive by the lurkers. The advertising, people sitting through the ads actually does help me. It does make a difference on my ability to afford groceries. Oh, and thank you for the bow tie, Blue. I like the bow tie a lot. I know that people think bow ties are dorky, but I am dorky. I think it is very... I wonder if part of the reason why I've gotten into this game is that the new model was based on like the 30s, but it's kind of 1960s. It's kind of NASA core. What is a professor without a bow tie? I know, right? It's worth saying that very few modern professors actually wear ties very often. But they don't wear bow tie. They don't wear ties, bow or neck very frequently. One of the bigger milestones in the game. Well, Fikren, we are going to see if I can pull it off today. So far, I have put in about half of last stream into it, and bluntly, I did a bad job. Okay, 72 should be stable. I haven't completed one. I am currently negative on I'm currently at 0 on dockings. I am currently at 0 on dockings. And so I have circularized my orbit such that I should be below at almost all times. Oh. Surprisingly delayed hype train right there. All right. Because college was way too long ago. I remember how quite a few of my professors dressed because it was very variable by department and by level of achievement. The more achieved a professor was, the more casually they dressed, was my experience. The anthropology professors I had that were like the most accomplished ones that I worked with out of all of my professors, even more than my sociology or history professors that were the anthropology ones, they wore like hiking pants and mesh vests. Hello, Humpter. Welcome in. Ground control to Major Montas. Thank you. So now I get to do one of the more annoying things, which is play around with... Okay, it's going to be like a lot of orbits. I genuinely don't even know how many orbits this is in advance. Okay, I can get down to a 19-kilometer intersect over here in 1 day and 1 hour. Let's turn off SAS. No! Why are you like this? Sorry. Okay. In 1 day and 1 hour. And... let's see. And I will be approaching from below. So I want a prograde burn. I want a prograde burn. Oh. I look screwed. I think I look okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, they all, yeah. Hello, Winde. I thought you were talking about in game. I was like, no, I think I'm fine. Slime Historian, thank you for the follow. Okay, I don't really want to do that. That seems like it's going to make things really hard. Okay. Drive the joke in harder than thank you. I gave people extensions on homework all the time. I did not. I was very unbothered by that. No, I'm not at all. I'm trying to intercept. I am trying to intercept with I'm trying to do a docking. This is a docking stream, Fikren. This is a docking stream. Okay, so I have figured out. Okay, hold on. Let's talk a little bit because we got a ton of time. I will say, Slime Historian, there are reasons why I haven't given extensions, and those reasons amounted entirely to the university came down from above and literally told me that if grades are not submitted by a certain day, anybody who has grades outstanding fails. So when that happened, I was not able to give extensions any further. Like that was kind of my limitation. But yeah, otherwise I gave extensions very freely. Otherwise I was very fine giving people extensions. Okay, so my plan, Fikren, is that honestly, I think my plan is to just time warp to this maneuver, and then I will be within 10 kilometers, and then I will have to do some manual docking stuff, which is really stressful. I'm going to make a quick save here. I was going to try to figure out how to match orbit better using maneuvers, but I genuinely don't think I can. I don't think that there's like a simple prograde retrograde add that I can do that will improve our relative orbits. I could do some math here. I could do a little bit of math here. Let's see. I'm going at 2296. He's going at 2254. So my orbit is slightly higher than his. 92 to 81, and mine is 72. Well, hold on. Let's just go ahead to this maneuver. Fuck it. Okay. So there is target. Yeah, but the hold on, let me pause here. Because now we're very close. That department was saying, that's a frustrating type of problem to have with your professor. Yeah, no, Sheik, that's normal. That's pretty normal. What Sheik is describing is pretty normal. Yes, that's weird. That's weird. So that's weird. One of the things that I have been really kind of beating the drum about is that a lot of but I'll get back to the Kerbal Space Program in a few minutes. A lot of the cultural expectation, a lot of the culturally local logic that I have encountered for why a person wouldn't have kids is a lot of that cultural logic that I have encountered is it doesn't work. I don't think it works very well at all. I think a lot of the time it's some of the cultural logic does work, but one of the ones that's really stood out to me is the argument around religiosity. And the reason why the argument about religiosity really stands out to me is because we do have pretty robust data about variations in different religious societies, and even societies that are not only quite religious, but even societies that have become more religious over the last 70 years have displayed huge falls in fertility. Notably, like a really obvious one is that Iran, one of the societies that has definitely become more religious over the last 70 years, has a fertility rate that's lower than the US's and has fallen further. And the one that's really strong, the really strong one is, do you want to know some societies that have become way more religious in the last 70 years? Russia, China, and South Korea have all become much more religious in the last 70 years, and specifically Christian. They have become much more religious in the last 70 years. And that has not... Yep, South Korea. South Korea has become much more religious in the last 70 years. Yep. It is worth noting that Russia, South Korea, and China are starting from extremely low points. Well, I mean, Blue, 70 years ago, China was like 100% atheist. So was South Korea. They were extremely a-religious societies in the 1950s. China and Russia in particular had state-enforced atheism. Like, they've become way more religious. Like, they've become much more religious societies. Buddhism doesn't have the same... The argument almost never applies to Buddhism. It is almost always an argument about Christianity, and it's never about Taoism. It's always about Christianity, Islam. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, no, there's a lot of very cool things with that. There's actually a very long-running debate. Yes, Shark Ray? This is the hot part. This is the spicy part, right? The spicy part here is that the people who are making the argument about religiosity are not making an argument about religiosity. They are making an argument about enforced right-wing Christianity. That's their argument. Their argument is not that, like, people believing in a higher power, it's that their specific religious vision needs to be the one. They are making an argument for a state-enforced proselytization of their own religion, and deliberalization. But again, societies that it's only these religions that are good ones. But those religions don't have that impact in change. It does appear that as people lose those religions, they become less fertile, but them gaining those religions doesn't seem to cause them to become more fertile going forward. That is interesting. Okay, so I was going to explain my maneuver planning at the moment. My Kerbaling program. I cannot perceive properly what the orbits actually look like between my craft and their craft just looking at the maneuver mode. I am going to be trying to match the craft here. I'm going to be trying to match the craft manually. I'm going to be trying to match target manually. We are currently approaching target at 86 meters per second. I want to match up my target and my prograde, and I think the correct answer right now is for me to go retrograde, shed relative velocity, and then reorient, draw the two closer together. I'm going to get up to 10 kilometers, which is something I've pulled off before. I've gone from 20 kilometers to 5 meters before. Use a little stability assist here. Okay, I'm gonna let us get a little bit closer. Actually, no, I should have done the opposite. I should have burned Pro here to get a little bit closer and then match. Yeah, showing my relative speed to the target. Yes, that is correct. I may as well try to get it over 100. Well, Hello, Cat Racing. Hello, Cat Racing. Let's try burning Pro targets. Orbital Dynamics rocks. It is a little bit of a mindfuck. If you stop relative motions first. I was trying to get... Yeah, okay. Then let's burn retro. Let's get you rid of you. Let's burn retro. Let's burn retro until it goes down to 0. Okay, slow down a little bit on the burn. I have a ton of liquid fuel. It does spook me out to be blasting the rocket right at Kerbin. That's true. Okay, so let's let that catch up a little bit. Thank you, Aurora Celestis. You failed chem and physics. I completed a chemistry degree, but that didn't give me much physics knowledge, right? I mean, Sheik, that would be a different sort of argument, right? That would be like a completely different type of argument, and I'm not opposed to it, right? I've got a ton of RTS. I've got a ton of RCS. I have a ton of RCS. Okay, hold on. I didn't... I shouldn't say I have a ton of RCS. Hazmat... Hold on. Let me pause here because this is actually very stressful. Let me just... Hazmat. Let me give the shout out to Hazmat. How are you doing, Haz? For the Raiders and for Hazmat, I know Hazmat knows this. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do calligraphy. I paint miniatures. I talk about history and sociology. We were talking about fertility when you came in. Global fertility rates, that is to say. However, I have been completely nerd sniped by Kerbal Space Program. I love this game. We are trying to do an orbital intercept. An orbital docking maneuver. I am really bad at it. I have not succeeded. People tell me it's extremely hard. We might be here for more than one stream. What is sociology? Sociology is the academic discipline that follows the study of macro-scale groups of people. If you're wondering what distinguishes sociology from group psychology, it is mostly a matter of scale. If you are wondering about techniques, sociologists use very different techniques than psychologists. And if you're wondering what separates sociologists from anthropologists, it is largely a matter of history. Anthropology as a discipline and sociology as a discipline start from different questions and use slightly different techniques, but they often overlap. Both anthropologists and sociologists like to use ethnographies as a major technique, but anthropologists almost never do direct surveys, and sociologists functionally never do any archaeological surveys. Improvement and planning in the games. I love those. Yes, I do. You're right, Emperor's Armpits. You're right. But yes, so Aurora Celestis, it is a kind of fuzzy thing. Sometimes the distinction between sociology and history gets very fuzzy, and usually it's just kind of a question of what percentage of the people that you're trying to study are alive is kind of the question. If that ratio is close to 100%, you are doing sociology, and if that ratio is even like 75% or lower, you're pretty much doing history. It's a really crude way of putting it. But no, it's a very genuine question. It's actually a very genuine question. You've actually reminded me of a hot take no, you're confusing that. You are getting that confused. The anthro in anthropology means humans. And so anthro in the furry community is a reference to the fact that the animals are anthropomorphized. You're starting in among furry culture, you are starting from a standpoint of assuming animals and then adding the human part to it. So yeah, that's why that comes up. But yeah, it's it's just a matter of vectors and reference frames. Yeah, I'm sorry, Hazmat. I got nerd. I've been kind of on a bit of a nerd snipe moment here. Hazmat, how was Digimon? How was the Digimon? For the people in my chat who are unfamiliar with Hazmat, Hazmat has one of the coolest models in VTubing. I actually love Haz's model. Haz has an amazing model, and Haz is like an actual expert in stream automation. I think I'm all right at stream automation, but I am firmly a level ahead of most of my VTuber friends at handling stream automation. I am firmly several levels behind Hazmat. I am firmly quite behind Hazmat on this, on using stuff like Sammy, and OBS filters and stuff to accomplish cool stuff. But Haz has a really cool, Haz is very technically savvy. He has a very, very cool model. And yeah, the Digimon game's fantastic. That rocks. Good for you. Good for you. I will say, I'm glad for you. I am glad for you. It's very hard to convince me to play JRPGs. It's very, very hard to convince me to play JRPGs. I don't tend to get a lot of joy out of them. Big sip. Yeah, it's just a matter of type of preferences that people have about what they want to do in their games and stuff like that. And yes, I have paused because we are on a pretty close approach. I know one person in chat thinks it's not a close enough approach. We're on a pretty close approach to doing a rescue mission to attempt a docking maneuver. I maybe shouldn't be, and I actually don't even know if the person I'm trying to rescue has a docking module. In which case this is going to be very silly. They may not even have a docking module, and I may just purely have to EVA them over to my vehicle. Which also stresses me out. So doing anything in EVA stresses me the hell out. And yes, I am doing the Kerbalin and the Spacin and the programming. A slime historian, yep. Yeah, there are Fikrin. I am playing on normal difficulty, so it really does feel like there's no consequences. Baloo, no, they really don't. No, I need the friction. No, I need the friction. What am I doing if you put in the teleporters, you remove the part that's fun? Are you for some reason uncomfortable floating through the vast emptiness of space? As soon as I do anything EVA in this game, my curb starts floating away very dangerously. Well, Slime Historian, that is arguably what a rocket is. People who have been around for a moment may remember that my favorite article, one of my favorite articles of all time, is How to Destroy the Earth by Quantum. You know, I'm gonna do something a little bit weird. Is How to Destroy the Earth by Quantum. And yes, Fikren, 3 Kerbals have died. 3 Kerbals have died because I had a tourist mission. I hit time warp, and the warp was too aggressive, and it slammed the tourist vessel and the pilot into the moon. Hello, Amitalia. The How to Destroy the Earth is a far more comprehensive article than that. How to Destroy the Earth is not about how to destroy the biosphere or how to kill everyone or how to conquer everyone. It is about the fact that there is a many trillion ton orb of iron floating around the sun and it not being there anymore. The first solution given to how to destroy the Earth, to give you a sense of how extreme Quantum is talking about things, the first and most straightforward solution to how to destroy the Earth is slam an entire antimatter Earth into the Earth. 1-to-1 total annihilation with antimatter. Hello, Momo. Slime monsters have been only existed since the discovery of the amoeba. That is fascinating, Hazmat, especially because there is a macroscopic slime organism, right? There's a macroscopic slime organism, the slime mold. Oh yeah, Aurora Celestis. The solutions in How to Destroy the Earth are all physics capable, but they're really, really extreme. Antimatter Earth is not even the most improbable. There are substantially more improbable ones proposed there. But in terms of like ease and probability, the ease and probability one is like some of the ones are relatively easy are like, you know, deconstructing the Earth, right? But like what we're doing with the Apollo, like what we do with satellites, right? That's functionally what we do. Anytime we create a Voyager probe, you know, that's that like any Voyager probe is like a part of the project of destroying the Earth. You know, take a piece of the Earth and turn it and just rocket it into space. Will eventually destroy the Earth. The one that I liked perhaps the most, that I thought was really funny, was tear the Earth apart with tidal forces. And the easiest way to tear the Earth apart with tidal forces, I believe, was to reorbit Jupiter into Earth's orbit. Pretty tough one right there. And Humdra, I hadn't really thought about water in specific, but like we do lose some amount of water from it going off into space. And that will increase with global temperature. So we might be losing water. Oh yeah, no, Earth wouldn't even survive that. Earth would get torn apart by tidal forces. If Jupiter collides with Earth, that will also destroy the Earth. that will definitely destroy the Earth. But if you just get Jupiter close enough to Earth, the Earth will get shredded by tidal forces, which is cool. Which is pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna get back to this because this is burning a hole in my pocket. Burning retro. And then once we get really close to 0, we burn pro. Because we're trying to create a solution whereby target and prograde are the same. Yeah, Red Giant is our next step. In case somebody hasn't, in case people have, Mustafi, thank you for the follow. In case people haven't caught on to this, I did not do the docking tutorial. Okay, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. I have fucked up here in a really profound way. I have to burn pro. My periapsis is now inside of the atmosphere. So I need to burn pro relative to orbits. I don't want to be looking at that. I just need to get peri is above 70. Orbit is decircularized. Separation of 54 kilometers at the next intercept. 61 at the intercept after that. So we're diverging. Hold on, let me take a look at here. So Slime Historian, I have no idea what you mean. I have 1,000 delta V left. I don't know what you mean by deorbit a module. I don't know what that means. Let's take a look at it's literally a mission. Aurora, this is literally a mission. This guy started out stranded in orbit. I signed up for a mission where I signed a contract where a guy is stranded in space. And I haven't ever docked before, so it felt like a really good opportunity to learn. And the next story mission is do an orbital rendezvous. I'm going to do a little bit of math here. I'm going to do a little bit of math here. So, what am I looking for here? Calc. Libre Calc. Okay. John Fell. Valentina. I'm actually going to load back because I just wasted a whole bunch of delta V for no good reason. So let's take a look here. So, yeah, I'm on Ubuntu. My gaming computer's on Ubuntu. My stream PC is still Windows 11, unfortunately. Perry, Apo. Okay, so John Fells. Perry is 81701. And his app is... Hold on, that's his Perry. So his app is 92956. And my app is... I may as well just go here. My Perry is 72806 and 81793. Heck yeah, win 11 enterprise. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so and then okay. Okay, and let's take a look at velocities. So my velocity is 2293. No, hold on. My velocity is 2293. And oh, nope. I hate doing that. There we go. Let's kill maneuver 1. I don't care anymore. Have a good night, Sheik. Have a good night, Sheik. And John Fell is 2250. Okay. Okay. So I'm on a lower orbit. But my orbit is dying. Oh, you are right. You are right. Let's just reload. No, that orbit's fucked. It shouldn't have been going anywhere. It should have been stable. So that means I must have accidentally turned on thrusters while I was checking things. Okay, so let's see. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Eccentricity. Is there a way that I can look directly at him? No, I can't. I can terminate him. I can't fly him. So I can't actually look all that closely. And yeah, Blue, I cannot believe you've definitely used enterprise software. I don't know exactly what your job is, Blue, but I know enough about it to know that you're one of your workplaces in the line of work that you're in has to have used enterprise software. No. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. Large organizations prefer stability. They prioritize stability. I was in a large organization that as late as 2021. No, hold on. I actually don't know. Somewhere in the 2020s was still on Internet Explorer. and had software that's fully dependent on Internet Explorer. Like did not had software that fully broke without Internet Explorer. Yeah, if they could, they would still be on XP. Yes. Yes. All right, Hoomter, sleep well. I'm shocked that you are awake and not getting up. Like I'm did I say thank you to Musafi for the follow? I mean the thing right with remember the thing about let's see. I think if I add your ass is only awake because you already slept. Hello, Skull. Did I say hello to you? Oh wait, no, yeah, you've been around. I must have said hello to you. If I didn't, I apologize. So I think I can possibly match the orbit a little bit better by increasing the size of my orbit by a little bit. Where am I? I am almost at Perry. I may as well try to force Apo out to 85. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this now. So now is 72814 and then 85553. And then let's just copy this over here. Okay, closer. That drives me nuts. I'm sorry. No. Okay. I might change that control. That might actually change my control. And hello, Grey Jumbo. I am not trying to make it super much bigger, but I am. Okay, so. Sorry. See, I'm going to have to change that binding. That's driving me insane. Is that a binding I can change? Okay. Oh wait, Control Tab will do it. No, it doesn't do that at all. Control Tab is just like random. You have to make the same orbit in order to do an intercept at all. They have to be the same or else you can't intercept. Or, I mean, you can, but it'll be like 1 second. You have to make them the same orbit. Eventually. So this also drives me a little bit nuts. Okay, we can get to within 4 kilometers at this one. No. Sorry, this interface is driving me a little bit nuts. Hold on. Yeah, you gotta catch up first, then sync the orbits. Yes. What would be the advantage of approaching from above? Most people have said this. It's better to approach from below. For doing an intercept. I mean, yeah, like I have to be either faster or slower than that. Like one of those two is true. I mean, yes, either I catch up to them or they catch up to me. That's how Newtonianism works. But what's the advantage of it being one way versus the other? Yeah, for Sidros, that's kind of what I understood, right? Is that so if I'm a... Oh wait, yeah, no, okay. That said, we're going to get within 4 kilometers if I do this. I'm gonna make another quick save here because no. Quick save 30 will get within 4 kilometers if as long as time warp doesn't break too badly. Okay. 7 minutes will be within 4 kilometers. We'll be within 5 kilometers, I'm sorry. Okay, let's... we're going to go into ads. I think I'm just going to try to keep track of what happens as we get closer, right? I'm gonna put those into ads, and we're just gonna see. I'm just gonna see what I can pull off when we're within 4 kilometers. Are people okay with that? Can people live with that? We'll just run in the ads. I will get a little bit of food, and we'll enjoy the fan art. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I've heard people have mentioned Children of the Dead Earth, but I don't really know it. Okay, so somewhere around here. Okay. Okay, they're 4 kilometers away. They're 4 kilometers away. They are 4 kilometers away. And so I am faster than them. So I should be burning retro. I'm 4 kilometers away. I am faster than them. I should burn retro. It's a little bit spooky because that's pointing us at the earth. The dirt. Okay. Orbital shape looks fine. I didn't use a lot of delta V there, so it shouldn't be too surprising. Yeah, still app 94, parry 76. And I'm going to be pretty close to the next 10 minutes. Let's take a look. Where am I? Okay, there, that's good. That's good. That's really good. If I recall correctly, doing this will... No, other way. I want to be on the other side. I want to pull prograde into... the targets. Okay, prograde is in target. Pro and target match. Disciplined by 9-inch nails. Nice. I do like nails. I do like the nails. I have been joking that the reason why nobody bothered to watch Tron Ares is because they knew that they could just... The lesson they got from Tron Legacy was that you can just buy the album without watching a Tron movie. Okay, they're not perfectly lined up. Okay, and then go to Pro. Intersect 1 is getting super close. Okay. Okay. Okay, and let's go over to retro. So that when we get closer to intersect 1, when we get below a kilometer, I will start shredding velocity. So we hang tight for a minute. We are getting very close. The guy in charge wanted 9 Inch Nails on the soundtrack and not just Trent and Atticus. Understandable. I mean, that's it was good enough for Quake, right? Okay, let's start shedding. 3, 2, 1, start shedding. Okay. Okay, relative velocities are incredibly close. I am now requesting some backseating. We are under a kilometer and our relative velocities are 3.3. Do I decrease relative velocities even more, or is it time for me to start RCSing over? That's really where I'm at. Shed more velocity or RCS negative more? When him and Atticus are on a soundtrack as them, they try to blend into the background. Yeah. I mean, Trent Reznor, I actually have an enormous amount of respect for. The guy has made like way more money than he could reasonably spend, and his response to that has been to get less poppy and more. Yes, you may, Aurora Celestis. I should be going up. Okay. I am not going to read that right now, but I will get even closer. I'm so close. The closest I've gotten is 5 meters. But I was going at 3 meters per second, so I just zoomed right past and lost control. Okay, I am using my RCS has a power of 1. I had a weaker RCS that I could have used, but I used the power 1 RCS. Looks like we've got 5 minutes. I'm kind of inclined to do RCS right now, especially because okay, so let's do RCS approach here. Let's turn on. Well, first of all, let's go over to prograde just to give myself, just to make it a little bit easier for me to do the roll. And then, and magic rolling is over. We are going to activate RCS. And translating forward with RCS. Yep. 600 meters. I am almost retro. That's fun. Oh, we're losing. Intersect is 16 meters. What the crap? In 21 minutes, we'll be 16 meters apart. I'm actually going to use a little bit of RCS to change the intersects. No, that's kilometers. No, that's bad. That's bad. I thought it was meters. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's... Wait, hold on. Nope. Can you use regular thrust? This isn't working. This is not working. Hold on. I'm just going to load it again because I clearly am not understanding something about RCS controls. Hello, Sybil. Hello, Sybil. Hold on a second. Let me give Sybil the shout out. How are you doing, Sybil? How are you doing, Sybil? Sybil the Moth. Sybil's nice. Sybil reads like academic texts on stream. It's super cool. I'm just settling in after the move. I was going to ask if the move had been completed. That was what I was going to ask. Is the move completed? So excellent. Because I haven't talked to you since before you moved. I didn't hear very much about it. I was a little bit in the dark on that one. Activating RCS. Hold on, gotta pause this. I might be doing the controls wrong on RCS controls. I need to be doing H, not N. Yeah. Came out to Washington State, loving it here. Excellent. Yes. Enjoy the state that washes. Enjoy the wash state. I don't know how much you want to you want to answer on stream, but we can talk off stream about like what you're up to and what things are looking like. What are you studying? What's the degree? What's the degree program? That's the big one. What is the degree? Conservation biology. Perfect. I love to see it. Okay. Got to know your level? Yep. Wait, no, my R level? Hold on. Relative velocity. Okay, yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. That was, in fact, where my mind was right now, is that my relative velocity was way too high. Okay. Okay, activating RCS again. H forward. Okay, and let's take a look at... I think it thinks... Am I going to crash with it? Sorry, I really like this game, but I am... docking is controlled crashing. That's fair. That makes sense to me. Also, let me check my monopropellant levels. Monopropellant, I have expended an enormous amount of. I might need to restart this entire thing over with more monopropellant. I did bring 2 monopropellant tanks, but I might need to bring like 6 or something like that. Time to use main thruster. I actually don't know who's shitposting right now. I genuinely don't know who's shitposting. Okay. We're 100 meters out. I have too much relative velocity. So it's 146 meters away. That's anti-target, which implies that target is over here. Target is over here, so H my way over there. Oh, activate RCS. Have to activate RCS. So 130 meters, and I'm approaching at... Shit, what's going on here? No, it's the opposite of what I want. I think that Sybil is saying that the game is too much math. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am not remotely ballsy enough to Ava it. We might need to restart the entire thing though. That's kind of well, mono's at as at 20%. We're at 20% mono. It's 10 mono propellant, but we've spent it so fast, right? Like that's the big thing. We've just spent it so fucking fast. And gotten so little for it, right? Again, it's 11.8 mono, not it's 20% of what I started with. Okay, we are approaching still. Nope. We are not approaching. We are declining. Getting very frustrated here. Killing velocity. Okay. Actual 0-0. Yeah, deproaching. Exactly. So H is forward. Okay. Yeah, I'm literally not touching the controls at all. Literally not touching the controls at all. Should I change where? It's pretty hippie college. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I will say this, Sybil. I am a big believer in math in general. And a lot of the reason why I'm such a big believer in math as a approach to the world is that, and as a thing to learn, right, is that math is just patience. And math is the same for every single person. Math is the same for every single person. No matter what, right? Okay, now I've got way too much relative velocity. Well, I may as well hang tight, right? But, the math is the same for every single... My intersect is now at 8 meters. Math is the same for every single person on the planet. And, I worked... Hold on, I'm going to pause the game for a second so I can get this out. I worked with guys... I've worked with people in some very dire circumstances, and when people take everything from you, when people take every single goddamn thing from you, you will still always have the same math as everyone else. math is dealing with truths that are so fundamental that they can pluck out your eyes and cut off your tongue and cut off your hands, and you will still have math. You will still be able to access those same truths and those same powers. The way that our school system teaches math, where they teach math as a way of distinguishing between people who are good and bad at math, is a really destructive and disgusting imposition of power over something that transcends that. So yeah, I tend to have a very, I think that math is something that's incredibly beautiful. I'm not actually good at math. I am not actually good at math. I did not get exceptionally good math scores through most of my schooling. I did fairly well in standardized tests, not because I'm good at math, but because I'm really good at standardized tests. And standardized test writers are not generally as clever as they think they are. And if you are able to read the intention of the question, you can usually suss out answers even if you don't understand the subject matter. And so, because again, standardized tests are not really designed to, sometimes they are designed for that, but they are usually designed for social distinction and power, much more so than anything else. Anybody can understand math, it depends on how, yes, this is how I view it. And I would say that the biggest thing, I don't know about that, Jarfy. Jarfy is about, the process of learning math is about changing your brain in such a way that you can deal with objective things that transcend, that are outside of observation, which is pretty crazy. And the big thing is that people learn math at different rates, has been my experience. People learn math at different rates, and if you set up your math curriculum so that you punish people for not being as fast at learning math as other people, you don't really care about teaching math. It has no longer become about teaching math. It has become about enforcing power. Yeah, I will say, music drummer, that is a thing that's very important about, this is why small classroom sizes are so incredibly powerful. It tends to valorize the tedium. This is true for Sindras. Mostly high school level, Jarfy. Mostly high school level. Admittedly, like, my high school level is through calculus. I went to a public school, but I went through a decent public school. I know American public schools get a bad rap, but mine was pretty solid. So, you know, got through calculus, then redid calculus at the college level. Didn't really get much further than calculus. I learned like combo and diffie-q, but I learned them because I was doing a lot of physics. Amusingly, I'm actually really bad at stats. In a total reversal of the norms for a sociologist, I'm actually I can like kind of do stats, but like I can't do like the fun cool stuff with stats. Like I can't like do t-tests off the back of my hand. But I mean, it's a matter of what the subject matter is, Jarfy. Like I don't know what subjects you are thinking about. Like if you got if you're doing calculus, well, and also Quincy, my drinking buddies for years were the math department. In graduate school, I didn't drink with my own department. I didn't go to parties with my own department. I went to parties with the math department because I didn't want to feel like I was just doing more work when I was at parties. And a thing that becomes really interestingly obvious when you are looking at how mathematicians do high-level mathematical logic is that they are way closer to English majors than they are to anybody else. And I am sorry that you have a long and painful history with it, Mothy. I'm not trying to tell you that you shouldn't. I am trying to just say that whoever gave you that painful history was a real bastard. Okay, I'm going to allow the approach to continue. When we get to, I can see an intersect distance of 8 meters in 1 minute. So I am going to start killing relative velocity. I shouldn't start killing it right now. Okay. Okay, our intersect distance has diverged a little bit, but I'm actually kind of okay with that. Intersect got bigger. Yes, I'm not surprised. I was killing velocity. I was killing relative velocity. It's still very close. It's still very, very close. Oop! Not what I want to do at all. Okay, hold on. Let's go retro. 3.8 kilometers. No, I've fucked it. Okay. Okay. We have matched velocity. Intersect is now 19 meters. We are super closely matched right now. We are 53 meters away at zero at such total matching that I don't even have a pro grade anymore. Good recovery. Good recovery. I'm going to start RCSing a little bit. Close enough. 2 meters. I am thinking I should be trying to slow down a little bit as we get closer. But I'm guessing I should wait until it's like 15 meters. It's jumping range, but it's also night, so that freaks me out. Oh, we're about to have sunrise. Okay. I'm going to start slowing us down. Kerbals have suit lights. That's good. That's good. Eva freaks me out. Eva really freaks me out. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. Valentina's having such a good time. I don't know if I've talked about this before. Heights is what I'm actually bad with. I am not like scared of like Alien Isolation or Subnautica. Only Up scares me like way more. I should save right now. Save Ava pre-approach. Okay. And I have not actually played Peak. I installed it, but I haven't played it. Oh, hold on. I gotta turn off RCS. Gotta turn on the magic thrusters. Okay, I can't actually figure out how to kill velocity reliably with RCS. I did not. That scares the crap out of me. Signalis actually did freak me out, though. I will say that. Signalis did freak me out. Not like the jump scares, but just like once I really internalized what the Yusan Nation was about. Okay, we're at 0. We're at 0 and we're at 10 meters. I'm actually okay with planes is the thing. But like being up on a ladder gets to me. Yeah, it's very East German. It's extremely East German, and it's yeah, Signalis is amazing. Signalis is extremely a game made by lesbians who make remixes of the Soviet synthwave remixes of the Soviet national anthem, but they're engaging with East Germany like really critically. Okay, so for all of that, this thing doesn't actually have a okay, I'm gonna have to EVA over. Why not take a crew report? Why not? Let's turn off. No, I want SAS on. Transfer crew to Ava. Okay. I don't care. Kerbal out. Ava report. Why not? Okay. Okay. So let's go. RCS on. Does she have the same RCS controls? No, she doesn't. Ava has a different set of RCS controls. Okay. I gotta check the mission. I gotta check this. Ava controls. Okay. WASD forward, back, left, and right. Q and E to roll. Oh, Shift and Alt are up and down. Okay, okay. Okay, there we go. 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 Oh wait, crap. Control is down. Control is down. I have lost control of Ava. I'm scared. I am scared. Wait, she doesn't even need to come out. Wait, hold on. No, she does. She does. She does. She does. Hold on. Hold on. I shouldn't be looking at chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be looking at chat. Nope. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh. Forgot to do this part. Let's do this part. Okay. Okay. Shit. What? What the shit? You are totally right, Furo. Okay, hold on. Let's load back. He has no MMU. Okay. No, we don't want RCF approach. We want EVA. We want EVA approach. EVA match. EVA match. Oh no, he does. He does. Okay, I just didn't hit it right. I just didn't hit it right. Okay. Let's zoom in. Zoom in. Zoom in and okay. And okay. So Valentina Kerman, okay, I have to I forgot about this part. I have to transfer Valentina. View. How do I transfer her over to transfer? There we go. Transfer to there, and then now I gotta go. Okay, so how do I get him in here? Is he just facing the wrong way? Is that it? Oh, okay. Oh. He was just not close enough to the door. He's just 1 foot away from the door. Okay. And now transfer him to that one, and then over here. How do I do this? Valentina, transfer. She's in the module now. If I'm reading this right, she is in the module. Try not to litho break. No, this is the easy part. This is the easy part. I know how to do this. We're even coming up on Perry. Okay. Non-litho breaking complete. Let's just make sure that I don't collide with my own parts when I stage them. Turn on SAS. It's on retro. And we are, and our parachutes are armed. We are home. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, I didn't need the docking part at all. That was a waste of 90 science. Also, get_puffed. Thank you for the follow. I was really stressed out. I didn't pay enough attention. I apologize. I apologize. Let me just take a look here. Test heat shield, whatever. Plant flag on the moon, whatever. Saving John Fell's the big one. Yes, no, it's a big one. It's a big one. It's a big one. It's a big one. Hold on. Let me just tell Niano that. Let me just tell Niano that. That was a really big moment. Oh, what a relief. What a relief. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Uh uh I mean, so it's worth saying that like an actual goal I kind of have, which is probably not necessary, but I know it's like a thing to do, is to start doing orbital construction. I don't have anywhere near the tech to actually make that worth doing. The docking part of the moon landing. Yeah, probably. If I did like a total like Apollo style, I was not imagining an Apollo style moon lander because that's really, really difficult. That's really, really, really difficult. Let's see. So okay, we're going to be landing. We've got a minute. I'm just going to kind of think about this because oh my goodness, was that stressing me out. And let's see how we did on resources. We're ending with 8 monopropellant and 300 electric charge left. We had plenty of electric charge. Okay. Here's a question, actually. Here's a question for you guys. Should I move the portrait and the chat windows? Because basically I have 3 widgets I want to have on screen, right? The sub counter, which is not actually very obtrusive, and I can decrease the opacity. And we've got and so we've got the crew sheets in the bottom right, and the top right has the inventory, and the top left is the time controls. The top right is and so the things I really need to not cover obviously are bottom left and bottom center, because I really need to not cover the nav ball in terms of letting you guys know what's going on. I need to not cover the nav ball. I need to not cover the orbital information. Well, I think it's good in general, Music Drummer. It's the thing that it is covering up is missions and it's covering up missions and resources. And so it's a question of should it needs to cover up something, and mostly I guess it would be time controls would be the big one that's like less useful. I might actually, you know what? I've talked myself into it. That would be pretty cute. Hold up, I don't need that thing to move at all. Nope. Oh, actually, no, that's a good one to have locked. I'd need to make it really small to cover up the curbs, to make it look like I'm one of the curbs, which is a little bit... I don't want to make it smaller. It's already kind of small, all things considered. Mantas. I mean, I might try to request the fan art. I am not smart enough, or at least not educated enough, Furosindras, to keep up with what you're saying. I don't know what LOR and EOR mean here. By the way, we are entering atmosphere. We are entering Atmo. Yeah, Al Kerman. It is worth saying. We'll take a look at the science when we land. Yes, rock and roll time. I mean, this part's easy for me. Valentina's the one who has to do all the work. But yeah, you can see like up in the top right, I was covering up the resources. I don't like covering up the curbs though. Hold on. I'm gonna keep on fussing about this. Let's put the sub counter in here. I'm gonna cover up time controls. I'm just gonna cover up time controls and transform, flip horizontal. Okay. There we go. Lunar Orbit Rendezvous. It's what the Apollo program used. Yep. Okay. Lunar. Yep. We are hitting Atmo in a few seconds. Periapsis is falling. Periapsis is 28 kilometers, 27 kilometers. Yeah, we're gonna land. The command space module, command service module. Yeah, I was not thinking I would do a lunar orbital run. I was not thinking that I would do that. EOR is Earth orbital rendezvous. I am now worried about these things exploding when they hit Atmo, because they're clipping through. Yeah, it's glowing. It should be glowing. Earth orbit rendezvous. Multiple launch vehicles take components up to Earth orbit, construct the command service module and lander, which is then refueled by another launch before it flies to the moon. Okay. I am unfortunately missing way too many science components to, I think, actually do that. I'm missing fueling. I'm missing fairings. That's a really big one. I'm missing like a lot of things, unfortunately. Yeah, I think direct descent. So the thing is, like, I have. Well, okay, for Osundras, it is worth saying that for the purposes of Kerbal Space Program, I have done a lot of moon orbitals, and I have ended moon orbitals with like 1,000 fuel, with like 1,000 delta V's left. And so I'm pretty sure I don't need to scale up too much further from that to make something that can land on the lunar surface and take off. The big problem is I don't know how to do landings. That's the big problem. Is like the skill set of actually doing landings feels a little bit beyond me. And yes, you do need to send fuel you do need stuff to send fuel between docked vehicles. Yeah, that's a technology. Periapsis, by the way, is below the terminus. That's what I was looking for here, the terminus. Yeah, but I don't have things to connect tanks between things that aren't constructed in the in there. Okay, hold on. Baka boy. Hello. Welcome in. Do you actually want to do the tutorial? I don't know. I want to see how much I can learn without doing the tutorials. I've done some of the tutorials, but mostly on things I've already tested out before. It looks like this isn't going to explode. It might explode after we land, but I'm okay with that. Because it's just a service bay. Not today. Not today. We've exploded curbs. We've exploded a total of 3 curbs over the entire career. Yeah, but they have to be connected, right? They have to be connected. Well, I can tell you, Baka 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 Boy, that this one is gonna make it. This one's gonna make it. They are shedding velocity at an expected rate. Yeah, the ablator is holding steady. But also, my point more is that, like, based on our experience with moon missions so far, Kerbin is gravitationally forgiving enough that I could absolutely do it. No, it should. Valentina's having a great time. Yeah, almost could have gone really bad right there. I do like to do I do like to try to keep the oh, we're into ads. Okay, I'm gonna put us on the BRB screen and use the bathroom and be right back. Nope, not the one I want. There we go. That's the one I want. That's the one I want. Okay, let's just resume flights. let it land. Yeah, so I've yeah, it's oh, Baka boy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. A joy to have you here. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I should survive. I'm not too worried. Not too worried. I'm just thinking about how we're going to. Just take a look if this is a Terra landing. So there might be some fireworks. There might be some fireworks after we land. But yeah, we're going down at 10 meters per second. It should be fine. This is Baka Boy. This is a thing that people have discussed. There was actually a fairly infamous thread on Something Awful where different people tried to figure out different ways to cook a sandwich, and one of the most insane ones was with a gun. Was with the kinetic energy loss from hitting the sandwich with shotgun pellets. I don't think it got good results. So yes, so here's where I'm at right now, right? Is that the next thing I think is to land on the moon. And I don't have the good landing struts. I don't have the good landing struts. Do you care to come back? Absolutely, Fikren. No curb left behind. Yes. No curb left behind. That said, Fikren, I was thinking about using a probe. Yeah, I thought that was going to happen. I do care about using a probe. Yeah. Zero science? That's ridiculous. 494 from parts. 285 reputation. Explore the moon. Land on the moon. We have enough data on the moon to attempt a landing, or we could stage one. I do have another rescue. I think I'm not going to do the rescue. Okay. So here are the questions in front of me, right? I have 36 science. This is not very much science. If I want decent lander struts, then I need some more science. Collected data on the launch pad. I think I haven't. I think there's a lot of things I haven't collected data on. There's a shitload of stuff I haven't collected data on, to be honest. I have not even touched using this thing. Sort the Ava on the launch pad and collect a report. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think I have a mission that is just do a test on the site. Yeah, just do a test on the heat shield. I do have the Science Junior thing. I've barely done anything with it. I have so this is kind of what I was saying was like I could try to build, I could just try to land on the moon right now, or I could try to farm a bunch of science. Those are kind of the two, those are my two roads. Are farming some science, or huh. Well, and see, there's a whole. I think I honestly haven't actually done all of the experiments with the mystery goo. I think I've actually got a whole bunch to farm. I did not even occur to me to do the launch pad. That legitimately did not occur to me. Farm the side juice. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna take off Jeb and put on Bob. And then launch this thing. Legitimately did not occur to me to Ava on the launch pad. Let's go. Ava reports. 2.4 science. Cool. And board, run test. There we go. .4 science. Cool. I have set up my strategies to produce extra science, to convert a lot of rep and money into science. So I have made a fair amount of science just by, like, taking people to the moon on tourist visas. Just by touristing people to the moon. Okay, let's... I do. I do. I do. I don't know how good these are. I don't know how to read this, if I'm honest. I like genuinely don't know how to read this. So, versus level 1 DSN. Okay, so the real... The big antenna at the KSC, Kerbal Science Center. Oh, is it the tracking station? Or is the... It's not VAB. Yeah, I think it's tracking station, because that's the one that says actual DSN power there. It's literally half of my money, so I'm not sure I want to do that right now. Especially since the R&D one might be something I need soon. If I do both the R&D and the Kerbal Science Center, I will, and the tracking station, I will be out of money. I will be out of money. It will be a challenge for me to afford future launches. Not impossible. I'll have like 300,000 left, but not great. Okay. So let's think about this. Yeah. I mean, doing tourist milk runs to the moon is kind of annoying. I will say that. I do kind of hate doing that. At this point. I'm just gonna take a quick test on something here. So a terrier, and then a T12. Then a T12, then a... Okay, I can't do it in that order. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's what it looks like. And then... Okay, so I really can't put things above the core, above the probe part. Making sure that this works the way I think it does. TD12. Okay. So I could... This would not be a great idea because I don't have electrical. I don't have electrics, so I won't have a solar collector for the probe. So I could send a probe up, like, I could create something that basically it has this kind of thing as the root, and then land the probe and fly back to the moon. Or I could just, make an entire probe-based lander with my current level of tech. But I don't like that too much. Novel full-body crumple zone-based technology. Okay. So let's start here. I think I actually have something for what I'm looking for. I don't care about you. Okay, I'm going to load this one and call this LKO Science. Okay, but I am going to... I'm going to modify this thing pretty substantially. And in fact, actually, I'm going to open up... I'm going to open up LKO test. And I'm going to... can I copy it? LKO Science. Okay, so let's get started on making some modifications to this, right? Because I don't care about the RCS for the purposes that we're doing here, right? So we can get rid of the monopropellants. We can get rid of the coupler. And in fact, let's change around the parachuting setup entirely. We want you, and we want bilateral drogues. Oh, well, not covering it up. Bilateral drogues. I don't know if we need these guys for what we're doing here. And no. Let's see about your... Nope. Hello, Jacrispy. Hello, Jacrispy. I am trying to come up with a way to get some more science done. Okay, well, let's go here. There we go. There we go. Do not deploy to Kerbal, ever. Putting a bonus Ava in there on the off chance that I need a little bit more time. Okay, and then... And then I put in another service bay. And open it. Actually, hold on. And then I'm actually going to put in 2 more service bays. And that service bay in there will include the... Let's take a look here. Does this thing require... So I need 1 of these, right? I just want 1. I thought I could get different goo jar experiments at different velocities and points in space, right? So I actually think I have not run a goo jar experiment on the launch pad. So I was gonna do one on launch pad and see if I could do one during ascent. And I've done one in orbit, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think I've done one on descent. The real question, the real question is, do they even need to be inside a service bay? That's the real question. That one I just, like, legitimately do not know. Well, then... Let's give that a shot. And actually, you know what? And same with you. It is worth noting that I'm planning on taking a scientist on board. And... Quite the tall boy, eh? Yeah, exactly. Lol. And let's put a bunch of these guys on here. I realize that this is being highly inefficient of me. Okay, and then crew, Jeb, and John Phil's now part of my crew. Okay, and Bob, and I'm gonna make a. I don't know. We'll find out if it works. We'll find out if it works. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. It should be, in fact, be very bad. But I don't want to mess with the aerodynamics. I get really antsy about my aerodynamics. Okay, so first things first. Not you. close. Actually, I'm kind of curious about this. This might be really funny. Okay, so first experiments, log temperature. See, I haven't actually done it. Okay, so that's the ones to the right there. It's free science. It's free science. So hold on, let's Jeb transfer. Bob needs to, so Bob transfer Bob to command. I'm really curious to see if this will work. No, it won't. It won't. I was really curious to see if I could use the science. And, yeah. Transfer down into the body, and then no, Jeb transfer up top. I want Jeb piloting. Okay. Okay. So all of the things that are to the left of the hatch have been used. Okay. So I am going to turn on SAS. Just recover? No. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point, Jerfy. This is not going to land on the moon. This is orbital. This is orbital. This is orbital. We are science farming. Okay, so let's make sure I've got Bob in there. Yep, I got Bob. That was a funny point, Jarfy. That was a funny point. Okay. SAS on. Liquid started. Okay, and I'm going to try and see if I can run all three of those experiments while we're still in low atmosphere, and then again in mid, and then upper, and then re-entry. Let's see if I'm fast enough, right? Observe. Log. Log. And then start rolling a little bit. Oh, that was way too much roll. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Good thing I'm not really caring that much about getting a super efficient transfer, right? Okay, where's the hatch? There we go. Log. Log. Observe. Keep it, keep it, keep it. And then we're in upper atmosphere. Log. Log. Okay, those are useless. Reset. Whoa. Reentry is in state. It might have different temperature. It might have different temperature. I don't know. I'm being a scientist. I don't know. Maneuver mode. Apoapsis is 77. So let's try logging there. Useless still. Okay, still counts as upper. Let's get up. Let's keep it going. It's as if it were near a vacuum. All right, and once we get to T minus 30, I will start burn again. Genuinely curious as to how far off. Oh, I'm pretty far off. I'm pretty far off. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I was wondering why my periapsis wasn't going anywhere. There's the Antarctic and the Arctic. Periapsis is falling quite rapidly, but we still got a ways to go. Let's see. Come on. Oh, always a good sign when you're, hold on. Let's turn that over to stability assist and stop pointing down below the horizon. I'm going to take a little bit of an efficiency hit if it means not, you know, being below the horizon. Okay, there we go. And periapsis is... Let's call it. Let's call it there. Sure. Okay, so transfer Jeb into the lower part and transfer Bob. Into the upper part so I can start Ava-ing Bob. Oh. Now I got transfer Bob back down. And then there we go. Oh, wait. Okay, can only carry one at a time. Okay. Bob, get up here. It's time for Bob to go Ava. And Ava reports. And perform Ava Science. Oh, Ava Science experiment can't be done right now. Is there a way I can rotate the camera? Because I don't like this. Okay. Wow, that's really good. Oh, okay. How do I unlock it? How do I unlock it? How do I unlock it? No way. No, I've got 449 left. I have 449 left. It might be because he's on Ava? It's because he was on Ava. It's because he was on Ava. But no, I took an assload of batteries for this purpose. God. Oh God. Okay. 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 Cube experiment? Okay. Oh God. Oh God. Store experiments. Okay. Keep experiments. Keep experiments. So it stresses me out a lot. Okay, so this only stores 3 things. Whoop, 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 whoop. Not what I need, not what I need. Come on, buddy. Grab it. Grab it. Okay. Store experiments. Okay. Okay then. I guess we're boarding. I guess. All right. I don't know how much data I really got out of that. So I did need to take a lot more, there's a lot more biomes to be observed from Ava. It looks like I observed this one and this one. But there's still a lot more I could observe, and I haven't done circumpolar. But it looks like I could just take a lot more experiment. Elements. Okay. So, Bob... Wait, hold on. No. Not what I wanted. Bob, I want to transfer. And then Jeb, transfer. And then we want a retro. And let's... Why not? Right, why not make it a little bit easier for myself? Or at least a little bit slightly better recovery. Retro. And let's see if I can get it to splash down just like right outside of the program. Right, I'm kind of curious to see if I can actually like target this kind of thing. And cut. I can. Hello, Michon. Hello, Michon. Okay. There we go. And stage it. Let's turn it a little bit. And then stage it. And then retro. Hello, Neko. And hello, Refracted Fluff. We're about to land. We're about to land, and if I read that right, I should be getting like 100 science. I think like 100 plus science. I might be wrong about that. If I get less than 30 science, I'll be pretty annoyed. I'll be very annoyed if I get less than 30 science. If I get less than 50 science, I'll be annoyed. If I get less than 30, that's just, like, incredibly frustrating. I will lose my mind. I forgot about the fact that I'm going to be losing, that the periapsis is going to be losing as I lose orbital velocity. Forgot all about that part. Okay, let's log pressure data. Useless, but whatever. You. You should... Dang, okay. Well, whatever. I'm not going to get any more useful data. Oh boy, that looks like crap. Oh boy. That thing is wicked hot. That thing is wicked hot. Oh, we're tumbling. We're tumbling, and we're going to die. Why are we tumbling? Does somebody know why we tumbled there? And we did just lose, like, a lot of science. I'm pretty annoyed about that. Does anybody know why we tumbled? We are under no time dilation. I guess. Should the goo containers be lower on it to keep the mass more retrograde? Oh, and all the science exploded too. Everything but the goo containers exploded. All right. And they might die here because the chutes, even the drogues, are not deploying. Okay, drags deployed. 15 Gs from the drags deploying. Okay. Okay. would generally consider that not super good as these things go. Nobody died, so I will take that as a victory, but it looks like we only got like 30 science as opposed to the 100 plus we were hoping for. So that's pretty frustrating. It might make more sense. Yeah. Yeah, I think that placing the science experiments high up on the module as opposed to low up on the module, like the barometers and the thermometers and the goo containers high up, I think that was the problem. Um, I think that was the problem. I don't think it's probably worth it for me to try to like build ballast into the lower components. Uh, okay, let's recover the vessel. We've probably got some data from that, but not nearly as much as I had hoped. I think the actual answer is that is to actually use transmitters, right? Oh crap! We got 86 science. I was expecting 100 plus, but it looks like we lost a lot of it. It looks like we lost a lot of it. We did get the EVGA experiments and the EVA report from the Kerbal water, but not the EVA. Okay, so okay, that's. Oh no, we earned 37. Now we're at 86. We earned 37. We didn't earn 86. My bad. My bad. Bob did level up to level 1. That's really good. So, I think the better answer, right? Hold on. Let's pull this thing up and take a look at center of mass quickly. Let's do a quick center of mass analysis. So pull you up, and the center of mass analysis after the last coupling. Okay, yeah, the center of mass is really high. The center of mass is really high. Well, the good news is I don't really care about any remaining goo experiments, right? Yeah, it's really top heavy. Because the command module's got to be the most massive part. I don't know, I didn't really think about the fact that the command module is going to be like by far the most massive part of this. Kind of didn't really think that part through on my end. A little bit silly of me. Okay, so that said, we are going to ads. So I am going to put those on the BRB screen and we'll be back in just a few minutes. And I will probably try to do something like a circumpolar and just do a whole bunch of transmitted observations. That's kind of my plan right now. I don't have solar. I can't afford solar. RIP. It's just going to be a bunch of batteries. I'm very sorry about how long that was. I was trying to find snacks and I actually couldn't find the snacks I was looking for. I feel very silly. I feel very, very silly. I didn't get them. I failed to secure the snacks. I failed to secure the snacks, Michon. That's why it took so long. Was I failed. I am snackless. I am simply hungry. I am having water instead of food. I'm having water instead of food now. All right, hold on. Let's think about this. Right, like all right, hold on, there's a problem here. Okay. Why is it not attaching? No! No! I don't want that at all. What? Okay, hold on. Don't save. Okay. That was not what I wanted. Okay, so let's pull the whole thing up a little bit so I can feel a little bit of comfort here. Okay, hold on. Where's the heat shield? Did I not install a heat shield on this thing? Okay, let's get rid of these temp and barrow and goo. Where is the dang heat shield? Okay, hold on. There's the heat shield. Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay. Okay, let's take a look here. Center of mass. Okay. Now here's the question is... Which one do I want to use here? Requires 20 charge per second when transmitting at 3.3 mits per second. So that's very expensive. 51.4 per second. Okay, so that's actually worse. No, definitely don't want that. Want a singular. And... well, let's think about this. Let's do some math here. Let's do some quick math here. So it needs 400. It uses 200. It uses 20 for every 3.3 mits. Does anybody know off the top of their head how many? Kerbal Space Program. We've seen it before, so I don't feel like this is a transmitting science. How much is a science report worth? How much is a... I don't want surface samples. I want AVA reports. Okay, AVA reports are 25 mits, and AVA experiments are 60 mits. No, they're 25 mits. AVA reports are 8 mits, so... this can do up to 20 per second, 20 per second, and that's 2, so it'll take wow, what's wrong with my brain? So each... here we go. Deletes. So report size 8, AVA experiments 25, and then those are bandwidth 3.3, 4/3. No, hold on. What's wrong with me? 10/3. There we go. And then charge use 20. So that means that mits per charge equals B4 divided by B5. So that means charge per report equals B2 times B6. No. B2 divided by B6. That's accurate. And then AVA per charge. No, charge per AVA. Equals 25 divided by B6. And then a battery represents 100. So we might actually need more. We might actually need more batteries than this to get like any meaningful amount of reporting. Though I don't think we really need AVA experiments. We're going to be doing circumpolar navigations. So I'm going to put... how much batteries cost? Batteries don't cost very much. Batteries don't cost very, very much. So... Let's do octagonal. Okay, cool. Genuinely curious if this will launch properly. Oh, I need to extend the antenna. Genuinely curious if this will launch correctly. Okay, let's launch this and just... Oh, wait, no, there's a huge problem here. There's a huge problem here. Whoops. Huge problem here. Lol. Nearly launched without an actual shoot. There we go, that's better. let's see if this works. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Okay, we're going for circumpolar though. So that means pitching down. Didn't assign Bob. Also, let's... Bob is kind of important to this one. All right. We're going for a circumpolar. Okay. Let's throttle up a little bit. And let's make sure I've got the chute. Actually, here's a question. Here's a question, chat. Will this antenna interfere with the deployment of the parachute? Well, we might fail on launch anyway. Okay. Oh, turning on SAS. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Center of thrust, aerodynamic, center of mass. Let's... Where is aerodynamics? I'm in aerodynamics. What's wrong with me? I don't know. Probably. I wasn't planning on discarding them. And let's... Okay, that doesn't work. Morning, Xanadu. Hello, Turi. Turi, we did manage to rescue the guy. It didn't require a docking maneuver because he was in a capsule that doesn't even have docking. So, couldn't do it anyway. But I did survive. I did rescue him. I got to within under 10 meters. I managed to park at no, not under 10. I got within under 10 meters a couple times, but I parked it at 11 meters, and Ava hit him over successfully. And then I ran out of science. So I am trying to come up with ways to get some more science. I suspect that this launch is going to fail and that it needs some fins. We're going to be doing some equipolar... We're going to be doing some circumpolar Ava. That is my plan for right now, is circumpolar Ava. Cute Rifter, that's a cute joke. Whoa! Whoa. I'm just gonna add fins to the booster, to the SRBs. Aerodynamics. Just some basic fins to the SRBs. You don't think it's an aerodynamics? Do you think it's a weight balance issue? That doesn't make sense. Do you think it's Jeb just being a shit pilot? Because that's a funny answer. No, I haven't. Well, I've done sharper turns. Admittedly, I haven't done sharper turns towards the poles. But I have definitely done sharper turns. Oh, hold on. I figured out a problem that I didn't think about. Forgot about this part. TWR way too high. Yep. TWR is way too high. I'm gonna get rid of these fins because I always find fins actually make it harder for me to fly. TWR was way too high. Okay, let's wait for it to get up to 20 is good. And then just a little bit of pitch. A little bit more pitch. There we go. That should be enough pitching. Prograde. Yep, that's good. That's good. That nav ball. Okay, let's increase the sustainer a little bit. And we're about to leave light atmosphere, so I'm just going to crank the sustainer all the way. We are getting some twist, but I guess I'll just have to increase the inclination once we're up there. Let's pitch it a little bit more. Okay, cutting. Cutting, we are losing a little bit of control there. Okay, turning over to stability assist. And pitching below 10 kilometers. I know, right? I actually usually start pitching. Sometimes I start yawing. I usually do yaw rather than pitch. I have been known to start yawing at like 0. Okay. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I think I want something like here. Boost. Cool. And whatever, let's okay, and let's get it leveled. That's a good thing to know, Terry. I need to deorbit that thing. It's literally just a capsule. It's just a capsule, and it's annoying me. I know I've got an enormous amount of delta V's left for what I'm doing, but it still stresses me out to, like, be at this much, to still have, like, a negative periapsis. Yeah, I can leave from the tracking station. I just need to remember to do that when I'm checking the next tracking station. I know how to do it. I just keep forgetting to do it. ADHD, baby. Oh, now I'm stressed out. I'm below apoapsis and I'm still, Yeah, I just always forget how fast the periapsis starts to collapse once... How fast it starts to change once it gets, like, closer and closer to effective orbital. That's the part that I always get messed up about. Alright, like, we haven't actually burned that much. We went from 300 to 200. And we burned very little going from 100 to... From 200 to 100. Negatives, that is. Negatives. Periapsis is still below the terminus. Periapsis is above terminus. Periapsis is still subatmospheric. Oh, periapsis is subatmospheric and it's closer than apoapsis, so we just gotta go. We just gotta get periapsis above 70 no matter what. That is annoying. Look at how terrible this orbit is. Wait, what? That works? Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I might reset this one. I'm gonna reset this one. No, it was a failure. It was a failure, Fickrun. Because I need to burn normal pretty hard too. I'm gonna wait until I'm gonna wait until I'm a bit higher. Before I start doing gravity turning. Okay, initiating that burner. Initiating gravity turn. Initiation unsuccessful. Okay. That is not what I was expecting to see at all. Yeah, I think the nose drag. I usually start it at like 100 meters. Like, I'm usually down to like 60 degrees at this point. I'm genuinely wondering if the antenna is doing that much interference. Okay, I'm going to start the turn here. See, there's like really chaotic rolling, right? That's the part that's really bugging me. Is that the rolling is really chaotic. It's only the antenna and the parachute is the only thing that's like not evenly distributed. Hmm. The same vehicle didn't have this issue before, though, is the part that's driving me a little bit nuts. I should say the same lower stages didn't have this issue before. We changed the upper stages, but we changed the mission module, but we didn't change the lower module at all. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Initiating next burn, because I tried to initiate the burn at like 30 seconds last time. It was just not nearly enough. Periapsis is still over half a megameter. Oh, I'm stressed. I'm stressed. Would it be more reliable to do an equatorial orbit and then normal burn? That's like the main consideration, right? Is like... That's what I thought. Okay. Oh, Oscurus, Oscurus. Welcome in, Oscurus. Let me give you the shoot-out, Oscurus. Hello, Oscurus. Hello, Savan Mochi. Hello, Hold on. Anka on 2K. Hold on. Oscurus. What were you up to, Oscurus? What are we up to? Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2. How was Red Dead 2? A lot of historians have done Red Dead 2 write-ups, and I have not played it, but do color me curious about it. I don't know that I'll ever play it because it seems like a very not Almantas game, gameplay-wise, to me. But yes, you had a great time with it? That's lovely. That's lovely. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. And I am currently ramming a rocket into the Earth. It's stressing me out. Although I guess I should be fine. Sovereign Mochi, thank you for the follow. I am... oh my god, that app. Sorry, I'm just getting really stressed out. Yeah, former professor of sociology. I want to be clear here. Sometimes people think I used to be a historian. I was not. Ankana2K, thank you for the follow. I mostly do calligraphy. We're gonna die. This mission's a failure. This mission's a failure. Sorry, you're watching me lose a mission. I cannot figure out what's going on. Cannot figure out what is wrong with my launch vehicle. It worked before, but re-entry didn't work. But yes, I mostly do calligraphy streams and model painting streams. However, I have become a little bit obsessed with Kerbal Space Program. So that's what I'm doing. Historians seem to like it, I will say, which is interesting because historians seem to despise most history-themed games. I'm not even a historian, and most history-themed games I think are extremely stupid. I get you dumbest throws. I assure you, I genuinely do not think that people are... I genuinely don't think that there's actually that much variation in human intelligence. I actually think it's pretty small variation. I'm gonna add a little bit of pitch into this. A little bit of south pitch into this. But yes, obviously raiders, including Oscuris, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I'm gonna just see if the gravity assist works here. No, I was in Atmo and I was well under apoapsis. Way under apoapsis. I was going to collide with Kerbin. So next stage. And solid fuel is expended. And let's crank that sustainer. Yes, please get some rest. Apoapsis is the highest point in your orbit. Kerbal Space Program, so my current apoapsis is 60 kilometers, and my periapsis, which is the lowest, is negative 588 kilometers. That is to say, I am not in an orbit. Oops. Let's let myself catch up to app a little bit. Yes, please, Oscuris, have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. Yeah, I need to be way more horizontal. Turning off stability assist. Drifting up. Actually, hold on. Let's turn on stability assist again, just so I can drift towards level. I am out of Atmo, so I can get a lot more impulse. Yeah, these circumpolar ones are killing me. I was not. I'm just in space. I'm just high up. Orbit is not merely being high up. Orbit means that you are stably not going to crash into the body, right? So I am high up right now, but I'm going to crash into the ocean. Yes, suborbital hell. Suborbital hell. And my inclination is way weaker than I want it to be. I want my inclination to be near vertical. And it's currently only like barely off vertical. Yeah, you fall sideways really quickly. Oh. On actual Earth, right? On actual Earth, orbital velocity is about 7 kilometers per second. So the major challenge of getting something into orbit is not getting it up high. It is. Oh, hello. Yeah, you need like 3K. Is that you need to be moving at? Well, I think it's actually I'm usually like 2. When I'm in stable orbit, I'm usually like 2. If I fall below 2.2, it seems there doesn't seem to be any stable orbits. I am tending to run really low orbits, as a rule. Yeah, it depends on your height. Yep. Yeah, like 2300 tends to be what I seem to be running a lot of the time. And currently we're at 1400, so we've got quite a bit more to go. But the actual important question is this one down here. Periapsis and apoapsis. Apoapsis is again the highest point in your orbit, and periapsis is the lowest point in your orbit. Relative to terminus, that is to say relative to sea level on Kerbin. Other planets don't have seas, so they don't have a terminus at sea level because that's incoherent. I'm really bothered by this, Terry. Like are polar orbits that much more challenging than subpolar orbits? Because like this set of engines has gotten me to the moon and back with tons of fuel to spare. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Ankanak. I am very much learning. I am very much still learning. It does look like we are going to produce a stable orbit here. I do think that we're going to get there. I do need to pitch up a little bit, or we're going to hit Atmo. We're going to hit Atmo if I don't pitch us up a little bit. Periapsis is now at 22K. 30K. Okay. We're in Atmo. We are in Atmo right now. That sucks. We are in Atmo. Maybe I'm not feeling great about this one. Have a good night, Ankanak. Have a good night. Nope, didn't survive. Genuinely, I think my best bet might... Let me just even see... I'm just going to test this out. Because... I have done this a dozen times. This is my launch trajectory for going east. And so if this fails, then I know that there's something wrong with the upper stage construction, because the lower stage construction has worked for going east a million times. This is in fact actually a lighter upper stage. This is actually a lighter rocket. This is not great. Oh my god. Okay, let's revert that. I'm going to give myself a little bit more before I yaw, but like I have done that orbital plan with more or less the same set of lower stages, and it went up fine. I probably do. Again, this plan has worked before. I'm kind of losing my mind here. This set of lower stages with a different mission module has done moon, orbit, and back like a dozen times. It's this thing is, if anything, overkill, right? Like the mission module is all that's changed. And let's pitch, let's roll a little bit and add a little bit more. A little bit more swiveling. The swiveling animation's so funny. Okay. Yep, I have been remembering Tyranny of Rocket Equation. I haven't been doing anything with it. I remember it, and then I don't do anything with it. So the biggest reason for the change in the mission module is that the last time I did a science mission, a huge percentage of the science that I did was lost because of destruction on re-entry. We lost like 70, 80 science to re-entry destruction. Yes, so I changed around the mission module to make it like more survivable for that purpose. And now we're having trouble. So I have never actually read the original Journey to the West, but my understanding from people who have is this actually really unfun. This is actually like a really boring story. That it's like that it's yeah, you're correct. You are correct. That Journey to the West is like yeah. I was waiting too far. That yeah, I was definitely waiting for under a minute. All right, we should be able to go. We should be able to create a stable orbit out of this. But yeah, apparently Journey to the West, if you actually, is actually just like really tedious and repetitive, is the way that I have heard it. Yeah, too many filler arcs. Way too many filler arcs. Way too many filler arcs. that it's like 5 interesting chapters and then like 100 boring chapters is the way that I've heard it described. Well, it's Scaldi. Dragon Ball is explicitly based on Journey to the West. Well, we're passing Apo now. So we're probably failed. We probably failed here. Hello, Tayamichi. Though we might pull it off, actually, because Perry is falling really fast. Yeah, I might need to change these mission parameters. I have never watched Naruto. My entire knowledge of Naruto is like largely from Alex Azarashi and random memes on Blue Sky. Okay, cutting. Okay. We didn't have to dock. Tayamichi, we did not have to dock. Yeah, I'm really bothered by this construction, Terry. Tayamichi, we didn't have to dock because the mission module in question that I was doing a rescue operation, and the mission module that I was having to rescue this guy doesn't actually have a docking port. So I just got within 10 meters of it and then AVA'd. Is how I did it. Hold on. Let's. I'm just gonna check something here. So add a maneuver at app. We want normal burn. Okay, I don't have the. I can't do it. Cannot do it. Okay, ads are upon ye. This isn't really a disaster because the entire... I'll explain when we're back. I'll explain when we're back. I am back. I'm back. I didn't finish my point, which is, hold on. I didn't finish my point at high Apple. 50,000 kilometers is so high. The main point is that I am just going to be doing a whole bunch of Ava reports, and because I haven't done I haven't reported over a lot of the biomes, and I think I've only reported over like one or two. Useless. So I think it's actually okay. Do need to put Jeb back here. It's not great. It's not great because I was hoping to do the circumpolar partially so that I could do the circumpolar, but also because I know I haven't done any of the polar biomes and I don't know how to keep track of which biomes I've been to. Transfer Bob up to here. Let's remove this because I don't care. I'm too high to get biome data? Shit. Oh god. Okay. Okay, that's what I was looking for though, was this. Which that's useless. And no. Make a report. Nope. Okay, and that still counts as above the water. The tracking station tracks the science. Okay. Okay. I know I haven't done very many. I can say that pretty confidently. That I've done very, very few of them. Okay, hold on. Okay. Cannot transmit data. Okay. Extend antenna. And review reports. Huh. Does that mean Comnet path? Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. I don't have the DLCs. I don't. Or any mods. This is very vanilla. Okay, the Highlands is useless. So I'm assuming the Highlands before. So this is still the Highlands. I'm wondering if this will count as something separate. I don't think I can do much more efficient biome hopping without getting flight. And without learning how to fly, which I have not done any of because I don't even have the flight tech. That counts as grasslands again. Yeah, polar would be much more efficient, but as we saw, I quite possibly can't get to... I've got 1061. So let's see something here. Let's see if I can do a multi-maneuver. Right, so... Right, like there's 300. And then a normal there. Right, like this is terrible. This sucks. This sucks. Try warping there, and then I don't really know what's here. Um, and useless. Bob out there and taking an Ava report. Useless. You know what? I'm gonna put you on board because it stresses me out for you to even be off. And let's go back to the Space Center. So you say there's a science archive. Okay. Archive. Biomes, Shores, Highlands, Mountain. Hmm. Oh, okay. That's how that works. That's how that works. Okay. But it won't show up here if I... Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Almantas. Oh, well, I guess that means I don't get to use that as a bot account. Um, atmospheric pressure scan while hot in space high over Kerbin hasn't been done. That's kind of interesting. Temperature scan while in space high over Kerbin also hasn't been done. Interesting. Interesting. I am up to 94 science. I am up to 94 science. Hold on, let me just do something here. John Fell's capsule. Make sure that's one we can't terminate. There we go. That's a 28 hidden or whatever. Okay, okay. It is kind of tempting to just like go to Minmoose or something. Are your Kerbals properly spaced? Two of them are. I don't know if they're properly spaced. Can I interest you in a Minmoose flyby? It's quite tempting right now. It's quite tempting. I should be able to do it without too much difficulty, right? Like going to Minmoose shouldn't be that much more energy intensive than it should be easier than landing, right? It should be easier than landing. It should be than landing on the moon. Let's get over here and this isn't even the better craft, right? This craft is designed for orbit. I can definitely make things better for getting into let's take Bob out on Ava. Let's see a couple more Ava reports. Useless. And I do have the dumb way of grinding science, right? I do have the very dumb way of grinding science, which is to I've got a whole bunch of strategies for converting money and rep into science. So I could just like do tourist crap. Oh, Anonymous, thank you for the gifts to Kerbonauts. That's Kerbonautas. Oh, I should commission an art of that. I should commission an art of me as a Kerbonaut. I think we love tourist crap. It is a little bit exhausting to do it over and over again. Let's just warp here. I'm wondering if this counts as a different biome. That's the big thing. Bob, Ava. There we go. Oh. Board. Reviewed stored data. Send it home. I haven't used up that much of my electric charge. I have so much. You need shores, Ava? Okay. The trouble is that I kind of struggle to recognize which things are which. So those are Kerbal Highlands. Are those Kerbal Shores? I was mostly wondering if this like desert counts as a different thing. It is stressing me out how close a remove helmet and deploy shoot are. Okay, so I should be able to get another science report or two out of for my trouble. That's grasslands. That's different. Does this not count as desert? I guess I'm not above it. I guess I'm not actually like above it. All right, like this is where I want to be. Let's see. Does this count as grasslands or? Well, hold on. Let's just pin that. That's pointing directly at Earth, at Kerb. Okay, perfect. Above Kerban's deserts. Keep it, board, review, transmit, crew report, worthless. Transmission done. Bob, go to Ava. Thank you again to Anonymous for these gift subs. It's very helpful to me, right? I am, this does help support and keep me on the air and keep me online and keep me curbing and keep me knotting and all of these things. It's very humbling, right? It's very, very humbling to know that people believe in what I'm doing here. As silly as it is, right? As silly as it is for me to be a cute anime boy and while playing video games. Functionally worthless. What's the dumb trick? Dumb tricks are perfect. Does this count as the shores? Just gonna start spamming report. For reports taken from... Oh, okay, okay. Oh my goodness, Anonymous, thank you for the gifts up to Space Scribbles. I have not gone beyond the event horizon. EV Cakes! EV Cakes! Hold on a second, Let me pause. Let me pause. We've got the raid. We have a raid Evie Cakes, hello, hello, hello. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an always old man. I love lots of old things. I talk a lot about history and sociology. I do a lot of calligraphy. That is probably tomorrow's stream, is calligraphy. I do a lot of calligraphy. I paint miniatures. I do calligraphy. I paint minis. I talk about the sociology, which is usually tends to be kind of a tough topic. I'm not gonna lie. And I have currently lost my mind to Kerbal Madness. I am in the midst of Kerbal Madness. It is a game that has truly captured my imagination, unlike others for a long time. You absolutely can ask your question, Mo's Paw Knight, and also thank you for the follow. You absolutely can. I will try my best to answer it. No guarantees, right? But you know. And there's also a 100 point channel point redeem if you want to, if you are worried. Oh my goodness, hold on. We did just get 5 gift subs from Turi. I'm still trying to get to shouting out Evie Cakes. Evie_Cakes was playing Sims 4. I hope you're having a lovely time with Sims 4. My understanding is that Sims 4 is the good one. Oh, this game. This is Kerbal Space Program that is right in front of you. I am playing Kerbal Space Program. I have lost my mind to Kerbal Space Program. It is a game. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the gift sub to Kerbal Madness. Thank you, Turi, for the gift subs to Jakor and Chivanmarie and Amorphos and Shine Opmo 216 and Husker Du 13. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Kerbal Space Program has driven me mad. Thank you so much. And yes, is the newest. Yeah, that's okay. That's what I remember. There's not a Sims 5. That is what it was. There's not a Sims 5. It's a Sims 3 was the more durable one, and Sims 4 is very much like Sims 3, but they're ripping you off. As a person who has 1,500 hours in Payday 2, I understand. They released a new version of the game, and it is mostly worse and more harshly monetized. So I understand that a lot. I hope that you had a good time with it regardless of the predatory monetization. I hope that you were still able to find some joy and some stories in Sims 4. I have only played Sims 1. I never got around to playing anything after Sims 1. The sim game that I have played the most recently, in terms of like actual time playing, not in terms of release date, is SimCity 2000. And I was genuinely kind of thinking about going back to play SimTown. X Neko, thanks. Thank you for welcome in. Good to have you here. Yes, I do sometimes think about going and firing up SimTown. I don't know. There's something about SimTown. There's something that's like kind of interesting about SimTown being a game that is about community, that is really centered on like classrooms, right? Because it's designed for school children. Like, what about how you can import your city from SimCity 2000 to Streets of Sims? I did not know about this, Turi. I did not know about that. EVK SimTown is functionally SimCity for kids. It's really SimCity, but for like middle school, late elementary school children. It's much simpler. It's much less harsh. It's much cuter looking. And it really kind of is about like setting up the school system for a town. Oh, never played SimCity? Oh, okay. SimCity is actually a really interesting game, sociologically and historically speaking. It's obviously the first of the Sim series, and it has a very special part of the world in that it starts off the entire systems. I am sorry, Mose Palpa. I don't really understand. So SimCity, the thing that ends up being sociologically and sociopolitically really interesting about SimCity is that they wanted it to be a game about designing American cities. And one of the things that they hit on as a limitation really early is that if you design a city after American design norms. Okay, EV Cakes. Thank you for spelling that out. I'm usually okay with like ESL and broken grammar. I did teach a lot in my life, but most Paul's was like kind of losing me, and I was wondering if he was saying, they were saying, I apologize, they were saying something, I shouldn't assume, they were saying something that, saying something different. But yes, so SimCity, one of the limitations they ran is if you design a city like an American city, after Americans' normal ideas of how a city should be designed, the city is like 90% parking lots. And it's really boring to look at. So they abstracted out cars. Like, cars are still present. You have to have streets. But you have to... But, like, cars just kind of disappear. The cars just kind of disappear when they get places. And so what this winds up creating is SimCity winds up being this really aggressive propaganda for cars, for car-centric urban design. And this is like a thing that like people have been commenting on and writing about for decades, that SimCity really propagates this idea that cars have a much lower cost on design than they actually do, and they're much simpler and much easier to use as a design element for an urban designer than they in reality are. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. And it's something like I'm a New Yorker. I live in Brooklyn. Brooklyn is pretty Oh, okay. You gotta help your little brother with his VTuber debut tomorrow. Hell yeah, little EVK's little brother. City Skyline is much more a traffic simulator. City Skyline is much more a traffic simulator than SimCity ever was. And even then, City Skylines makes cars seem like way better than they actually are. And actually one of the funniest types of YouTube content I've watched, I haven't watched in a long time, was watching was a traffic designer. And yes, Enderium, I did manage to finish the rescue contract. I am currently trying to get some more science in order to improve my possibility of success on a lunar landing. That's where we're currently at Enderium Smith. I did not have to do a docking maneuver because it turns out that the rescue mission did not include a docking port. He was just in a container. Yes, EV Cakes, please have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you so much. You're very sweet. Moon landing is tough. I have not managed to do a moon landing. I am very nervous about doing a moon landing. The two techs that I am missing from doing a moon landing that I'm really worried about are are solar panels and landing gear. I did not, Enderium Smith. I did not. Getting to park myself 10... Really, the Minmoose is easier? That much easier? Minmoose is that much easier than the moon? Okay. I didn't know it was smaller. I didn't know it was that much easier. I haven't even done a Minmoose flyer. No, solar is I might get solar on literally the next literally when I land. But right now I am trying to... There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. So board and review store data and transmit it. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for, was Ava over the shores. Bruno says low gravity and huge high lowlands. Interesting. Huh. Huh. Oh. Catomancy, thank you for the follow. I think I might have yeah, I've got parachutes. Parachute. Useless. Landing. I've landed on Earth a lot. I haven't done like a land. I haven't taken off from a lander. I haven't taken off from a lander. It's deserts. Literally land on Minmoose by bouncing. It's a question of getting back. All right, I think I've managed to get everything. Close doors. Retract antenna. Transfer crew to there. Transfer Jeb to there. And let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Stage it. No. Why'd I even say stage it? Also, hello, Farron. Where was I? Okay. I said stage it, and it's not what I want to do at all. It was retro is what I wanted to do. Yes, I did. It was also useless. It's also useless. It's one science. I don't have the energy for that. I don't have. We're ending this charade soon. We're ending this charade soon. This science vessel has the science mission has done its part. I am going to yeah, I could. I haven't been to Minmus yet, Mr. No Talk. Please, people, calm down. I haven't even been to Minmus. I haven't even done a Minmus flyby. You're getting ahead of yourselves here. I'm just coming here to check. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do right now, Farron. That's what I've been doing right now. Is Okay, it's shores is what I've missed. It's shores is what I have missed. Oh, okay. Sorry. I feel like people are getting a little more back CD. I apologize. Okay. So Jeb, sorry, Bob. First of all, let's make sure review store data. Oh, okay. Transmit that. I think that's actually the last thing was over the shores. Conduct, keep it, close, retract, let's see, hold on, extend, transmit, no, cancel, transmit reusable ones only, retract, Terry, you're okay. It's okay for now. Just please do keep in mind that, like, I am trying to, like, learn as I go. And that's going to mean making mistakes, right? Okay. So now Jeb is here. Let's find the retro. And let's start burning as fast as I can and just see if I can get somewhat... It would be nice if I could get a little bit close to Kerbal Space Center. Okay, cutting, normal, I'm sorry, prograde. Stage it, retro, and we should be safe. Warp to here. If you bring extra Ava fuel, otherwise it'll be suborbital. Steely-eyed Kerbal missile. Okay, so a similar vessel to this that I had last time completely crashed. The people survived, I should say. The people survived, but it did have multiple in-atmosphere explosions. Yeah. I have been streaming for a minute, and I am streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming Tuesday. So I may do a Minmus flyby and then call it a night after that. That might be how I do things. I'm just gonna let this cook. Let him cook. And okay. Yeah. Explosions on fireworks are fine. It did destroy Turi. It destroyed a lot of science. Was the thing. Oh, Grimmy. Okay, that change of plans. Grimmy, hello Grimmy. Hold on, let me pause the game for. Actually, I don't care. This is we're good. Hello Grimmy. Let me get in a Grimmy shout out. How are you doing, Grimmy? Grimmy. You were just chatting. Of course, you were just chatting. What were you chatting about? My dear? Hello Raiders, hello Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. Junji Ito, excellent, excellent, excellent. Of course you chatted about some insane stuff. For the Raiders, let me finish up my thoughts here. I am a former professor of sociology. That's not a bit, that was literally just my job. For a while back in the day. Now I am anime online for money. I mostly do calligraphy. That is my main streaming content, is calligraphy. You know what? I haven't done it all night. I can do it now. Let me just make sure that my camera is set up remotely appropriately. Oh, and now I'm a sock. Sakmantas? There you are, Sakmantas. There's Sakmantas. There is Sakmantas. Things are going to be kind of messy. Yeah, but there I am as a sock. There I am as a sock. But an aerospace engineer. Hold on, let me pause this. I have developed Kerbal Space Program madness. Folks, let's go over to the handcam. This is what my handwriting looks like. This is my handwriting. Oh, Grimmy, please get some rest. Please get some rest. And Grimmy, if you didn't catch it, Grimmy, I don't know if you caught it. On Friday, I did a hot sauce tasting stream. I did a hot sauce tasting stream, and that did include Grimmy wants to kill you and Grimmy really wants to kill you. Grimmy, I was fine. People can back me up. It was really hot, but I was okay. It was not awful. It was very spicy. It was very, very spicy, but it was the hottest hot sauce that I had. I know I asked you and you didn't say, but I suspect you guys distilled some capsaicin? You just like chemically distilled some capsaicin for that one? So that, yeah, that was very spicy. The Grimmy wants to kill you hot sauce, I am being completely sincere here, genuinely really tasty. Genuinely really, really tasty. It was, yeah, you'll tell me later. Excellent. Thank you, Grimmy. Thank you, Grimmy. Have a good night. Have a good night, Grimmy. But yes, no, this is, you know, yeah, it's my handwriting. Let me, I knocked over my brushes. And Vlad, excellent. Yes, somebody finally read the quote. This is a quote from The Dispossessed. I am in a book club that is reading The Dispossessed, and this is a quote from early on in The Dispossessed. They had all tried copulating with girls. Some of them, in despair, had also tried not copulating with girls. It made no difference. The girls were there. Oh, I've read it before. I love The Dispossessed. It's one of my favorite books. I think The Dispossessed might be the single finest science fiction book of all time. I think The Dispossessed is incredible. I really like Ursula Le Guin. Okay, so there is still ink in there. Oh, The Dispossessed is really good, Alaska Jack. It's really, really good. I may as well grab a little piece of paper. Why not? Folks are here. I may as well show off. I may as well break them out. Yeah, it's worth it, Michan. Although Michan, you recently finished, what's it called? I'm gonna have to get through the follows here in a moment. Yes, I do like pilot parallels. I've been learning to use dip more recently, and I've been experimenting with different dip nibs. I do not like speedball A's at all. Yeah, it was Carmilla that you finished. I do not like the speedball A's at all. They do not agree with me. But I did get some more speedball C's. Quite possibly, JC Rouser. Quite possibly. But yeah, somebody asked how this works, and this is how this works, right? I have put down a piece of paper, and I have, this is one way of doing guidelines. Vlad, I started with, marker. I started with marker, and then I learned, pilot parallels for years, and I only really started with dips after, like, over 10 years. Dips are better in some ways, but good lord, are parallels convenient. And I'm also going to make a brief aside. I'm sorry to derail this for a second for Vlad specifically, but Vlad has asked a very important question. These are really good. These are really good. Adding markers, these are what I used at Offkai to make calligraphy labels for people, for their name tags. This is what I use for people's name tags. Really easy to use. These are very good for their price. Markers are very good. And for my most insane arc I've had as a VTuber, which was doing calligraphy backwards, that's what I used, was the adding markers. But yeah, I did have a brief period where I was doing left-handed calligraphy backwards. Not Gothic. I know that people like Gothic, but this is how it works, right? This is how it works, is, you know, a lot of it is just following the tool's guideline, right? The tool does a lot of the work for you. Right, I'm not warmed up at all. I apologize. It's probably not as good as I'd like. But yeah, this is how it go. Yeah, I did some at Mag as well, but I didn't have as good of tools for it. And let me say hello to all of the people who just followed. Let me say hello to all of them. I was letting that all kind of build up. Let's go back here. Hello, Happy Stylin 999, Decreton Cast, Mako Magister, Cobalt Azure 5, Shadow _230, Iligato 1, I like that. Nibos _ Silpha 144, Go, Gabagool Gruel Gremlin, that's a name right there. Witch Weaver, Aurelia _Dusk, Some Kane, Campo 250, Kaz Oni, Hasi 23, 7VC1F3R, Ben Moganthus, Glitch Cheese 2. Hold on, I pronounced that wrong. Glitcheezy 2, Xavier 009, Zar _6996, Oren _Orichalcus, Laflane, Vlad _plays _games, Julian Mendoza, Levy _out _loud, and Zachu. Thank you all for the follows. Yeah, nope, yes, that's what I was doing, JC Rouser. That's how I was doing it. I was just pulling out of a scrapbook because I was completely unprepared. It was extremely spontaneous. But yes, yeah. So I probably did it in Gothic. So it was probably like this. I'm not using Lightbox Kun because he's been misbehaving. Right, so I'm relying a lot on my ability to see through this. But yes, as I was explaining just before you got in, before everyone got in here, I have developed Kerbal Madness. Hello, Bun Banaiko. Yes, thank you. That's very sweet. That is what I do much of the time. I don't know. Should I just go over to a calligraphy stream? Just means practice for blind calligraphy. That is one of the subathon rewards. Is blind calligraphy. We are in a subathon. I may as well shill myself. What's the point? What's the point in not shilling myself? Hello, Lost Notebooks. What's even the point, if you're not going to shill yourself? ESP Eclipse S3, thank you for the follow. Yes, we are in Subathon. The ultimate reward for the Subathon is that I will go back to playing Dark Souls. I will play Dark Souls again if we get up to 1,000. I am the worst Dark Souls player on the planet. That is a lie. Ads are upon ye. F. All right. Well, I'll keep going. I will keep going on this. But yes, folks. Alas, commerce. Rip ad bros. Indeed, Turi. Should I just go over doing calligraphy for the moment? I don't know. After I get this landing in, I might just go back to doing calligraphy. Oh, and we're back to normal. We're back to normal. Yeah. But yes. Callig it up. Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, I think I'd probably just end. Right, and that's a little bit silly. Kerbaligraphy. Yeah, Kerbaligraphy. Kerbaligraphy. Kerbanigraphy. Kerbography. But yes. Oh my goodness. Very annoyed at myself for hitting the ads. Oh well. That happens. But yes. Let's when the people get back, we'll finish Touchdown. And yeah, because I think this is actually fairly reasonable. We completed the main goal I had for Kerbal Space Program for today, which was to do that rescue. I didn't actually get a docking maneuver in, which I wanted, but I did manage to park, which was really stressful. I did manage to pull off a parking maneuver. That was a rendezvous, I should say. That's the actual word I'm looking for. A rendezvous. And that was really stressful. The rendezvous was really, really stressful. Did I say thank you to the Falls and Muted Sage? I apologize if I forgot. But 95% done docking anyway. That's good to know. That was really tough. That was really, really tough. I am enthusiastic about my ability to do so in the future. Docking easy once you park that close. Okay. So I think there is another rescue contract, and I might just take that just to get the practice in, but I might do that offline. I might do another practice rescue offline and just get in the practice. Okay, folks are back. I legitimately did mean to hit snooze, and then I whiffed. So I apologize. I apologize for that one. So we're just going to hit touchdown. And we'll just touch this down, and then I'll go over to doing some calligraphy. Unsurprisingly, this is not very stable with the anchor points for the what do we call them? Parachutes being below the center of mass. Not being like right at the center of mass. The tip works a lot better than I expected. Yeah, I am surprised by some of this. We still have 580 electric charge left. That's good to know. That is good to know. So I may not do the Minmoose Orbital until we are back on stream doing this, which will probably be Wednesday. Probably the next Kerbal Space Program stream will be Wednesday. But we'll get there, right? We will get there. Speed up a little bit. JC Rouser and Muted Sage, thank you for the follows, by the way. I think you guys followed while I was on ad break. If a ship can land on the moon, it can land on Minmoose. The big question for me, Enderium, with landing on the moon is that my landing gear might not be up to snuff. That's the part I'm really concerned about. is that I only have like the weakest landing gear, and also it's landing is a maneuver that I don't know how to do. I've never done it before. Yeah, Wednesday is going to be the next Kerbal Space Program stream. I'm not streaming Tuesday. Okay, we're up to 119 science. That wasn't too bad. Problem is something else. Well, we'll get there when we get there. We are going over to calligraphy. I just want to make sure that we got that landing in. I don't know what to research next. It's almost certainly electrics, though. It's got to be electrics, right? Electrics has got to be the one to go for. As much as I want like propulsion systems and as much as I want heavy rocketry, I really want heavy rocketry and advanced construction. It's got to be electrics next, right? Yeah, it's got to be electrics. Jamaliki, thank you for the follow. So we're going to end the Kerbal spacing. I'm just going over here for a minute while I close the game down. Schedule on your profile page. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you, Zwaby. Yes, there is the... I maybe should just not have time to find on there, because I shouldn't try to do that, because what do we say? Let's just shut this machine down. Shut off my gaming PC. I don't care about that. Okay, gaming PC is shutting down. And let's move some things around. I'll get out Lightbox Coon. I said the Lightbox Coon was in timeout, but I lied. I just didn't want to put him there because there's not enough space on my desk to have both Lightbox Coon out and my gaming PC. So let's swap around some of my I/O devices. I/O swapped out, and let's put on the handcam. Droidcam. Hello, Droidcam? Activate Droidcam? Are you listening there, Droidcam? OBS is being squirrely. Let's see if this works. Okay, it's my mouse being squirrely. It is my mouse being squirrely. All right. And yes, thank you, Zweeby. Because there's a difference in time between let's do stream info. And this is going to be reading and writing. Okay, it turns out that there's a category for reading the Bible, and I can't tell if that's just a really weirdly named video game, or if they actually did make a special category for the Bible. For Bible study. That would be very strange. We're just going to do a warm-up page here. We're just going to do a warm-up page. We're just going to do a little bit of a warm-up page. And so it's for the Bible. Okay, that's pretty strange. So this is Batard, which is my actual favorite script, and so let's talk about this for a second here. So there's tall, right? And then I have I can do it smaller. And I'm basically just reverted into doing Gothic randomly. Let's get away from that. Even though I'll probably wind up doing Gothic in just a second. And as you can see, basically the difference between these is that the midline is either at the halfway point or at the 2/3 point. Yes. So sort of. What I am doing is I am using, this is just regular paper. I have regular calligraphy, I have regular sketch paper, right? I have Strathmore sketch paper, and then I have lined paper underneath it. And I'm using a light box to force the lines to be projected through, the guidelines to be projected through. If I'm being way more serious, I will take the time to draw the guidelines in manually with a pencil, but I'm not satisfied with my erasers, so I don't want to. I don't want to. This has to produce better work. Like that SpongeBob episode. I don't remember. I didn't watch SpongeBob, so I can't remember. The tea that he does is heavily illuminated, and I can't remember if it's a Lombardic tea or a Gothic tea. Because here's the Gothic tea is relatively. Gothic tea I can do pretty reliably. Alright, like here's a Gothic tea. Sweet Skyby, thank you for the follow. And Lombardic, I'm way less comfortable with. Lombardic, I'm like way less comfortable with. So Lombardic, let's think about this one. I don't even know how to do a Lombardic. I haven't done a Lombardic tea in forever. How does it work? Let's start with the interior stem. And I'm way less comfortable with this because this is much more drawing skill than this is lettering, right? Much more than it's calligraphy. Somebody asked how long I've been doing this. 15, 20 years, something like that. My improvement since I started streaming is actually really remarkable. This wasn't a skill that I took super seriously until I was streaming. I didn't realize that people liked it so much. I didn't realize that people liked it so much until I was streaming it with some frequency. Let me focus. Let me mess with the focus here for a second. There we go. That's much better looking. I thought that this was I don't know, just something anybody could do. And so I didn't think very hard about it, right? It was just something I kind of did, right, with my spare time. So I'm not sure how I feel about this. I usually prefer this way. Let's just do Gothic. I find Gothic... I've got a lot more practice in with Gothic than I have with any of the other. Yes, thank you, Zachu. Thank you, Zachu. It was, the pet was... The original art was by Nocturnal Ash. And the original design was by Nocturnal Ash. And the... This version that you see in front of you was by, Toffee VT. It's by Toffee VT. They did a very lovely job. And the Burnside, thank you for the follow. I don't know if you are named for the Civil War General or not. Doro Nix, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Very kind of you. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, it's... There we go. Just doing a little simple pangram. I'm not entirely sure why I'm warming up with this pen, when I know that the next thing I'm going to be doing will be with a different pen. I know that I'm going to be stepping down in size. So I don't know quite why I'm doing this. Have you ever made your own TypeScripts and or fonts before? I have not, actually. I have not. I am a person who gets really consumed by practicing things. And I really like perfecting. It's probably part of the reason why Kerbal Space Program has kind of ensnared my brain the last couple of weeks, is that I am an optimizer. I am an optimizer and a practicer. I like to do things high precision. A favorite brand of ink? Oroshizoku. Oroshizoku. I love Oroshizoku. This ink in this pen is Sailor, and I actually don't like it at all. I am working my way through it, but Oroshizoku is my favorite ink brand. I'm all flat nib. I'm all flat nib, no pointed. All flat, no point. All flat nib. All broad. All broad. I do not enjoy working with pointed pen. I might give it a stab again at some point in the future, but I've so far not enjoyed it as an experience. And my big goal post-subathon for the remainder of the year was to actually open up a calligraphy storefront. I take commissions, but I don't make it easy for people to commission me. So, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Why would I... You've got to use regular fountain pen ink in a parallel, man. Indie ink will destroy them. Okay, so here's the thing. I do have a dip. I do have dip sets. And it depends a little bit. I actually tend to prefer working with this, which is a parallel. I've got a whole bunch of them. Parallels are really convenient and really transportable, and they're very reliable. They produce excellent hairlines. This kind of line right here, parallels are excellent at it. And dip nubs tend to struggle with it. But if you were paying really careful attention right now, you could see that parallels tend to struggle a little bit with catching on the paper. And this can mean that the leading mark on a new stroke can sometimes look really funky. And it'll be really obvious that you are working with a specific type of tool. You can actually see it right here. You can see it like right there if you're looking very, very carefully at this M that I'm writing. You can see that the pen isn't catching quite cleanly on the paper. Yeah, no, and also, Vlad, Iroshizoku is literally the same brand as Pilot. Like, this is Sailor, and I don't think it behaves very well. It's really wet. I don't like it very much, but, Yep, JC Rousey, that's what I'm talking about. You caught it. That is what I'm talking about. But yeah, Vlad, Pilot and Iroshizoku are the same company. You can see it's not catching at all right there. Just a little bit of agitation. Use Parker. Parker should be fine. Oh, yeah, Zachu, I actually learned on Japanese first. My Japanese calligraphy is way worse than my English calligraphy at this point. But I started with that. It depends. I tend to work with black more often because it's more dramatic. But there are some colored inks I really like. The Iroshizoku Fuyugaki I really, really like. Hold on, let's, so that kind of hairline like works really good. That's a real pain in the neck to do with the dip pens. They don't tend to cooperate like that. nearly so much. Made this one a little bit shorter than I meant to. Well, so Japanese has 3 writing systems, right? Sweet Skybee. Japanese has 3 writing systems. 2 of which could reasonably be considered. Well, 4 actually. 4 of which. One of which is a writing is an alphabet. So Romaji is actually an alphabet, and then hiragana and katakana are alphabet-like, but they're technically syllabaries, and all 3 of those are pretty easy to learn if you speak English. Kanji is logographic, and it's a real pain. It's a real pain. I can read about 2,000 kanji. And that makes me like semi-literate. Right? Like that's not like I'm not like really functionally literate in Japanese. Despite having put like quite a bit of time into it. Yeah, hiragana and katakana are pretty easy. They're hard to do calligraphy with. I don't know how to do calligraphy with them. Niaoi, thank you for the follow. Now, one of my least favorite letters to write in calligraphy, lowercase d. But oh yeah, one of the things I forgot to say is that a substantial advantage that dips have a good night, Sweet Skybee. If you there's my brush. But yeah, I can do. I actually started on Japanese calligraphy first. I don't really do it nearly as much, so my Japanese calligraphy is not nearly as good. But okay, so here's the character. Let me see if I can get the spacing right on this one, because this kanji is difficult. This kanji is very difficult. This is... I'm not even sure I wrote it correctly. Oh, I didn't write it very well there. My Japanese calligraphy is way out of practice. But this is the main character. This is the protagonist from Silent Hill F. Hinako. This is Hinako. This character's kind of difficult. I did a very bad job on it. I might do a better job if I write it smaller. Yeah, I did a better job writing it smaller. Jozu janaite da yo. Jozu janaite. Hazukashii da yo. Hazukashii. Hazukashii. Yeah, I did a much better job doing it smaller. That's fair. That's fair, Shadow. That's fair, Shadow. Like I am not as practiced with Japanese calligraphy as I am with English language calligraphy, and this is a tool. This is a nylon brush pen, and I'm still actually pretty unfamiliar with it. I've been using it for a couple of weeks, but it's still right. Like I genuinely was not expecting it to do that. What just happened right there? I was genuinely not expecting it to have that thickness. William Jokilla. There is a problem with me doing that, William Jokella. There's a problem with me doing that. I don't speak Latin. So, that makes it really hard. I have read 18th century English manuscripts and 19th century English manuscripts, like, that are in English, from, you know, like, from, like, American archives. I have read those, and I know how to transcribe. I know how to read, you know, 18th century and 19th century writing conventions. I can read business hand. I can read a couple of them, but I don't know how to read Latin. So, like, if I read a Gothic manuscript, I'm just looking at letters, right? Like, they are just letters to me. I don't understand the words. I understand, you know, like, Deus, right? That kind of thing. I understand, like, random words that I understand from, you know, just kind of being an English speaker. But I don't actually... Okay, hold on. My camera is drifting, and none of you yelled at me for it. Yeah, this one's stiffer than what I'm expecting, and brushes are responsive in weird ways when they're very small. The brush that I learned how to do Japanese calligraphy on, the head was like this long and like this thick, and so very different. I do have a new set of calligraphy brushes that should be more normal size. They are sitting in a box. I haven't unboxed them yet. I have not unboxed them yet. I was hoping to do so with like Inari or another one of my friends who speaks Japanese better than me. See, that's this is very stiff, right? I'm doing very stiff calligraphy. It's mostly a matter of practice, right? Like, I don't really do Japanese calligraphy super often. It's something I do, like, periodically. It's a nice little, like, party trick to do, but I haven't, like, been in a... I haven't treated it seriously in, like, decades. I don't even know how seriously I treated it when I was younger. It's something I really like, but I don't know if I treated it... I don't think I ever treated it as serious as I treat Gothic. You know, it's neat, but I don't think I've given it the respect that I should. I would like to, in the near future, within the next year or two, take some more serious Japanese calligraphy work. Like, actually take some classes from somebody who really knows what they're doing. But I haven't gotten around to it, right? That's, at this point, still a thought more than an actual plan. So, could be a minute. Let's see, what do I have inked up? You know what? You know what? I will use a dip. So let's put that away and let's grab the speedball. Any ligatures? LL. I like the LL ligature. That one I really enjoy. I don't really do too many of the other ligatures. I don't get a lot of opportunities to do good, fun ligatures. LL is the big one. I could try to put a little bit more time into learning some of the other ligatures. Gothic doesn't quite do as many ligatures as... Sorry, I'm completely off camera right now because I'm reaching down to grab my inks. Let's see, what do I want to use here? I don't actually like that turquoise very much. What are you? Is this silver? I don't know if I want to bother with silver. I definitely don't want to bother with the gold. The gold's like very hard to read. Ashiel, Asil, not Asil. Thank you for the follow. I don't actually know how to interpret that. Let's try this burnt umber. I haven't actually used this burnt umber ink. And this is a C1, which is my preferred size for the speedballs. It's really goofy to me that the brand for calligraphy for dip nibs, there's Browse, but really the brand is Speedball. Speedball really has set the standard, and it really throws me off. In case people didn't know why it's throwing me off, Speedball is mixing cocaine and heroin as a drug. Like that's like a known drug concoction that people take, and so it always throws me that that's like the art supplier that I'm using. Like, so yeah, right. It's pretty goofy. Okay, and hold on. Let's. And I got some brown ink on my fingers already. Okay, now the most challenging part of dip is that of dip nibs is getting the ink to deposit on them in a fashion that's actually conducive to getting any goddamn writing. Because they will frequently have like way more ink than you ever want from a writing perspective. And in fact, this is why it's good to have a practice page, so you can do stuff like this. Just test it out. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. And let's start one line down. And this is the big advantage for dips. Is that you can use inks with them that you absolutely cannot use with a fountain pen. This ink would choke my Pilot Parallel to death. Also, I'm doing the sizing wrong on this one. I'm not feeling the brown now that I've deployed it. I've definitely used the wrong size though. This is now a scrap paper. That is now scrap. That is now scrap, and let's get another one out here, and don't have a C0, I think, on hand. I think the C1 is the biggest one that I have that's ready. So let's clean this up. Let's clean this up. I'm going to step away for a brief second so I can wash this off. Apologies. Apologies. I'm going to wash this off and dry it. I'll be right back. All right, all right. I am back. I am back. I did manage to scrounge up one. I'm actually gonna do a different color. Oh, this thing has been spilling. This thing's sealed poorly. Hello, Wendy. Hello, Wendy. Where is paper towel? There's paper towel. And hello, Mara. Mara, I'm trying also hello, Arian Copper. I'm trying a chrome ink in time for dip pencils, incredibly goopy, and possible room for anything short of acetone. Yeah, no, that would absolutely choke your fountain pen to death. That would extremely choke your fountain pen to death. No question about it. Rare Almantas setting up this. This is not so rare these days. It's not so rare these days. I've gone over to a oh, this ink is like sludge. Let's see if this works at all. This is like a paint. Jakuvo, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Interesting name. Interesting name. Common Almantas W. Yeah, I've been streaming like super late by American standards hours for a minute now. Yep. See, this ink is being very frustrating. Yeah, this ink is not flowing. This ink is not flowing. Hello, McAllister, and hello, Tayumichi. You've been enjoying waking up to the Almantas broadcast? Even though you start like 4 a.m. Yeah. She is slamming the gym. Good luck. Good luck. I love working out. I think I have made this kind of clear that I really enjoy getting a workout in, particularly running. I will have to clean that up later. I'll have to clean that up later. I just spilled a container full of pens. You got 4 days to go? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Congratulations. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck, McAllister. Good luck. You've done this before, though. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's always scary, right? It's always scary. It's a big event. Oh yeah, no. This is why you should be working out. It's one of my strongest suggestions, right, for anybody involved in VTubing or streaming at all, or anybody who's just online a lot, is work out regularly. You have a lot of muscles that you are not getting a lot of use out of, and they are going to be, if you don't use them, they're going to get weak in ways that you don't expect. They're going to get weak in ways you don't expect, and that's really scary, right? That's how you get really injured. Yeah, you go ahead and do a half marathon every once in a while. Yeah. Weak knees, mom spaghetti. Yeah. Oh ho ho. Haven't used this pen in a minute, so it's being quite aggressive. Uh, all right. I'm just gonna do a nice old thank you for rating. Dub Shadow, thank you for following. This is Iroshizoku Yamaburo, which is a fountain pen ink that a lot of people like a lot more than I do, if I'm being honest. I think it's alright. I think it's alright, but I prefer bluer purples. Okay. I mean, honestly, Cobalt Azure, that's going to be extremely personal. I don't know what to tell other people. The thing that you may notice here that is not good is called bleeding. And this is a factor of the interplay between the ink and the paper. This is a Strathmore sketch paper, so it's a little bit more absorbent than I would personally necessarily like. It works a little bit better with inks that are a little bit more depositive rather than like feeding in. And also even just like straightforwardly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like the humidity at any given minute can change this paper pretty radically. Also, hello Cheesley. I mean, I talk about Chinese history all the time. I love Chinese history. Chinese history is something I'm much more conversant in Chinese history than I'm in American history. For example, my converseness in American history is, I would say, relatively basic and informal. I know quite a bit more about Chinese history. Hold on, let's get down there. A little bit of a misstroke there. Hojo era? Hojo era is that's not going to be that's not a Chinese name at all. I don't know. That's a Japanese name. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what you're thinking of. Trying to think. Who ruled during the 1300s? Most of that would be the Ming Dynasty. Yeah, that'd be the Ming Dynasty. Would be the 1300s. Or Yen, depending on which part of the 1300s, right? Like it ends in the Ming Dynasty, and the Ming Dynasty ruler that you would think of would be Zhu Yanzhong. Would be and hold on, what's his? Actually, I forgot his regnal name. I feel like a moron here. What was the temple name of Zhu Yanzhong? Ming. He's not Gaozu. It's not Ming Gaozu. God, who? There's some. I can't forget. That's Hong Shou-Qian is who Mara is talking about. Hong Shou-Qian is from is the founder of the start of the Taiping Rebellion. The era of the apothecary diaries. Okay, okay. Okay, I don't know the apothecary diaries. I've heard of it, but I don't know it. Yeah, I definitely Cobalt. I definitely am using it as a way of connecting to the past. Which means I really should know more about the history of what I'm working with. I know bits and pieces of the history, right? But I don't know it super in depth. The trouble is there's just so much history I want to study. Tang Dynasty would be 600 to 900s, early 900s. Then Ming is 900s to 1200s. Yeah, I end up, well, Roman Republic, to be honest, it's mostly the Roman Republic. You're on your Byzantine binge? Byzantine history is crazy. Byzantine history is absolute madness. Byzantine history is complete craziness. Like that, those guys are on something over there. Those guys are on something over there. Okay, I need to put a filter for raids only. Because we got a lot today. But where do you want to go? I don't know. I tend to follow individual book recommendations rather than going deep in particular areas. So like Inked was my most recent book that I read, and Inked was amazing. Inked was incredible. I loved Inked. Inked is a book about the way that the Song Dynasty, recruited soldiers. So first up today was and it was an incredible piece of history because it was such a good, it was a book about, because it's not enough to just like have the facts, right? You have to understand them and understand what they meant. And so it's one thing to understand that like the Ming Dynasty tattooed their soldiers. But why? And what are the consequences of this? The consequences are incredibly far-reaching, and in the case of that specific history, the Ming Dynasty, it was not like why the Ming Dynasty fell, but it certainly didn't help them. Right? It certainly made, not the Ming, I keep on saying Ming and I mean Song, because somebody asked about the 1300s earlier, so I keep on saying Ming. And okay, how do I want to do this H? I think I want to do this, and then that. And then come down here with a big hairline. Add in some window painting. And some more window painting. And I think I'll do that. I think I'll just leave one. I'm very slow at watching TV shows. I probably average like a book per episode of television that I read. Is probably the actual numbers on it, right? I'm in an anime club, and the anime we're currently watching is City. I don't know why that took me so long to remember. City. City is really good. City rocks. I think episode 5 of City is the best episode of anime that I've ever seen. It's hard to put everything on a scale like that, but like it's I genuinely can't think of anything that I'd compare it to other than like the finale of Kemonozune. Like it's really up there. Oh, Bakano was fun. Bakano was fun. So it was Hakuya, then Jazzy. Yes, it is similar to Nichijou. It is similar to City is similar to Nichijou. City is it looks very similar to Nichijou. I don't know how to describe what they do in episode 5 other than to say that I think it was the most fun I've ever had watching an episode of anime, and it gave somebody else in the room a panic attack. Which is an impressive feat for a frankly wholesome comedy. Jazz Hall, and then Lycan King Kale, thank you for the follow. Yeah, City, to spoil City a little bit, City has, episode 5 of City has a moment where not a moment, has about 10 minutes where there are, depending on the period of it, between 3 and 7 plot lines simultaneously on screen. And it keeps on shifting how many plot lines there are because the plot lines move in and out of each other. It's absolutely insane to watch. It's incredible. I kind of just want to watch it again. I kind of just want to watch it like again, like after stream. And I don't watch TV very much. I'm not really like a watcher. We've been doing movie nights on my Discord. I kind of stopped them because of the subathon. 'Cause I needed more time, you know, off stream and off of doing anything content creation-y. Because subathon, unsurprisingly, has kind of been an intensification of my streaming schedule above what I'm used to. Yeah, I tend to prefer to read as well, Vlad. I am more of a reader. Let's get in there. There we go. That's what I want. That's what I want. And I was on kind of a slump for a while. Like my reviews, I was wondering if I was just like becoming a cranky old man, because I've got a stretch in my reviews where it's all like 1s and 2s. Oh, we're on ads. But yeah, there's a stretch in my review schedule where it's just like all like 1s and 2s. It's not great. And I feel like I started to feel like kind of bad about it. Like kind of guilty even. And I didn't like that feeling, right? Like I didn't like feeling like I was just like being a crank, being an obnoxious jerk. And then I read Greek Lessons, and Greek Lessons is incredible. Greek Lessons is so good. I shouldn't have doubted myself. I should have just read Greek Lessons. I should have just gone back to people who I should have just read good stuff. It turns out I was just reading bad stuff. Turns out it was just a case of the bad stuff, of me watching the bad stuff. Stretch out my neck a little bit here. And so Mecha Mosey, and then this is probably going to be the longest name on here, so may as well get it started over here. Yeah, Greek Lessons is incredible. The writer of it won the Nobel Prize in Literature last year, and extremely deserved. Extremely deserved. The sort of award that makes the Nobel Prize look more impressive rather than makes her look more impressive. And the Nobel Literature Committee is on one right now. They're the winner this year was Krasnokoi, which is, yeah, I mean, it's Krasnokoi. Who, you know, I haven't read, but Krasnokoi has one of those, like, gravitational reputations, right? Like, you just read, like, individual passages from Courage Nikoi, and you're like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, this guy's got the chops. Always lovely when that happens. But yeah, everybody read Hong Kong. Read The Vegetarian. It'll fix your life. Read The Vegetarian or Human Acts or Greek Lessons. Those are all by Han Kang. She was the 2024 winner. Extremely easy to read, extremely good. I remember, like, when I was packing up a few years ago, I picked up my copy of The Vegetarian. I was just like, I'll just read this for like 10 minutes. I read like 50 pages without moving. Just absolutely transfixed. Absolutely transfixed. It was like a magic spell. That book. Cast Hold Person on me. Beaker _ Valdenholmes. Hello, hello. What emote is this? What is this supposed to convey? Oh, it's a Chad. Okay, it's the Henya Chad. Okay. I thought your next read was Frankenstein. Frankenstein rules, by the way, folks. Frankenstein's like way better than you think it is. Like, people, you think you know, yeah. The quality of it is super good. Like, people tend to think they know what Frankenstein is about because they know the plot, which is fair. Right? Like, you know the plot to Frankenstein. It's Frankenstein. But it's so much more exciting than the premise makes it seem. And it's such a more thoughtful and emotive book than can be contained in any kind of, like, plot summaries or memes about it. Well, and I mean, hold up. Eli _77 _jaw. Thank you for the follow. Well, the common trope, well, I mean, here's what I'd say, right, is that, like, that's kind of what the plot's about, is that it's a story about fatherhood, right? It's a story about being a parent. And, like, Frankenstein, you know, Adam and Victor, you know, they're both Frankenstein, right? It's the last name. They're both Frankenstein. And you know, there's a joke of like, oh, you know, Victor von Frankenstein's the real monster. Like, kinda, but also, like, that's not really the important part of the story. The important part of the story is not, like, figuring out who is morally the good guy between these two guys who frankly suck. Like, Adam Frankenstein is like, he's sensitive and he's gentle and he's intellectual. He's also a murderer. Like, that really needs to be remembered, is that he murders kids. Like, oh, she's not liking him that much. Boo. Boo this sister. Too slow for her? It is kind of slow, but I don't think it's that slow. It's at least it may be slow, but it's also short. That forgives a lot of sins, right? All right, I forgot about this part of the. Good lord, I really did get a lot of raids today. I'm gonna run out of space, I think. Yeah, I actually agree with that. I actually do agree with that. That like it starts off, the letter writing framing device is very cool, but it does take a little bit of time to build up. Hello, JXSSICAO3. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm assuming your name's supposed to be Jessica. But it is fun to pronounce people's names extremely literally. JXSICAO3. I find that funny. At least I don't know if other people find that as funny as I do. I don't even think, you don't even get it the worst. Oh, hold on a second, I was grabbing my sweater. Beaker _ Vandenholmes, thank you for the follow. I get a thrill. I get a thrill out of saying the underscores in people's names. Oh, hold up. Yeah, there we go. Hold on, I was in the wrong place. Had made the quick literary analysis. I like Frankenstein. Blaze Lantern, thank you for the follow. I'm also keep on getting distracted, so I didn't really get all that deep into it. The thing I would say about Frankenstein that's actually kind of infuriating is if you read Frankenstein and then you read Rossum's Universal Robotics. Hello, Dr. Lottie. Hello, hello, hello. If you read those books like really quickly in a row, thank you for the follow, Jessica. That is exactly what I tried to do, Dr. Lottie. That's very much what I tried to do. If you read Frankenstein and Rossum's Universal Robotics, you actually kind of, it made me very angry. And I think a lot of other people will also have a similar experience of being kind of angry, because it makes all of the modern science fiction about robots look really shallow and stupid by comparison. Like reading those books and then like watching Blade Runner or Detroit Become Human, you're just like, it's so much more shallow than Rossum's Universal Robotics. Dr. Lottie, thank you for the follow. There's just something so frustrating about feeling like you are not just, like you have been led to believe all these cool things about robot fiction, and then it turns out that so much of it is not just recycling 100-year-old fiction, but recycling really easily found 100-year-old fiction and doing it badly. Like it's like low quality plagiarism. It drives you nuts. XX Kaida, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that happens, Dr. Lottie. And I mean, it's different people have different like cognitive styles and stuff like that. It's all, I'm not really gonna chastise people for relating to the world in a different way than I do. And if I did, I would have a very strenuous life ahead of me. Because, you know, I know that I'm kind of the unusual one here. Not in terms of just liking books in general, but in terms of, I tend to prioritize text over audio. I am of the type of person who absolutely despises watching a video that could have been an article. And it is kind of worth saying that, oh, thank you, XX Kaida. I'm just doing a little thank you letter to all the people who rated me because there were quite a few of them today. And gratitude's very important to me. Well, I mean, I have this, Dr. Lottie, I have this conversation all the time that, like, you know, my hottest take, the one that makes people the most mad, is I actually think math is very accessible, and I think that people should learn math not just as like a practical skill, but as an almost spiritual exercise, right? As an enlightening exercise. And the way that we teach math in school is so disgustingly discouraging to people that almost every person I talk to says, oh, I have so many horrible memories from math class. I can't get into math because I have so many horrible memories. And this is insanity to me, right? This is insanity to me. Like constant practice? I think I may have mixed something that you said, XX Kaida. The practice of being grateful. Yes, the practice of being grateful is like a constant practice. What math is a series of relationships between ideas that is so fundamental that it cannot be disproven by any observation. That math is a subfield of philosophy that is about discovering not just factual observations, but truly universal truths. And it's really good to understand that, and it makes your ability to understand science and history much stronger if you can kind of understand the difference and like really feel the difference in your bones between a universal truth that doesn't require evidence and a factual contingent observation that does. That's such a huge difference. And I feel like being scared of math and not being able to operate with like at least some comfort with math makes everything else you do so much harder. It makes everything else about the world scarier and more difficult. Tetsuwa, thank you for the follow. Just so that Tito Sawa. I'm guessing it's Japanese, so Tito Sawa. And yeah, it's very much the way that schools teach these things, right? Yeah. Yeah. As we're saying, I'm not actually all that good at math. I really do kind of need to clarify this. Like, I am not actually particularly good. Dr. Lottie, so there's a story behind that. There's a little bit of a story. So apologies that this is going to take us a moment. I spelled Gargath wrong. I don't want to start this page over. Oh, no, I don't know if that's necessary. I do think it's worth knowing how to use math and understanding what math is and what it does, but I don't think you need to turn it into like something that you're just doing constantly. I mean, you kind of are if you're a gamer. Okay, the hydrate redeem. So when I first hit affiliate 2 years ago on October 20th, 2023 was when I hit affiliate. I was asking friends for channel point redeem ideas. And one friend said, well, the classic one is I will end the stream. And so I made I will end the stream at 100,000 points, okay? And then I made hydrate 1 point fewer because I thought that was funny. And then I realized I didn't actually want to end stream just because somebody redeemed channel points. So I took that one away. And then I also realized that I'm not committed enough to the bit. To actually like just waste somebody's 99,999 points and just take a sip of water. So the hydrate redeem, which has only been redeemed twice so far on the channel because I just pause it if I don't feel like dealing with this. The hydrate redeem is I will drink a beer glass full of whiskey. Hello, Six-Horn Taurus. Yep, and thank you for the first time chat, the Burnside, who I know has been following me for a minute. It has been redeemed twice. Once was very ridiculously when I was doing a book club with my friend Bodega Rat. Bodega Rat and I were here talking about, what was the book? What was even the book? Scott Pilgrim. We were talking about Scott Pilgrim. And somebody redeemed Hydrate, so I'm doing a book club and giving a presentation about this importance and symbolism of Scott Pilgrim, well, completely sloshed. And Bodega just had to tolerate me being like that, and she's still my friend, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that. The other time was during a miniature painting stream that wound up being over 14 hours, and YouTube hates it. I am out of space. I'm going to have to do something here. I'm going to have to do some creative accounting. Even if I move things by a line, it won't work. It won't work. I'm going to have to do a little bit of creative accounting, or I'm going to have to do this all over again. Right? I'm going to have to do this all over again. So next up is Hazmat. Yep. Cobalt and Michan are talking about a fairly famous moment from, what's it called? 1984. But yeah, I have a pretty, I don't think it should really surprise people that much that a fat, hairy white guy has pretty good alcohol tolerance. Like, does that surprise people that much? I feel like I come from the kind of like genre of person who by default is assumed to have a pretty decent alcohol tolerance. That's very sweet of you to say, Dr. Lottie. I don't know. I think I was a pretty good teacher back when I was teaching. I like this more than I liked teaching. And sometimes I think about going back, but if I were to go back to teaching, I'd want to go back to school first and get another degree. I wouldn't like to just do so with my current level of education, right? It's I don't think I would get a lot out of it. I don't think I'd be able to get very far, that is, I should say. I don't know if you know this, but higher education degrees go stale. They don't technically expire, but in terms of actually getting new positions with that as your primary qualification, it stops being useful. And mine is, it takes like 5-10 years, and so mine is not particularly useful, right? Schools would not likely look at me if I were to apply. You know, if I were to try to get a job with my current, you know, they would look at that and be like, "What the heck is wrong with you?" You know, they'd be like, "What the heck is wrong with you?" And let's go. Oh, you can see this one's starting to run out of ink a little bit. Yep, that's low on ink. That's low on ink. Star Dancer, thank you for the follow. Yeah, degrees functionally have depreciation rates. It's oh, and hold on, I missed a person. Dragonator_G. Thank you for the follow. Hold on a second, gotta find my... There we go. Oh. Felt cool to the touch for a second, I thought it was leaking. Yeah. Hiroshizoku, Yamaburo. There we go. That way. But yeah, so if you have a bachelor's degree isn't really a the point of a bachelor's degree isn't about like the education, right? The point of a bachelor's degree is about signifying that you are a type of person, a genre of person that is better than people who do not have those. The Kingdom Hearts fan 358 over 3D, thank you for the follow. So a bachelor's, like, it indicates your permanent membership in a higher caste of person in the American class system. And so that means something, right? That means something kind of you know, that means something, right? That meaning sticks with you for your life. That's not something that deprecates. Whereas a doctorate doesn't strictly speaking have an expiration date, but it does have a deprecation rate. This is how I refill the pens. This is how I refill the pens. With a syringe. I'm not going to put in very much, right? I don't want very much ink in here because I kind of want to clean this one out from being on Yamaburo. Good lord, my desk is a mess right now. And let's... Oh! Dr. Lottie, thank you for the Prime. That's very kind of you. That's very, very kind of you. As mentioned, this is a subathon, right? This is a subathon. I am basically trying to back pay for this model. I am basically trying to back pay for this model. And so I really... Oh, the Burnside, thank you for the gift, for the sub. If we get back up to... if we get not back up, if we not get up to wow, English degrade. My English is degrading a little bit. It has been a nearly 10-hour stream. If we get up to 1,000 subs, I will return to Dark Souls. I need to tell you people, if you do not know how bad I am at Dark Souls, you are almost certainly unprepared. I failed the tutorial 123 times. I believe we are currently at 1,500 something deaths. And do you know how many times I've gotten tilted? Do you want to know how many times I've gotten tilted? Zero tilts. Uncle Oliver, hello. I am at Sif. I am at Sif. Actually, I've got a hold on, let's put it up here. That's the second run. This is the first run. The first run I got 1,337 deaths. The second run I started a new run at a certain when I went back. And yes, I beat Asylum Demon, Taurus Demon, Quell Egg, Butterfly, and Pinwheel. Oh, absolutely not, Burnside. Absolutely not. One of my mods had a breakdown. Yeah, that's why I stopped the run. That's why I stopped the run, Michan, was the death counter told me that I had elite deaths, and I was like, okay, I gotta start a new file. I gotta preserve this. I have to preserve this. This is spiritually important that I preserve this at 1,337 deaths. But yeah, I've beaten those 5 bosses. Asylum Demon, Taurus Demon, Quell Egg, Butterfly, and Pinwheel. Deaths preserved. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hold on. Let me post it. Because I've uploaded the first 4 VODs to YouTube. I am being weirdly perfectionistic about my other VODs. I'm being like weirdly precious about them. So like I've uploaded a lot of them, but they're all privated. I need to... Half of the point of the subathon is so that I have an excuse to not fix my VODs. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. It's. I want to stream. I don't want to do the other parts of being a streamer. I just want to stream. I just want to be on camera and talk to people. Like I don't want to make thumbnails. I actually kind of like making thumbnails periodically. Should have made that a goal that I actually finished the VOD channel. No, the thing is, like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Horn Taurus, is that things that are goals have to be things that I am okay with failing. I have to be at least, like, kind of okay with letting them fail. Like this pet. The chat pet, the little guy. The cute little guy over here on my shoulder. This cute little guy, I've had him for a while. And he was going to be a reward in the last subathon, and I didn't. And we didn't hit him, so I made it an easier subathon goal this time. So I was sitting on this guy. I've been sitting on the little guy for like 6 months. It's Iris. Hello, Iris. Hello, Iris. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, non-trivially, I prefer being a Twitch streamer, so nice you had to say it twice. So nice you had to see it twice. Have you seen the little guy, Iris? Oh, Horn Taurus, you are a Corpse fan. You are a Corpse fan. I was thinking about rating Corpse, but it looks like she went away. I like Corpse a lot. But Iris, have you seen the little guy? Have you seen my little guy? He's so cute. The itty bitty fella. Yeah, the itty bitty fella. Yeah. Very cute. Very cute. Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen you around, Horn Taurus. I think I've seen you in her chat. But yes, Iris is a friend. Iris is a friend. She is a very sweet, cute little vampire lady. She's got a whip smart wit. There we go. And she's very, what's the word I'm looking for here? She plays a lot of, like, the games that I almost never play. She plays Yakuza and Skyrim, and what's the other one that you've been playing a lot? Yakuza, Skyrim. I mean, you've been playing mostly Yakuza lately, but there was something else that I'm trying to think of. I can't remember. I can't remember names now. But oh yes. Iris was on my stream a year ago now. It was a year ago now, talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh. We read the Epic of Gilgamesh for a book club. Also, thank you for the resub. I forgot to say that. Thank you for the resubscribe. I just got so excited to see you. Yes, the world's oldest yaoi. If you guys don't know this, the oldest preserved piece of fiction is the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the Epic of Gilgamesh is yaoi. It really is. It really, really is. Fujos have been preserving culture for literally thousands of years. Yeah, no. The Fujos hold up 80% of our legacy. Osmata VT. I'm having to get creative with my accounting over here. And just so you guys know, the Epic of Gilgamesh is actually really fun. It's a really fun read. Hello, Lapi Huka. I try to make it. I try to make it so. Lesbian vampires yesterday and gay demigods smile. Exactly. Exactly. The Epic of Gilgamesh is also pretty fast. When the Tower of Babel fell, the Fujos were united in making fanfic about the shirtless builders, and that's why we're all connected globally when we Fujo out. It rules. It rules. It rules. You know, you'd think... Hold on a second, which direction do I want to go here? Because my lines are tilting here. I'm tilting here. Not tilting out, not in the sense of being angry, but like my letters are not coming down parallel, right? JJ underscore X Machina, thank you for the follow. But no, the Epic of Gilgamesh actually does rock. It is actually good. Like, this is not like, I'm not like just joking around. And hello Pickles Little Dill. Hello Pickles Little Dill. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. And then that's not a sign that I'm starting to fall asleep a little bit here at the wheel. I love the bow tie. I'm a really big fan of the bow tie. I do wonder if part of the reason why I've become so like Kerbal Space Program pilled is because the my new outfit is so 60s. I do like the bow tie a lot. I was very insistent on that, on the bow tie for this one. And Chi the Source, thank you for the follow. Shirt and vest. I like it. Yeah, 60s like the clean academic way. Again, it's very like what do we say? Very well, I mean, it's very scientist, right? It makes you look like an academic. It makes you look like a scientist. Yeah, you said academic already. I'm being foolish. I'm being silly. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I definitely ran out of space on this one. I'm glad I didn't go for a higher X height for this one. Oh, higher letter height. Yes, this was the raids so far tonight, and if I get more raids, I'm going to have to change things around a little bit here. Yes, we were raided by Yatno Hakuya, Jazahal, Mekamozi, Ava Has Fallen, Jomar JT, Gargreth, who I misspelled, Echo, Hazmat, Oscurus, EV Cakes, and Grimmy have all rated me today. Kusogaki, thank you for the follow. And thank you for having a name that was really fun to say. Shangles, thank you for the follow. Taking a big ol' stretch here. Oh, let me take a look at here, something here. 330. Okay, we're at 330. For a second, I was worried that we had perhaps gone up to something even higher, and I had missed it. I think we're okay for a while. I think 400 is the next big one. It's the next reveal. I'm looking for a quote to write down. I'm looking through my highlights of the copy of my copy of the Dispossessed. Chapter 6 is super long. Ha! This is a good one. This is a good one. There we go. I found one that I like. I found one that I like. Raven Ister 3D, or is it Raven I Stir 3D? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It's definitely one to puzzle over. There we go. Hold on, hold on. I didn't like. I liked one and then I didn't like it. Oh my goodness, I got my work cut out for me in the morning. I'm just looking through my, I have highlights, right? I highlighted things that I really liked. I highlighted some passages I really liked. And I was looking through which one would not just be completely incoherent madness if I did it in isolation. And I found one that would be merely confusing, right? Okay, I amuse myself. Deal with it. I think I'm funny. Do I want to do it in Gothic or the Tard? Stick to Gothic. That was too high of an angle. Let's go with these tall ones that I was practicing earlier. This really tall minimum height. The Dispossess is a really, really easy book to recommend. It is a book about utopia. And not what we'd be willing to go for it, right? But it is the author's pretty sincere ideas for a better form of social organization. And then she does a very serious interrogation of the weaknesses of her vision. And it is a book about this was Ursula K. Le Guin. She was an anarchist. She was an anarcho-communist. And she very much a product of the 50s and 60s, very much a woman of the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, a period when utopian dreaming about how to make society radically different was a much more common pastime. My PBL4, thank you for the follow. Let's see, I just want to make sure I get this right. And she was taking this quite seriously, this question. She had considered all sorts of proposals that people had for how to organize society, and she found the anarcho-communists to provide the answer that she found the most satisfactory. And even then, she thought about these people and what they thought were good ideas and what she believed in and what her critics believed in, and, put them all in a super collider. And it's a really interesting book to read in the 2020s, where utopianism is basically a dirty word, and you can basically market a setting or a book just by playing up how much more dystopian it is than its competitors, right? Like, that's just like part of the sell of of Warhammer 40k, right? It's just like, oh, it's so much more grim than anything else. It's something that like people say with George R.R. Martin, is that like it's so much bleaker than reality could ever be. And that's just like flat out like a selling point for at a certain level. We have a certain degree of wallowing in our dystopianism. And so to read a book that is a very serious confrontation with utopianism is a much more aggressive and confrontational book than would be proposed, than you're ever going to get by people saying, look at the kind of horrible society my enemies would make. It's a different form of honesty that I think is much more profound, is to be honest about what you really want. And it's a form of honesty that I personally struggle with, right? I resisted thinking of myself as a, Yumi, hello Yumi, hold on a second. We are about to go into ads, so let me snooze those and actually hit snooze and not hit run ads like I did last time. I tried to snooze. Welcome in Yumi, welcome in Raiders. X_Yumi_. How are you doing, Yumi? How is Silent Hill 2? Hello, Keepy Leapy. Hello, NTJ. Hello. My name for the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I'm an old man. I love old things. I do lots of calligraphy on stream. I have to figure out how I am going to fit you into my thank you note for the day, because my thank you note is very crowded right now. I have been streaming for a long time, and I got a lot of raids tonight. I guess people were ending their weekend, and I was the last man standing for a lot of people. All Monkey 811, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the sock Mantas, Pickles the Little Dill, and thank you for the follow, Keepy Leapy. But yes, you're having fun with Silent Hill 2? Excellent. I played Silent Hill 2 about this time last year. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I played Silent Hill 2 right after playing Silent Hill 1. And I played Silent Hill 1 right after playing Signalis. Whoop. Getting burpy. Excuse me. Not gonna lie, I kind of enjoyed Signalis and Silent Hill 1 more. Where do I put you? I'm gonna have to start getting creative about this. I'm gonna have to start figuring some things out. I didn't space this out properly, and I don't want to make a new one. Okay, let's try here. Let's try here. But yes, obviously, if you need to raid and run, please do so. Please do so. I do not wish to hold people hostage. A lot of why I enjoy streaming is that I feel comfortable knowing that when people feel like they wish to leave, they can leave. Oh, hello, Insane Asylum. The thigh high has been evoked. Has been summoned. We have the thigh high on stream now. But yes. I'm glad you were enjoying Silent Hill 2. I hope the puzzles weren't too frustrating for you. Oh, hold on. That's wrong. There we go. Yes, Keepy Leapy. This was a joke by my friend Rinny, is that when it's the sock montas and somebody uses the tall montas, it's the thigh high. It's the thigh high sock. Hello, Kyo. Hello, Kyo. Good morning, Kyo. Good morning, Kyo. Yes. I don't know. I'm on one today. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I don't have a defense. I don't have a defense. How you doing, Kyo? Obviously, raiders, if you need to raid and run, please take care of yourselves. Please take care of yourselves. This was the raid sheet for today. Just got up. Oh, and you're feeling bad? I am sorry, Kyo. I'm sorry, Kyo. I am sorry, Kyo. Yeah, the thigh high. I think you would appreciate, Kyo, if you haven't heard this joke before, I think you would appreciate it. When people do the sock montas and make it tall, it's the thigh high. I think that's something that you would particularly appreciate. I'm sure it will. Kyo is tough. Kyo is a tough little rat. Oh, Count Dorkul the Neko, thank you for the tier 3. Oh wow, I don't actually have anything set up for tier 3. That's very kind of you. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. I've been treating tier 2 and tier 3 as basically just like pure charity. So I really appreciate that. It makes me a little I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that. This streaming is very important for me to pay my rent, and the money I get from subs goes to my inks and my inks, my paper, my food, my rent, my internet bill, all these things that keep me streaming, keep me alive, for that matter. And it means a lot to me that people think that keeping me streaming and keeping me alive and healthy and warm is important enough, right? That they think that this is important enough to be worth supporting. So I really appreciate it. ink. I may have chosen a bad quote, mostly in the sense that it may be too large for this sheet of paper. Oh, we are going into ads, folks. We are going into ads. I usually, I haven't for the last couple of ad breaks, but usually on ad break, I like to get up and use the bathroom. And get some water. So I'll be doing that this time. So I will put it on the fan art channel. Hello, just some goblins. I'll be putting it on the fan art channel and the fan art screen, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, 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 hello. I am back. I am back. I am back. My pens are low on ink and I want to wash them, so they are not. I am going to just be pulling up another one and inking this one because the ones that are full of black, actually no, this one's still got ink in it. This one's still got ink in it. This one's still got Irish green, Mont Blanc Irish green in it, which is not the most cooperative ink. It's not the most cooperative ink, but it is very striking. It is a very striking ink. And hello, Mix, and hello, Emmerich Draws. Yes, it is a handsome sock, as they say. As they say. Sorry, just putting my tools, just reorganizing my tools, because otherwise I will have a really dreadful time with them later. And Norn19, I think I did not say thank you for the follow, but thank you for the follow. My opinion or my prediction? My main thought is that they max out at a cute tool. That is their absolute maximum, is that they are a cute tool. They serve a very expensive version of an existing cheap tool, which is randomizers, right? They serve a similar purpose in social function to a deck of cards or a D&D encounter table. Which is to say that they are not, strictly speaking, completely useless. However, they do so in a manner that requires mass plagiarism and truly outrageous expense. I taught sociology. That was the main subject I taught. I taught a couple of other subjects, but sociology was the main one. And so we are... it's a very expensive way of doing something that is, as I mentioned, quite cheap. And the promise of LLMs is that we will be able to replace all of the labor of writing and drawing with... That's the maximalist promise, right? Is that we will replace all of writing, all of creative fiction writing, because it's completely useless for nonfiction writing. It's completely useless for nonfiction writing at a mathematical level. There is no mathematical possibility. Nothing about the things that make LLMs make them even potentially useful for nonfiction purposes. They cannot be useful for nonfiction purposes. They only have fictional utility. And even then it's quite limited. I'm just trying to make sure that I get the right number of lines here. So we need 4 lines and let's grab something to measure with, right? And somehow that is going to make somewhere on the order of $500 billion a year. So that somehow we are going to make $500 billion a year out of saving wages on like sci-fi concept art. So the underlying promise, right? The underlying promise here one of the premises, not even promises, one of the premises of this all is that somehow the world's expected value of science fiction concept art is $500 billion a year? Surely that doesn't sound right to anybody, right? Surely that doesn't pass the sniff test. I am sure that anybody who thinks about that for more than like a few seconds, that doesn't add up. That just does not make sense. That somehow there are $500 billion plus dollars worth of savings to be found inside as a subset of an industry that is worth less than $100 billion. That is, really, if we're being realistic about it, probably worth less than like $20 billion. That doesn't work, right? That doesn't work. It's a deeply speculative bubble. Yeah, it's deeply a speculative bubble. It's a very worrying speculative bubble. Yeah, it's I am being like generous and thinking about like all of fiction publishing and all of drawing, and like, and here the real issue here, right, is that like it's only worth that if people are willing to pay for it. And consumers have demonstrated repeatedly that they're not willing to pay very much for AI outputs. So that like we've now like made the problem much worse. Yeah, of all everything involved in Hollywood is under $50 billion. And Kyo finds this cozy because of course she does. Yeah, thank you for the shout out. I didn't shout out Kyo when she came in here earlier. I didn't shout because I'm a terrible friend. You know, a terrible friend. I'm an evil, horrible friend. Always yell about rat. She's a good rat. I try to be sweet. I try to be sweet. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't even thinking about that so much. I think that talking about the business and science side of it's a little bit more things that I feel able to talk about meaningfully. You know, it's the psychology of it I find more difficult to talk about. I do think it really is kind of interesting that simultaneously we developed a technology that lets you create hyper-realistic video of anything anything on the planet, and it turns out that that's actually very boring. Like, isn't that weird? That turned out to be a so what technology? They're just having like really instantaneous access to like video that like to just like fake video of anything is just like something that turns out that people got pretty bored with pretty quickly. But also it turns out, so what an LLM is, I hope people are broadly familiar with this, right? An LLM is a statistical table that outputs sentences that are statistically likely, right? It creates statistically likely. Yeah, I mean, Kusogaki, this is why it's not very useful to me. This is why I don't have a lot of, I just genuinely don't find it very interesting. And the interesting thing, that there is an interesting thing at all, right, is that it compiles, is that it creates grammatically reasonable sentences. Not necessarily correct, because grammatical correctness is complicated, but it creates grammatically reasonable sounding sentences that contain no meaning. And that's something that everybody knows. You can see the math. It is a mathematical formula for creating these things. And like you can figure this out, right? This is a thing that's like it's just a particularly large D&D encounter table. It's just a very large Mad Libs. And you know this, right? You know this. Every person who knows anything about LLMs knows this. It's Michan, it's way higher than that. Everyone who knows LLMs knows that it is meaningless. They know that there is no mind. They know that it is just a series of numbers that is assembling things more or less at random. And despite that, the appearance of grammatical correctness, right? The appearance of grammatical meaning is enough to short circuit people's critical thinking skills so badly that they disbelieve the very fundamental knowledge they already possess and start to develop it seems to trigger psychosis. I don't know enough about the psychology, and both Mix and Horatius the dwarf would be much better at this than I am, and I think both of you would qualify as not actually super qualified on this one. I think both of you would be kind of peripheral. It seems more like I don't know that any of the people who have developed AI psychosis are people who would be reasonably sane and well-balanced left in a vacuum, right? I don't, like, it may only already tip over people who, well, and Mix, what I need is a psychosis specialist, right? That's what I need. And I don't think either of you are. What I need is I need an ab psych specialist. That's the theory I've heard, is that the people who, I don't need it right now. I certainly don't need it on this short of notice. Don't wake somebody up. That it does seem that people develop, that's the main theory I've heard, is that the AI psychosis is not a person just kind of gets it. It's a person who was already prone to psychosis, right? Because if people didn't know this, schizophrenia is highly genetic. Schizophrenia is very highly genetic. It is very highly, there's a lot of physics to it. Like, we know quite a bit about the anatomy of people who have schizophrenia, but not everybody with those genetics gets schizophrenia. Not everybody who has the predisposition to schizophrenia develops schizophrenia. They have to have it triggered, right? People who, there has to be stressors that lead to them developing that psychosis. It can't just happen. And this is why people tend to develop schizophrenia in their early 20s, is because leaving home and going to college tends to be a major common stressor that leads to the development of schizophrenia. And so, I chose this quote before somebody brought up AI, and so it turns out that it's actually more relevant than I planned on it being. It's fascinating, it's scary. The thing that has alarmed me among people that I actually know that I have witnessed in how they have dealt with AI is I know a man who uses AI to write summaries of things that he already wrote. And the summaries that it writes are less cogent and longer than his input. And I'm just confused as to what's even happening there. Like, I think it is, Lexi, thank you for the follow. I think it is really impressive that we managed to create an algorithm for creating grammatically accurate sentences. I think that's actually pretty impressive. I think that that also kind of maxes out at being a cute toy. Count Dorkula, you may ask. DRMXMR, thank you for the follow. Yeah, and what I would say is, a thing that I like to point out is that there's actually kind of a mark against the AI boosters. We've been using automation technology and artificial intelligence technology in video games for years. Like already, that's like well-trod territory, right? Like Diablo 2 has a random map generator. Age of Empires uses random map generators. Random enemy behavior is a well-trod territory. Like, video games have been using this for years. It's how most lighting engines work. It's not actually novel or special. It's something that's well-trod territory, and so the idea that a somewhat more efficient ability to do something that we're already quite good at doing is somehow going to change the world feels ridiculous. Oh, absolutely, Count Dorkula, absolutely. Hold on, let me think about how I would execute that. Hold on, Count Dorkula, is this something that you want privately? Because if you want it privately, if you want to DM me, my DMs are open. My DMs are open. The easiest way to find me is go to my Discord. Yeah, me and Mix both tagging it. And the admin of that server is me. That is the correct person. A lot of the reason why I even use my Discord server is so that people know that they can find me. Mary_Lee, thank you. I try very much so. I am mostly saying this because at this precise moment, Count Dorkula, I am very tired. We are 11 hours into the stream, and figuring out what you mean by black and red, and figuring out how to interpret black and red in a creative fashion is going to make me take some thought. I don't know if you want like alternating letters, or if you want a, what do we call it? Gradient. I could do gradient, but I'd have to do some test work. Sandra. Okay, Sandra. I am going to write this down as a to-do. Also, hello, Gravy. Gravy's a sweetheart. But yes. Also, you are lucky, Count Dorkula, in that of all of the letters I can write, the Gothic capital S is actually possibly the coolest one. The Gothic capital S competes with, like, the bastard lowercase w for the coolest letter I can write. So you are quite fortunate there. So I will have to put in a little bit of thought into how to interpret black and red. I think I know. I've got an idea, but I don't think I can do it justice. I will do it on tomorrow's stream. Okay, I will try to do it on tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a calligraphy stream. So I will try to make sure I fit it in there. Yeah, dead internet theory is crazy. Limited grasp of grammar that's held by the average person. I am not sure, actually. I am not sure. I have still not entirely emotionally internalized that people actually are that fooled by sycophancy. Like, I knew that people were fooled by sycophancy. I knew that, like, sycophancy fooled people, and that's, like, I have said before, sycophant is, like, the most reliable career path in human history. It's very powerful and very reliable to find the most powerful man in your neighborhood and just suck up to him. That's a very strong strategy for life. But it's, yeah, no, I'm with you, Mix. I'm with you, Mix. I find that when people suck up to me too much, I get really suspicious. And so that it turns out that my instinct to view sucking up too aggressively as a, like, sign that I'm about to get conned, to learn that that's not actually that typical of a behavior, I've not quite gotten used to it emotionally. I have not quite gotten used to it emotionally. It doesn't feel right to me. I forget which cult you were in, Michan. I think you told me, and I apologize that I forgot. But yeah, well, it's not. Emperor's Armpits might be worth noting this, not just that that they made them that way. It's not just that they made them that way. It's that they have since then repeatedly updated them to be even more sycophantic because that makes users happier. And users complain when there's any reduction in the sycophancy. Yeah, that's my thing, Gravy, is that, like, I'm like, it makes me suspicious, right? It makes me suspicious. People around here haven't been that bad. And so it's very, it was Jehovah's Witness. That's what I thought. Ion was in a weirder one, I think. I think Ion was in like, I think Ion was in like Falun Gong. Yeah. I feel like that's a very normal psychological and sociological instinct to look at people who are kind of like love bombing you as threats rather than friends. Amdis VT, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Amdis. Thank you, Amdis. And thank you for the first time chat. And call you my friend. The rose is free. I will say that I do tend to call people friend a lot. And honestly, being a VTuber has made me even worse because now I keep on calling all of my friends dear. I think it is cute. I'm like, oh, this person's. I keep on referring to people as, you know, I don't do it with Nagi because I think she'd kill me. I'm like, ah, yes, dear Vine, it's a pleasure to have you around, sweet Nyanomancer. You know, I keep on doing that. I'm becoming even a goofier older man. Yeah, you are not immune to propaganda. It's true. Yeah. Appropriate way to refer to a younger woman. Yeah. Hold on. I do need a garden. I don't have one. Gravy. I live in Brooklyn. I've periodically had plants on the windowsill. And I do periodically, pretty much anytime I have scallions, I regrow the scallions from scraps. Like 2 or 3 times. I always try to get 2 or 3 grows out of my scallions. I wish I was more of a gardener. My record with growing plants is pretty poor. And it's possible that with more experience and research, I will get better at it. But at the moment, it is not one of my strengths. You prefer deer to ma'am? Fair enough. Hassan Lycan, yes, this is Gothic, right? This is Gothic, and Gothic legitimately fell out of popularity because it's hard to read. Like, that is, like, legitimately a real reason why people will sometimes ask, like, why don't we write like this? And it's like, it's because it's hard to read. Like, that's actually the reason why. 20 by 20 plot of land in Fort Greene. Fort Greene is lovely. I have ran in Fort Greene a lot. One of the few places in Brooklyn you can get a decent hill run in. Which is why everybody's running there all the damn time. Oh yeah, my ability to conquer the moon is poor. I missed a message in here. Oh, okay, there I saw it. Okay, there we go. There we go. That took me a second. There we go. Finally. I finally got something decent done here. This style of writing is actually much older than 1700s, 1800s. I've read 1700s, 1800s writing. This is medieval. This is 1300s. This is like 1200s to 1400s at the latest. Unless you're in Germany, in which case it persists for considerably longer. But yes, hold on, let's center that. I should have kerned it the other way. A man makes art because he has to. And this is something I sincerely believe, right? This is something I really believe. That, like, the urge to be artistically creative is not something that's just, like... I don't think that you get more or better art by adding a profit incentive or external motivations. I think that the internal motivations are much more potent. Much more potent. I mean, Gothic is popular, right? This is Hassan Lycan has hit on something here, right? Which is that Gothic is really painful to read. This is relatively legible because I've made some concessions to modern sensibilities, and I've added substantially more white space in between words. Normally, it's like if you read Gothic, it's actually quite painful to read. And really skilled Gothic scribes are really optimizing for page space because paper space, and particularly vellum space, in the medieval era was very expensive. Yeah, vellum in particular is really expensive. And I don't use it for a variety of reasons, not only expense is only part of it. And I will say that Gothic generally looks better when you make it more cramped. I did make this kind of more spread out because I was writing a pretty short phrase. But I honestly, if I'm being really disciplined, Gothic kind of looks better really tight. Rather than looser. Got spooked by my own bot. Growing plants, at least fruit and veg, is a challenge. Everything in nature is against you because you're trying to grow weird mutants that have been bred to be delicious and productive rather than resilient. That said, some things grow like weeds. So true. If raspberries are aggressive, growers, that makes me very happy. That makes me very happy. That makes me very happy because raspberries are one of my favorites. Mimi Maple, thank you for the follow. Okay, I am dying. I need to get other things done today before my next stream, which is in 13 hours. Oh, you meant the writing? That's what I thought you meant, but that's what I thought you meant. The Mimi Maple. Am I sleep is one part. Sleep is one part of this. Emperor's Armpits is what is like my oldest follower. Because my adoptive mom is a stage actress. Heck yeah. And Commissar_V, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yes. You can call me teacher. Yes. Thank you. Hold on, Mix. I'm getting through. I'm getting through this. I am just letting people know that I am very tired. I am very, I have other things to do that are not even related to streaming or sleeping, that I need to get done. I will. So my Discord is mostly pretty sleepy. Ombre the Ash Brown, thank you for the follow. My Discord is pretty sleepy. It is mostly useful for I mostly use it for the purpose of sharing art with people. That's the main thing that's the main reason. The reason why I even have a Discord was because I was doing origami streams, and somebody wanted to know how to share origami with me, and that was the way to share it. That was the way to share it. Yeah, so that was how I made my Discord. Other things to shill at the moment. Socials. It sounds insane, but my Goodreads is actually one of the better socials for me. I am active on Twitter. I'm kind of on Blue Sky. The YouTube, I swear to God, I am uploading VODs. I am just being a weird fuss budget about making thumbnails for them and giving them descriptions. I should have them up and ready sooner rather than later. But they are uploaded up through like a week or two ago. Yearning for more people on Blue Sky. We don't need to talk about that. I can think about that. But Blue Sky is the same name as on everything else. Almantas VT. I'm on TikTok as well, but I don't TikTok. I don't know how to use TikTok. I don't know what TikTok's for. I don't know what it's about. We are in Subathon. That's the last big thing to shill. We are in Subathon. The big reward is Dark Souls, assuming we ever get there. The big reward is Dark Souls. I am the world's worst Dark Souls player. As I highlighted before, I am the worst Dark Souls player. I have died over 1,500 times, and I've only defeated 5 bosses. Gravy. Oh no. Oh no, I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out if I can get out of here before I have to thank people. Oh. Thank you, Gravy Gator. Thank you, Gravy Gator, for the gift subs. Thank you very much.
Subscriptions to the community.
Very generous of you, Gravy. Gravy's a sweet and wonderful man. Yeah, Geezer going down. Geezer sinking. Geezer sinking. Here is the schedule for the rest of the week. This was actually Kerbal Space Program. Tomorrow is a hand cam. The going over to calligraphy was just, I like doing calligraphy. So tomorrow will probably be more calligraphy. Non-trivial chance I will paint miniatures. Wednesday, I'm definitely doing more Kerbals. I love Kerbal Space Program. We gotta go to Kerbals. We gotta curb it up. And Thursday will be a professor's choice. We'll figure it out. Friday, I am doing a subathon reward from a previous subathon. I am going to be editing live on stream. That is my other job. My other job is that I am an editor, and people have been kind of curious to see what that looks like. So I am going to edit. I have a post on Twitter. I don't want to look it up right now, for sharing, for submitting. If you want to be involved, if you want to have your stuff involved, no guarantee that I'll get to you. It's writing editing. It's writing editing. I don't know anything about video editing. I am not a video editor, Gravy. Writing editing. No, I am a text guy. I am a text guy. I am a text guy. I am a writer. I have published like 4 or 5 articles this year, and I am primarily an editor. I'm not even primarily a writer. Text is my thing. It is very goofy that you guys are seeing me like this in general. Okay. Okay, I'm cooked, chat. I am cooked. I am cooked. Necessary evil for real. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Okay. We are going to raid out. We are going to raid out to my buddy Potato Cat. Be nice to her. Be nice to her. Raid messages should spawn in a few seconds. There we go. There's the raid messages. That's my Oshi mark, is the old man. If you copy that, if you are subbed and you copy that, it should work. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, everybody. Have a lovely night. Thank you all for staying with me. Hopefully I will see you in 13 hours. Have a lovely, lovely night.